Thank you. What comes to mind as I look out here is Devizes Town Hall, 1993. I arrived, put the chairs out. No bugger came and sat on them. Well, maybe 3 or 4. I then put all the chairs back and went home poorer than when I arrived. And at that time, not only was that happening, I couldn't go in a pub or down any street in Britain without being laughed at. I'd turn on the television and a comedian would say my name and to get a laugh. And now look at it. The point is, the power that these guys I'm going to talk about in detail today use to manipulate, control, and slaughter many of us, increasingly so, is only the power we give away every single day. When we take it back, game, set, and match, it's all over. And we're in a period now, clearly, when people are waking up and that power is being taken back. I say this, that at a point when this manipulation, this global version of Nazi Germany starts to more and more put its head above the parapet where we can see it, it seems to be at its increasingly most powerful. It is in its death throes, because this is the period when people in this planet are going to take their power back from the few that have run it literally for thousands of years. Now this guy, George Orwell, wrote his book back in 1948, came out in 49, 1984 the book. In a time of universal deceit, he said, telling the truth is a revolutionary act. We are in a time of monumental deceit. At a time when, did you hear Prescott? For people in America seeing this on video, Prescott, the Deputy Prime Minister, when he was trying to get Labour MPs not to go against Blair Boy this week over these weapons of mass destruction, he said, Tony doesn't lie. Tony only freaking lies. That's all he does. And what you find, and I'll go into this as we go through, this network works with reverse symbolism. Everything they say, they're actually saying the opposite. When they say they'll do something, it means they're not going to do it. When they say they won't do it, it means they are. And even the symbolism, as I'll get through in this first section, is actually a mirror of what a symbol means to us. The population means the opposite to them. Oh, it's a big bloody stage, this, isn't it? Normally I'm standing like this. Our lives begin to end the day we become silent about things that matter. It's because we've done that for literally thousands of years that the few have taken more and more power into fewer and fewer hands. We're seeing it now all the time. We're not just getting big companies taking over small ones now, we're getting mega corporations fusing with mega corporations. We're getting decision making politically going further and further away from the people. And it's happening because we're allowing it to happen. But the wake-up call has arrived. I'm going to get knackered walking all around here, shite. Now, one of the things that stops people taking this thing on is they fear the consequences. And one thing I've learned over the years, that fearing doing something is actually far worse than actually flipping doing it. And it's like, oh no, they're up there and they're powerful, I can't to talk out about them, I better keep my head down and keep my mouth shut. Whoa. It's like a footballer. You know, you can get a footballer, gets the ball in midfield, and he looks up and there's this big hairy defense in front of him, right? So they go, ooh, no way there, play the ball square, get it back, make no distance forward, ooh, never get through there. Then you get the little guy who's got no fear. He gets the ball, looks up, big area defense, whew, have some of this, darling. And he runs at them, ducking and weaving, and now who's in control? This big area defense is now reacting to him. It's thinking about the power that is in this structure I'm talking about. That's the thing that stops most people speaking out and doing something about it. I'll give you an example. This is a Freemasonic kind of holy grail place in Boston, Massachusetts. It was one of the really early places where Freemasonry started after the movement of European peoples to the Americas. It's got about 5 stories and what have you. And what you'd think is, oh, never get in there. Well, we went in and went to the guy on the desk and asked if we could have a tour, right? And he said, we don't do tours. So he said, but if you want to talk to someone, go and see someone in the office. And he told us where to go. And we walked down towards this office. And this place is like the Mary Celeste. There's nobody in it. So we kept walking. And we had a camera, fortunately. And we go up the first floor and the second floor and the third floor, still nobody. And we walk into these amazing places. So here's an exclusive. The first time, probably ever, I have sat in the chair in the Freemasonic Temple. I wish I'd have pulled my trouser leg up a bit. That would have been better. But it's amazing what you can do when you just go for it. Because, like I say, the power that this network has over the people of the world is the power we give to them every day. The other thing that I hear people say is, mustn't talk about these things, it's negative, you'll frighten people. Well, I don't think knowledge and information is ever negative. I think ignorance is bloody negative myself. Because when we're in ignorance, we can be manipulated. Piece of cake. When we are in awareness of it, it's a very different story. So all I'm doing today is putting out information that I've gathered over the last 13 years of traveling around the world, talking to untold numbers of people in more than 40 countries, to find out what's happening behind the movie screen we're told on the news is happening every day. And what you find is that, like I said earlier, this whole edifice of power, once it's exposed, is a house of cards, which is why it is so desperate to keep information about its existence from the people it is manipulating. And like I say, we're now in a period where the awakening is happening, and I've been almost a barometer of this, from half a dozen people maybe in Devizes Town Hall to talking around the world to larger and larger audiences. And it's not me, it's the information that people are now opening their minds to, as what has remained hidden for so long is now coming to the surface. And the other thing I would say is, it's only information. I was talking to someone yesterday on the radio, and he didn't seem to be able to get it around in his head. that it is possible to put out information without trying to persuade anyone it's true. It's like this idea that you must be trying to convince people. I don't care what people think. I just have a very simple, passionate belief that people should have access to all information available, and not just that which the few allow them to have. Once that's done, I'm off to the barmy. Because not only is it, I don't care what other people think, it's more than that. It's none of my bloody business what people think and make of what I say. It's theirs. It's called freedom. So I'm not trying to convince anybody of any of this stuff today. But information can be very useful. I found this in a newsagent's shop. There's this monkey that's just whacked the floor at a rate of knots. And this monkey's saying, I've told you 100 times, don't scratch your ass with both hands, you know. Information can be very, very useful. And what's kind of funny is once you know, and in the second section of this event today, I'll go into this in detail, in Iraq and 9/11 and all the stuff that's unfolding now, which is nothing like we're being told on CNN or whatever. Once you realize that once people start to understand the techniques that are used to manipulate them, suddenly what has been subliminal becomes crystal clear, and that's part of the awakening as well, seeing through what's actually going on. Now I have this little system of filtering information and filtering things, and it goes like this. Take a deep breath, take a step back, look at it again. Because all the time we're getting pulled into the detail of the nonsense of the movie. And we get so pulled in, we actually think it's worth voting for this party rather than that party, when we're living in a one-party state in reality. And when you use that, take a step back, look at it again, the world can look very different. And this is an example. In America today, there's about 270 million people. And I know for a fact, having traveled there extensively in recent years, that there are a lot of intelligent people in America. Do you know there's actually a lot of people in America that don't sexually abuse children? There's a lot of people in America who actually can claim rightly to have two brain cells acting in unison. You go back beyond there are hundreds of millions of people who have lived in what has been called the United States since it was formed. Question: why don't they ever become president of the United States? They never do. The people that want to do something for the people in general, the people that don't come with an agenda, they don't get to president. Why? Because United States presidents are not elected by ballot. This bugger wasn't, was he? Bloody hell. They are selected by blood and selected by this network. Let's just have a look at the last few. Ronald Reagan, 2 terms, as we're laughingly told, as the most powerful man in the world. This is a man who had to be given written cue cards to have conversations in White House cocktail parties. If he managed to tie his shoelaces, it was a good day. This man was 2-term president of the United States. In truth, his vice president, Father George Bush, was. And then who came next? Georgie Boy the First. From a family, when you do the research, and many have, that is one of the major hard drug running families, certainly in North America and globally too. A notorious abuser of children, by those who've done any research on the man, President of the United States. 3 terms in truth, 2 under Reagan. And then we got this boy, didn't we? Billy Boy. $260 million people to choose from here. Tells us something. This is Clinton in the early years. I guess he looks a little bit like me, but I swear, lady, I've never seen you before. And then, have you seen, I can't believe it, Have you seen, they're actually opening a Clinton memorial in the Mall in Washington. And I've got an exclusive design of it. There it is. It's next to the Lincoln Memorial it's going, Unbelievable. President of the bloody United States. Go and bomb someone, yeah. That position. And then, here he is. Georgie boy. Who shall we bomb today, Georgie? You kids you've missed? Very bright man, very well read. Very well read, Georgie. President of the United States by Supreme Court, which had a Bush family majority on it, stands back in amazement. He's a very good reader, Georgie. I love this one. Damnedest thing, some goofy-looking guy out in the wings trying to shake hands with me. That'll be your reflection, sir. Great orator is Georgie. I know how hard it is to put food on your family. It's one of his. Someone said to me once, you make these up. I couldn't make them up. Families is where our nation finds hope, where wings take dream. Redefining the role of the United States from enablers to keep the peace to enablers to keep the peace from peacekeepers is going to be an assignment. Well, he ain't bloody wrong there, is he? Georgie boy. It's your money, you paid for it. Well, I think if you say you're going to do something and don't do it, that's trustworthiness. See, I told you nothing under here. This is my favorite. This is my favorite. And there are people, I know the guy's surprised, although he didn't get enough votes to get in, there are major numbers of people in America who are still voting for Bush and believe he's some kind of man of Christianity trying to bring peace to the world. Albert Einstein said, only two things are infinite, the universe and human stupidity, and I'm not sure about the former. Because of that, this is what is happening before our eyes. And as we go through the day, I'll present the amazing similarities, no mirror image of the techniques being used now and the techniques that were used to bring the Nazis to power and hold that power in the last century. These guys, it cannot, and as we'll see, it's not actually them. They're just the point that interacts with the public. The real people are behind the scenes that you never see, manipulating the pawns in the public eye to introduce certain policies. We are facing the rise very rapidly of the Fourth Reich, or maybe the third one coming back where we can actually see it. And it's happening in the same way it happened in Germany, with people going into denial that it's happening. I actually think, naive, stupid, not very bright, but when you go into a country, just because you want to take it over and conquer it and control it so you can use it as a foothold to take over more, and you slaughter at least 7,000 civilians and you cut children to bits with cluster bombs, I think that's fascism. Myself, I think it could well be. Orwell said, if you want a picture of the future, imagine a boot stamping on the human face forever. And I have no doubt whatsoever that when he wrote 1984, because Orwell, whose real name was Eric Blair, was very much involved in the political scene in Britain, I'm sure he was writing that from a great deal of forward knowledge of what the agenda was. And this, on September the 11th, 2001, was the catalyst that has been used to justify everything that has followed. And I'll tell you, having researched it for a year after it happened, a 3-year-old with 2 brain cells acting together could take the official story of 9/11 apart. And I'll get to that in the second section. Weapon of mass deception. That's what's happening all the time. It's not just Blair who has a genetic inability to tell the truth. It's all these people involved in the conquering of more and more countries. I wrote on my website the day Georgie Boy was inaugurated, don't be at all surprised if the United States finds itself in another manipulated war during this administration. You will see monsters created in the public mind to justify such action. Exactly, it took months. And in a book called The Biggest Secret, 1998, the plan is to engineer events, real and staged, that will create enormous fear in the countdown years to 2012. This includes a plan to start a third world war, either by stimulating the Muslim world into a holy war against the West, or by using China to cause global conflict, maybe both. And as we'll see in the second section, the documents have come to light from these people. As we'll see in the second section today, the documents that have come to light from within these organizations that are behind Bush and Blair, China is the place they're heading. And that's one reason why they're bringing North Korea into it. So this was allowed to happen because we, the people, have given our power away for so long that it's gone into fewer and fewer hands. And those hands have been animated by greater and greater levels of stupidity and total lack of empathy with the victims of their actions. And there's a reason for that which we'll come to later on. And it's this mentality, I mean, look at it. It's this mentality that allows it to happen. Get a brain, Morans. I love it. And that really is the whole basis of how this scam can be played. A few can only control the many when the many are manipulated to control themselves. When there's a few and you want to control a mass of people, you can't do it physically. There's just too many people. But you don't have to. For me to do that, my mind has had to decide to do it. In other words, my physical behavior, my physical actions come from my mind. Therefore, all you have to do is program the people to believe your version of reality, and the people will do exactly what you say as a result of that and see the world the way you want them to see it. And if you take the analogy of a herd of sheep, it's perfect, except the human herd has taken it one step further. If you wanted to control a herd of sheep and round them up, and you wanted to do it physically, impossible. I mean, look at those 2 pigs that went runabout a few years ago in Britain. Took them a week to find these pigs. Because you can't do it physically. If you want to round up sheep every night, physically, you need 6 or 7 blokes for every sheep. Even then, they wouldn't be guaranteed to get it. But you don't do it that way. 2 states of mind round up millions and millions of sheep all over the world every day. One, the bar mentality. Just following the one in front without question. Ba, 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 ba. And none of the sheep go, hey, excuse me, you at the front? Where you going? The guy probably turn around and go, I don't know, really. I just walk every day and all these people follow me, like, you know. So the vast majority of sheep are rounded up by the bar mentality. Bar. You see it in the human sense with, hey up, Dave, he's a professor at university. He must know what he's talking about. He's the Prime Minister. He wouldn't do that. Bar. And then you've got the few in the sheep herd that don't want to just follow the one in front without question. They're having a good time. They want to munch over here. No, you go. I'm staying here. This is good. And they are rounded up by the 4-letter word that controls the world, fear. symbolized by the sheepdog. Row, oh, they're in. And those two states of mind, bar, unthinkingly following the one in front, and fear, round up millions and millions of sheep every day, no problem. Now we have gone even one step further. We, the human herd, have dispensed with the sheepdog. We frighten each other into line. And once you're in that mentality, a very simple process is possible, and it's been going on for thousands of years, it's going on to this minute. All you have to do, if you're a manipulator, is to set the norms in society. What is considered good and bad, sane and insane, possible and impossible, moral and immoral, right and wrong, and you set them. You pound them out through what we laughingly call the education system. Crikey, it'd be great if we had an education system where people are educated. And you pound them out through the media, and they become the norm. But just because people don't question. So that sets a mental and emotional sheep pen of norms. The vast majority of people, bar, whole life in there. Well, everyone knows that. This is how it's done. Everyone knows that. Well, I don't bloody know it. There's one less than everybody. And then there's the few, increasingly more, but the few compared with the people in the bar mentality who actually have sussed that this sheep pen of norms is actually incredibly limited and fundamentally flawed. What happens? They start to act differently. They start to have a different view from the norm. And what happens? They get ridiculed and condemned for the crime, which is what it's become, of being different. And any society which makes it a hassle, gives people a bad time, makes it a crime to be different, is a society based on psychological fascism, and that accounts for virtually every nation on earth. So once you get to the edge of that hassle-free zone, you've gone as far as you can within the norms, and you know if you go any further, you're going to get some serious hassle. What's going through people's mind? It's not, hey, if I do, what will Tony Blair think about me? What about George Bush? What do you think about me? Oh my God. No. What's making people fear expressing their uniqueness, speaking their truth, is what will my mother think? What about the neighbors? What about the people at work? What about the guys down the bar? They'll take the piss. In other words, what frightens those that wish to get out the pen to staying in is fear of what those in the pen will do and say if they get out. And that simple structure, if it was dismantled by us feeling okay, and indeed encouraging people to express their uniqueness instead of being a clone of some norm, this edifice of manipulation would crash at its foundation. Because the few can't control the many, they've got to manipulate the many to control each other. That's what I say, the power is not with these guys, it's with us, but we give it away. This is an exclusive picture of the latest clone human, just come off the... That's the kind of people they want. And you know, well, Ralph said to me, and Ralph, great guy, he's done fantastic work to get this going and make this happen against a lot of odds from people who didn't want it to happen. He said to me just before, he said, you know, I've just seen the audience. It's like a profile of Britain. He said there's every culture, every color, every age group. Exactly. Because these divisions of race, of age, of background, of income bracket, they're all illusions. They're all fault lines through which to divide and rule us. And if only we stop that, the game would be over. This is what they want. Not people with open, infinite minds, accessing the infinity of possibility, the infinity of knowledge, love, wisdom, which we all are. They want us to sit in little eggshells. Oh, no, I couldn't do that. My life's ever so boring. I never do anything. All that stuff. That's where they want us. detached from infinity and in this little eggshell of program reality. And then we have the education system. I love this. This is another thing. You know, I was just thinking, if you sat down and you said, right, you want to manipulate the mind of the population. So you sat down around a table and you said, look, I don't know whether they'll stand for it, but what would be the best way of turning out young people as clones of our sense of reality we want them to have, because then they'll be controllable. And someone said, well, it's a bit far-fetched, but I'll tell you what we want is a system, and we'll call it education, because it's newspeak, like Orwell talked about. You know, you just give a word for the opposite of what it is. We'll call it education, and it means that we'll take children from their parents at a very early age, and we'll keep them there about 5 days a week at least, all the way through their formative years, and we'll pound them every day with our version of reality. They'd never stand for that. That's what we have. Now, there's two sides of the brain. There's the left brain, which is like this world thinks in words. It thinks in logic. Physical worldview, can I see it, touch it, taste it, smell it? It exists then. And then there's the right brain, which is inspiration, creativity, the artist, the person who does not see limits. Someone who thinks through the heart as well as the brain, the mind. And what the education system wants to do is pour information, most of it provable crap, into the left brain, and it says, hold it there, darlings, until we give you a shout. And then it says, ladies and gentlemen, you have 2 hours to complete this paper. Please pick up your pens. At which point you're supposed to spew out what it has told you onto the paper. And if you do that well, you get rewarded. Hey, my John is very clever. Hey, you get a good job with all those passes. Oh, your John is well indoctrinated, isn't he? Yes. Now, carrot and stick. If you are thinking for yourself, and you're a young guy or a young girl, and you take that stuff in there, and you whip it over there and give it a look, and you go, it's a piece of shit, look at it, look at it. If you tell your exam paper that, there's a phone call. Hello, is that Mrs. Jones? Billy's a disruptive influence in the classroom. You mean he's asking questions? Yes, they'll all want to do it. Yeah? You know, in the last part of the talk, I'm really going to get into the nature of reality and how we create it, because there's so much information and supporting evidence now to give us a real fix on how we're creating reality, because this is an illusion. But how is it an illusion? How do we create it? More and more knowledge on that. But these guys, these manipulators, know it's an illusion, and they know we're creating it through our minds, and so they know if they program our minds with the right illusion, we'll create it physically. And the education system is massively, massively part of that. As H.L. Mencken, an American writer, said all those years ago, the most dangerous man to any government is the man who is able to think things out for himself. Almost inevitably, he comes to the conclusion that the government he lives under is dishonest, insane, and intolerable. And that is why we are pressured from cradle to grave not to figure it out. Sorry, boys, no can do. So shut up, keep your head down, keep your mouth shut, go with the flow. In life's easier that way. Or, as the Japanese have a national saying, don't be the nail that stands out above the rest, because that's the first one to get hit. That is the mentality. That allows the few to control the many, and without it they couldn't do it. And on the other side, bad monkey, no banana. Ooh, don't play our game. Smacky. You will not progress within our system. Come into line or you're an outcast or a rebel. Oh, a rebel. So, this is going to come up a few times as we go along, because this is what's happening every day. And it will become more and more obvious as we go through the day. You have a secret agenda for literally the centralized fascist control of the world, with a world government that would dictate to all nations, a world army that would impose the will of the world government on those nations that did not wish to go with what it was told to do, a world central bank that would dictate the financial system of the world, a world currency, which the European currency is a stepping stone to, which is why they're having no truck with people making a decision. They will not go with a referendum until they know they're going to win it. And a microchip population linked to a global computer. Thousands of people are being microchipped in America now as a result of 9/11, and I'll get into that in the second section of this talk. Now, to introduce this agenda, they need in the movie, that which we see on the television news every day, they have to find excuses to bring in different elements of the agenda by creating mythical excuses for it in the movie. This is why when they want to invade Iraq, secret agenda, want to get in there, I'll go into this in detail later on, they want to go into Iraq because it's part of the process of taking over the Middle East. They need to create an excuse for that in the movie, thus hiding that and justifying the elements of it being introduced. So they come up with weapons of mass destruction. Weapons of mass destruction, weapons of mass destruction, weapons of mass destruction. The mantra. Once you hear them with the mantra, you know something's coming. So that's how they're doing it, and I'll get into that in detail later. And also, towards the end, I'll get into this part of it, which is the fact that this world, like I say, is an illusion. It's a matrix of manipulated, indoctrinated belief in a reality that suits the agenda, and all it is an illusion. We think when we look over there that the walls of this theater are solid. They cannot be. It is impossible, because they're made of atoms which are anything about as least solid as you can get. We make it solid by our minds. And this is the information. This is the information that's being kept from us so they can manipulate our reality without us realizing that we're creating the reality they're manipulating us to have. Now, and I'm an illusion as well. Now, I saw this in a newsagent's shop as well. These two lady peacocks are saying to the male peacock, "Cut the crap and show us your willy." And so, I don't want to clear the theater, so I won't take it literally, but that's what we're going to do now. Look behind the movie screen and see what's going on that we're not told about and we don't see. This is the structure that's been used by the few to control the many for literally thousands of years. It's the compartmentalized pyramid. What you do is, if you look at any organization today, it's structured as a pyramid. You've got the few at the top of the organization that know what the real deal is, what the real agenda is, and the further you come down, you're meeting more and more people in the organization who know less and less and less about what the organization's really about. The CIA and people like that call it compartmentalization. And so what this structure does, this network does, that goes under the name, calls itself the Illuminati, the illuminated ones, illuminated into knowledge the rest of the population doesn't get, is it hoards knowledge at the top level of these pyramids and keeps the people in ignorance of it. And up there is fantastic knowledge all the way through history that has been kept from the people. And therefore, what the people think is possible here, they know is nothing like the limits of possibility. And a few years ago, I got some idea of the kind of knowledge and technology that exists up there that's kept from the people when I was asked through a third party to meet a CIA scientist who was desperate to get information out about what was actually going on. He joined the CIA as a young guy in his 20s because he was a genius in the area of magnetics, and they wanted to use that genius. He thought he was serving his country down the bottom here of the pyramid. And he said when he started working for them, he started to realize that this deal that I'm talking about today actually was really a reality and no theory. And he realized that what they wanted his genius for was to create technology to advance this agenda. And he rebelled against it. And when he rebelled against it, he was telling me he left home one day when he was refusing to work for them, and he has missing time from the moment he left home to when he woke up in this room on a medical type bench. And he said when he got his faculties back, and he was opening his shirt, he was telling me this, and on his chest was like a see-through shampoo sachet. What they call them in the CIA is patches. Someone's been patched. And I could see in this patch a orangey golden liquid. And what had happened, he said, was that his body had been manipulated to need this drug to survive, and these patches have to be replaced every 72 hours, and if they're not replaced, he starts to die. And he has a family. I was there with his family when I met him. He doesn't want to die, so he starts working for the CIA again. And what he said to me was that there is technology that's been around for decades to cure cancer. Technology, drugs, what have you, to cure cancer. He said there's technology to create abundant growth in deserts without water. Why is this stuff not introduced when people are dying through hunger? It's not introduced because of a simple equation. Abundance equals choice equals freedom. Scarcity equals dependency equals control. And so what we have is manufactured dependency all over the developing world, because that equals control. Here's a guy from the United Nations food program. Food is power. We use it to change behavior. Some may call that bribery. We do not apologize. I've traveled Africa a lot, spent a lot of time in South Africa, particularly in recent years. The idea that that continent can't feed itself if left to its own devices is ludicrous. It can't, because transnational corporations take over vast amounts of food-growing land to provide cash crops for the Western market, and there are manipulated wars all over Africa that make abundant food-growing land no-go areas. There's no need for this. It's manufactured. And so you have this structure of hoarding knowledge and keeping it from the people. And I started to think about when this structure was first started, because by the time I wrote a book called And the Truth Shall Set You Free, back in the mid-90s, I'd started to piece together, which I'll get into later on, how the world is manipulated today. It's a very simple structure. It has to be, or it's going to get too complex to work. And so I started to go back looking for some kind of origin for this manipulation. You get back very quickly to the point where you realize that the institutions of power today have not been infiltrated by this network. They were created and structured as they are by the network in the first place to give the illusion of freedom and choice while fundamentally limiting both. And you continue to go back. I got comfortably back to around the time of the Crusades in the so-called Holy Land, around the 1200s time, when a lot of secret societies were created that actually are still going strong today and have among their number the top people in global politics, business, banking, media ownership. And I kept going back, and eventually you're thousands of years BC before you're picking up some kind of theme. It's not the start of it, but it's a point where you can start to pick it up. And it's in this area of the world, what is now Turkey, up to the Caucasus Mountains, and what is now Iraq particularly. Iraq was the home of the very advanced culture, going back to 4000 BC down to around 2000 BC, of Sumer. In the same area that we call Iraq today is Babylon. And interestingly, it was the texts and accounts and records of that very area, of those cultures, that were destroyed, and many priceless artifacts from that time looted, according to the museum directors, by experts who knew what they were looking for when all the chaos broke as a result of the invasion of Iraq. And in this area, certain family lines that were considered to be royal lines and claimed to have the right to rule the people because of their bloodline, what we call the royal families, started to appear. And as you move through history, these families exported themselves out into Europe, where they became the aristocracy of Europe and the royal families of Europe, royal family of Europe in truth. And then through what we call the Great British Empire and other European empires, but particularly the British and particularly the French together, these royal bloodlines were exported all over the world, to North America, to Australia, and elsewhere. And they are the ones today that turn up in the positions of ruling power in politics and banking and what have you. Babylon was an ancient headquarters of this Illuminati. Like I said, and that's why, as we'll get to as we go through, these Illuminati today use a tremendous amount of Babylonian symbolism in their own codes and language. This is the area I'm talking about. Egypt came into it as well, but this area was crucial to at this point where we pick the story up. And this, of course, is the very area that these guys are now going back in with a list of countries to take over in the same area of the world. So you had these royal bloodlines that moved up into Europe and became the aristocracy and royal families of Europe, etc. And a lot of researchers are now starting to look at this, because it was very clear to me when I started to investigate this that for some reason these Illuminati families are obsessed with interbreeding with each other. And this has been put together from a number of different genealogical sources: Burke's Peerage, the Boston Historical Genealogical Society that looks at the genealogy of presidents of the United States. And you find that you can pick up certain lines in that ancient part of the world that I'm talking about and come down right the way through to the present day. Philip of Macedonia, who was the father of Alexander the Great, that before he died in Babylon around the age of 32, 33, had taken over much of that blue and white map we saw a few seconds ago. Comes down through the royal lines of Egypt and the Roman Empire, down through Herod, the king mentioned in the Bible stories. Also comes down through Constantine the Great, who was the Roman emperor who in 325 AD called the Council of Nicaea that created the structure that still is Christianity to this day. And it comes down through the Merovingians. Now the Merovingians kind of disappeared from history and then came to light more recently in the last, 20 years or so, through books like Holy Blood, Holy Grail, that investigated what was claimed to be the bloodline of Jesus. I think there's another interpretation of that myself, that included the Merovingians in what we now call France. The Merovingians were a royal line of a group of people called the Sicambrian Franks, who became known as the Franks, and that's where France comes from. And the Merovingians are a royal bloodline that were big goddess Diana worshippers. And they were very much based in what we now call France and Paris. And the royal families of Europe are all connected into the Merovingian bloodline. Also, the vast overwhelming majority of American presidents from George Washington to George W. Bush connect into that same bloodline. In fact, another one on this list, Charlemagne, one of the most famous monarchs of what we now call France, that went on from the Merovingians. Of the 43 presidents of the United States, from Washington to Bush, 34 go back to Charlemagne. The Habsburgs, that were the family that ruled the Holy Roman Empire in Europe for centuries, connect into this same bloodline. And the de' Medici family, big bloodline in Italy, banking family, and the House of Lorraine in France, up to this day an important bloodline in the Illuminati. And interestingly, a couple of very famous people were connected to both the de Medici family and the House of Lorraine. One was called Christopher Columbus, who was connected to both. Christopher Columbus was not looking for India and tripped over the Americas. He knew pretty much where he was going because of the knowledge held outside the public arena. And another guy who worked for both families we know as Nostradamus, Michel de Notre Dame. The reason that guy, I'm not saying he was a bad guy or anything, but the reason he had tremendous esoteric knowledge compared with the rest of the population is because he had access into these advanced levels of knowledge that are passed over through this secret society network through history and kept from the people. This is Charlemagne here, outside the Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris. So it comes down all the way through these lines and all the way down through the French royal lines and into the British royal families as well, right down to the present one that connects into the Merovingians also. And because of this process of taking the bloodlines out with the British Empire, it goes into the presidents of the United States as well. As Burke's Peerage said one election ago in America, every single presidential election, bar none, from Washington to George W. Bush, has been won by the candidate with the most royal genes. And therefore, they've started to predict presidencies, because they picked this up some elections ago. They've started to select presidents or predict presidents on the basis of their royal heritage. Right down to these two who lock into this same network. And this is why it was possible to predict that George W. Bush would be the next president of the United States 3 years before he became president. Two reasons. First of all, the bloodline, the connection into the Bush family, which is a very significant Illuminati family in America, and also the fact that they were bringing him to political prominence in Texas as governor. So this guy was not, well, he wasn't elected, but he was selected long before. Now, this is an alternative genealogy, which I do have sympathy with, I have to say. Comes down through Scottish family bloodlines as well. Very, very important area for the Illuminati, Scotland, in history, and that's one of the reasons the biggest secret society in the world is called the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry, after that very small country at the top of the British Isles. Joseph Smith, who started the Mormon Church, which is an Illuminati front, big time in Salt Lake City, Merovingian bloodline. The guy who took it on, Brigham Young, Merovingian bloodline. The guy, just one quick mention before I go to the next guy. This is the state seal of Utah, a symbol of the Merovingian bloodline going right back in history is the beehive or the bee. And so you have that right at the heart of the Utah state seal. And Utah, of course, is a wholly owned subsidiary of the Mormon Church. Interestingly, another symbol of the Merovingian bloodline going back into history is the fleur-de-lis that you see all over British royalty. Charles Taze Russell, who created the Jehovah's Witness movement, along with others, Merovingian bloodline, buried under a pyramid in America. And these religions like that are created again to divide and rule and program people into certain beliefs and to keep them in the pen, in the web. And I'm far from the only person that started to realize that there is an Illuminati bloodline that they are obsessed with maintaining. So as this has passed through history, this network has been behind many different empires, starting with the Babylonian, when you can pick it up, and then eventually it moved to Rome. And when it was in Rome, that's when we had the creation of the Roman Empire and the creation of the Roman Church that became Christianity as we know it. They then eventually moved up further into Europe, and one of the major operational centers to this day is London, and particularly that part of London known as the City of London, where the financial district is. And the number of secret societies, elite ones, within this web in the City of London is enormous compared with most other parts of the world. America is important, very much so, but to a very large extent, America is used to fire the bullets that are actually loaded in Europe. Because if you want to hide where the power is, you want people looking over there when the power is over there. So to a very large extent, America has been set up to fire the bullets and take the focus of people when the real power is behind here in Europe, in places like Paris and Germany. So what you got eventually, as the British Empire and these other empires exported the Illuminati, not just its bloodline, but the secret society network through which it manipulates, you create a situation where it's like a spider's web. The center is in Europe. That's where the real deal is manipulated from. Then in the different areas of the world, different countries, you have what I call the bloodline branch managers, that their job is to control their country's political system, banking system, business system, and media ownership. And so from the center of the web, the policy for the centralization of power is dictated, and the job then is for the people in the different countries to introduce that agenda in their particular sphere of influence. Which is why you find, when you travel around, that the same things are introduced in different countries, apparently unconnected, at the same time. Even some wording of the legislation is exactly the same. It's because it's coordinated from a central point, because of the system I'm talking about, the spider's web. And so what they've created as they've passed through history is this structure of pyramids within pyramids. It's like Russian dolls, one doll inside a bigger doll inside a bigger doll. This is small pyramids inside bigger pyramids inside bigger pyramids. So if you work in a local bank, taking the checks across the counter, you don't know what's being decided in the bank manager's office behind you, never mind what's being happening at higher levels of the bank. The bank manager behind you doesn't know what's happening at the next level, and they don't know what's happening at the next level. And so even in a single bank, there's a tiny few at the top that know what's going on, and the rest of them only know what they need to know to make their contribution. The only people that know how all those contributions fit together are the few at the top. And then that bank goes into another period and another pyramid until eventually you've got one that encompasses the whole of the global banking system. And when you get to the top, you find the same few family lines. And they're dictating down the system a policy to unfold this agenda of centralization. A transnational corporation in itself is a compartmentalized pyramid, massively so. But if you go to a high enough pyramid in that network, you find one that encompasses all the transnational corporations. And at the top of that are the same people that are at the top of the banking system. A few years ago, maybe a couple of years ago, maybe not that long, a journalist worth the name called John Pilger did a very good documentary on ITV about globalization. What is globalization, for goodness sake? It's the agenda unfolding, the centralization of global power. It's not just big, bad, greedy corporations. They are the vehicle to achieve global centralization of power. And what Pilger said in this documentary, that today, a quarter of the world's economic activity is down to around 200 companies. Staggering enough. But if you go to the next level, the pyramid that encompasses all of them, they are the same company, in effect. And so what you can have is, from this point, with all these different pyramids going into the same pyramid peak, you can have the same policy of incessant centralization of power coming down these apparently, at our level of experience, unconnected organizations and institutions. And the more you centralize power, the more power you have to centralize it even quicker. And that's why this momentum for constant centralization has got faster and faster and faster and faster and faster, and will continue to do so as this process continues of centralize more power, centralize quicker. So, you can have situations, and you do all over the place, where in the movie level, situations are set up, conflicts, us against them, this religion against that religion, war, but actually the two sides are ultimately manipulated by the same force. And we believe the movie when it's just a scam to bring in the agenda. And just a quick one on that. If you want to control a game, and these guys are obsessed with controlling the outcome before the movie starts. And if you want to control a football match, and you control one side, you're going to influence the football match. But you don't know what the result's going to be before a ball's kicked, because there's another side you don't control. So in all debates, whether it's more power in the centralization of Europe, or whether it's GM foods or whatever, they try to control both sides of the debate, give the illusion in the movie of some kind of free choice and debate, while knowing the outcome before it starts. What have they decided about GM food? They're going to introduce it. What have they decided about putting fluoride in British water? They're going to introduce it. What have they decided about going more and more into the European superstate? They're going to do it. Those decisions have long been made. All the rest is just giving us the illusion of we're having some kind of say. Now, this is the greatest form of imprisonment. It's what I call the prison without the bars. What happened was, eventually, the colonial powers of Europe, like the British Empire, they reached the point with their colonies around the world where they could no longer hold on to that power overtly, because the people were starting to kick up a stink. So they, in the movie, gave those countries independence from the colonial power in Europe. What actually happened is they swapped one form of dictatorship for another. And then the other is the most potent form of dictatorship at all. The one there's two forms of dictatorship. There's one that you can see, touch, taste, and experience, fascism, communism, whatever, centralization of power with a dictator, and you know he's a dictator. It may take some time, but eventually the desire for freedom in the human heart will rebel against that kind of dictatorship, because you can see it, you can focus on it. The greatest form of dictatorship is the hidden hand, which gives you the illusion of freedom while fundamentally controlling your lives, because people do not rebel against not being free when they believe they are. So like I say, what happened was when the colonial powers apparently pulled out of North America, pulled out of Africa, pulled out of Asia, and Australia, and all these other countries, they left behind their secret society network and the bloodlines that they're so obsessed with, and they have gone on controlling those countries ever since, while the people of those countries have believed they were free. The prison without the bars. And this spider's web I'm talking about allows that process to happen. And the spider, that which is really calling the shots, really orchestrating the centralization of global power, the fascist state, is not among those that we see. If you can see them, they're still gophers. Maybe powerful gophers on the level they operate, like Bush or Blair or whatever, but they're still gophers. The people really behind this you never see, because why are they going to put themselves on public display where they can be identified and targeted? There's a wonderful example I give you. I spent a lot of time in South Africa in recent years. I've become a great friend of a man called Credo Mutwa, who is the official historian of the Zulu nation. Wonderful man. And he's filled me in on so many things that went on there during the apartheid regime. But this is a classic example. During apartheid, you had an in-your-face dictatorship. You knew where you stood. You were in a situation of control by the few. As a result of that, there was rebellion within South Africa, quite right, because they knew where they were. All across the world, there were all these protests. There were sanctions. There were all these things because the people around the world could see it. Apartheid, control. At that time, a few families in South Africa owned the gold mines, they owned the diamond mines, and they controlled at least 80% of the South African stock market. Then we had this movement to give a vote to black people in South Africa. Quite right. Mandela was brought into the presidency. We now have Thabo Mbeki. Today, in South Africa, there have been changes on the surface, yes, but who actually controls the lives of the people in South Africa? Today, all these years later, those same families that controlled the gold mines and the diamond mines and the stock market and the media before apartheid continue to do so. But what has happened since? What has happened now? No rebellion. Where's all the protests and the placards around the world? Human rights in South Africa, that people are not free. All gone. Because of the movement from in-your-face dictatorship to hidden hand control. And that has happened all over the world. Now, one of the things that I found as I went through this, and in this first section, I'm just going to look at some of the different elements to it, a little bit of history, and then after we've had a break, I'm going to big time go into what's happening today. Stunning stuff, that is. Crikey, you couldn't make that up. The thing that I started to realize is that these people were not just obsessed with bloodline, and what obsessed with bloodline? Crikey, it's just a body to experience this reality, but it's important to them for some reason, which we'll get to. But they're also obsessed with symbolism, utterly obsessed with it, and there's a reason for that which I'll get to later as well. And like I said, a lot of their symbolism comes from ancient Babylon and that kind of area, and even going further back. And a part of that is an obsession with the goddess. The Illuminati goddess keeps coming up all the time as well. So the way they structure themselves are like a secret society. You have all these different degrees within a secret society. Unlike in the Freemasons, the vast majority of Freemasons don't get any higher than the bottom 3 levels of degree, the so-called blue degrees. So when people say, it's the Freemasons, well, hold on a minute. There's a lot of Freemasons, and the overwhelming vast majority of them have no comprehension of what their organization is being used for. It's not the anyone. It's this network that works through all these different organizations and controls them covertly. Only a few within the Freemasons actually know what the real deal is. Most of them just, good for a bit of business in the local community, wheel the wife out for the dinner once a year and have these silly rituals. I don't understand what they are, but then it gets you in. That's the level we're talking about. But within that organization are people that do know the deal and are using that Freemasonic network to advance it. And some of these secret societies, which use this goddess symbolism, which I'll get to in a second, and these other symbolic things that are all around us, go back a very, very long time. The Freemasons did not begin in the, 1700s like they claim. That was just when they moved and called themselves another name. This thing goes back to the far ancient world. And just to give you an idea of that, I just want to pick 3 secret societies up that were formed around the time of the Crusades. In the 1100s they were formed and through into the 1200s. And they were formed in that area of the world, Jerusalem, that kind of area, during the Crusades in that period, like I say. One of them was called the Teutonic Knights, that relate to Germany. And that Teutonic Knight network continues today, and it was that network in Germany in the 20th century that created the Nazi Party and brought it to power. Another one, formed around the same time in the same area of the world, was called the Knights Hospitaller of St. John of Jerusalem, which in its Catholic version today is known as the Knights of Malta. The official head is the Pope, and in its Protestant version is known as the Knights of St. John of Jerusalem, and the official head is the Monarch of England. The one I just want to follow just for a few minutes to give you just an idea of how secret societies in the ancient world have come through to the present day. is to talk about one that was formed again at the same time as the other two, basically, called the Knights Templar. This was an organization came out of France and came to Jerusalem, and there were only about 9 of them. And they parked themselves next to Temple Mount, and their official story is that they were formed to protect pilgrims visiting the Holy Land. Well, you're going to protect a lot of pilgrims with 9 people. It's a cover story. They stayed there for some 9 years or so, and according to excavations in that area in the 19th century, artifacts and things were found, signs were found that the Templars had been under Temple Mount. Whatever, something changed very quickly after around 9 years, because a couple of these guys came back to France and started signing up the aristocratic families of Europe. They clearly knew something big time. They became extremely wealthy because you had to give your wealth and land to the Templars to join. And they set up what is effectively the banking system of Europe out of places like Paris and London that were their major headquarters. In 1307, they had the crown heads of Europe up to their necks in debt to them, with a scam that follows these bloodlines everywhere that they have come, right to the present day. And the scam is lending people money that doesn't exist and charging them interest on it. That's the scam. A lot of people don't realize that when you go to a bank and you want to borrow 50 grand, the bank doesn't pull 50 grand out the bloody vault. It doesn't move a piece of precious metal a single sodding inch. All it does is type into your account 50 grand, and from that moment on you start paying interest on money that has not, does not, and will never exist. Huh? I've got a great idea, no one wants to hear it. To solve world debt, the debt of business, the debt of individuals, all of it. Jam jars. Jam jars. I thought it'd go down well. What we do is we have a national campaign of collecting jam jars, empty ones. We put the lid on, so trapping the air, and we deliver them to the bank saying just paying back what we borrowed, and that's the frickin' end of it. And ludicrous as that may sound, that's actually what we're borrowing. Now, because the same network, the Illuminati, has controlled the politicians, it also controls the banks. They've got the politicians to make legislation that gives the banks the right to lend at least 10 times what it has on deposit, therefore giving it the ability to lend fresh air and charge money for it. This is how it works once you see the structure that we're being controlled within. So anyway, the Knights Templar were eventually purged by Philip the Fair, the King of France, in 1307. On Friday the 13th, which is why Friday the 13th has been considered unlucky ever since, apparently, and they went runabout. They almost certainly went to the Americas, because the knowledge of the Americas existed goes back a long way in the secret knowledge line. They also went to Scotland, which I'll get to in a second, but they went down significantly to the United States, to Portugal, where they hid behind a front called the Knights of Christ that was the Templars under another name. And this is very significant because one of the most famous Grand Masters of the Knights of Christ was a guy called Prince Henry the Navigator, and one of his sea captains was very close to him, was the father-in-law of Christopher Columbus. And it's within the Templars, and within particularly those that were exploring on behalf of the Templars, they had maps going back to the ancient world, some of which have come to light, that showed that the Americas existed long before official history says anyone knew it did. Though I think the Native Americans probably knew it existed. I think they probably sussed it. When Columbus went on his trip, he wasn't looking for India. He pretty much knew where he was going because of that. This was the Knights Templar. The red cross on the white background was its symbol, which of course is the flag of England, and St. George comes from that same area of the world, what we call Cappadocia, now Turkey. And the Great Work, which is one of the names they give to this movement through the ages of taking the planet over, was massively advanced when Columbus made his trip and also another guy, I'll come to in a second, made the trip to find North America, and the whole movement of peoples from Europe could go and take the North American continent over. This is Christopher Columbus. He went and found that bit, and this is John Cabot, whose real name was Giovanni Caboto, a naturalized Venetian, and he left the Templar port of Bristol to find North America about 4 or 5 years after he found that bit. Official history doesn't put them together, but you can. A Freemasonic historian who got to the 32nd degree, I think, of the Scottish Rite, called Manly P. Hall in America, wrote a book about this, and he says that Columbus and Cabot, Giovanni Caboto, were both connected into the same secret society networks in Genoa, and therefore they both were working to the same plan when they found North America, because then the whole business of moving in on that continent could start. This is Chris. A number of people have kind of made the point that they call him Christopher Columbus, but he used to sign his name Colon. I said that in America once, you know. I said, why do you call Powell Colon Powell? And someone said, because he's full of shit. I thought it was quite good myself. But why do they? You know what I mean? Everything is symbolism. So was Columbus. When you go back to Babylon, you find that they worshipped a trinity of Nimrod, the father, who they symbolize as a fish, Ninos Tamos, the son, and they said father and son were one. I've heard that somewhere before. This is thousands of years BC. And the female point of the Babylonian trinity was someone called Queen Semiramis. Queen Semiramis has become a symbol of the Illuminati, in the Illuminati goddess I was talking about earlier. And when they moved their headquarters from Babylon to Rome, the Romans used to worship Queen Semiramis under the term Venus Columba, Venus the dove, because the Babylonians used to symbolize Semiramis as a dove. Still today, in French, the word for dove is columba. So Columbus was a play on Columba, the goddess of the Illuminati, Queen Semiramis. Now look at that. This is Queen Semiramis as portrayed on an ancient coin. I've seen her somewhere before. The Statue of Liberty, I was talking earlier about reverse symbolism. The Statue of Liberty in the mind of the American people understandably stands for liberty. What it actually stands for is we're running the show, we're showing you, but you can't see it, can you? That statue was given to New York by French Freemasons in Paris who knew what it really represented. I'll get more into that as we go along. As a result, the goddess of the French Republic is symbolized in the same way, because as the bloodlines came through, all these different symbols of the Illuminati were implanted. The goddess Columbia, District of Columbia, again, the same, Semiramis. And so we have the very center of government in America in the District of Columbia, Washington, D.C., British Columbia, Columbia Broadcasting, Columbia University, CBS, Columbia Broadcasting, Illuminati-owned television network in America, along with the others. And so you get the dove, Semiramis symbolism, on the Supreme Council of Freemasons in Britain. Again, the dove you find very prevalent in those sticks that she holds when she's doing her ceremonies, septics or something. Is it me? They say I'm bloody mad. I'm happy to accept that. But backing out of a room because of some woman who's just got a certain DNA. I mean, excuse me, it's 2003. And those crosses are the cross of the Knights of Malta, the Maltese cross. And you find the goddess all over the place in the symbolism of the Illuminati. This I took, or a picture was taken, in one of those temples in that Boston Freemasonic headquarters I talked about earlier. There's Benjamin Franklin, another one of the gang he was. And you see the same symbolism going through history. This is Isis, as symbolized by the Egyptians holding Horus, the son of God of Egypt, and this is Mary holding Jesus, the son of God of Christianity, and the same things come up. They just give them different names. The other thing they do is they reverse symbolism, everything, like I said. So one of the things the Templars and the people that set up the Templars and others used to worship was the Black Madonna. Now this is nothing to do with color or race, it's to do with this reverse symbolism. If something is accepted by the population as white, portrayed as white, the Illuminati symbolism is it's black. When it's portrayed as black, the Illuminati symbolism is it's white. Everything is turned around. And this is why the classic symbol of Satanism is the five-pointed star reversed so it's pointing down. The Nazis turned the swastika around to indicate the negative for the same reason. Swastika is a very ancient symbol. And for the same reason, this worship of the goddess, you've got the Mother Lodge of Freemasonry in London. And where did they place it? Great Queen Street. Great Queen was one of the names they gave to Queen Semiramis. Also the Virgin Queen. And I love it when official history tells us that they named Virginia after the Virgin Queen, Queen Elizabeth I. I love it. She was no more a virgin than Madonna, that woman, was she? I mean, that's a bloody laugh. Virgin Queen, however, is Semiramis symbolism, part of the whole deal. Something else that happened in that 1307 purge in France and further afield was that the Templars, because they had a massive fleet of ships by this time, doing all their trade, they were just an absolute massive transnational corporation. They went round the west coast of Ireland, this is well documented in a number of books now, and they hid in Scotland, another group of them, and they eventually re-emerged under another name, the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry, the biggest secret society in terms of numbers in the world today, like I say, going through all business and banking, all the other stuff. And this, to a very large extent, at a place called Roslin, which is actually just down the road, literally about 3 minutes in a car, from the Roslin Institute, where they clone that sheep, Dolly. This is the church chapel, Roslin Chapel, that was built by the Sinclair family, as it was by then, but was actually originally in France the St. Clair family, and the St. Clair family were massively involved in the creation of the Templars. Eventually they moved to Scotland, became the Sinclairs, and they built this chapel, which is very much a holy grail for the Illuminati in many ways. And in the stonework, you find depictions of aloe plants and other plants and cactus plants that were found at that time anyway only in the United States as it became. And that's significant because this chapel was built and the stonework put in many, many years before Columbus got in his ship, and official history says he discovered the Americas. These guys were there a long time before. So after this you had this big influx of people and the occupation of North America began, and the Native Americans were pushed back and put on reservations and what have you, and we had the nation built that has become, on the face of it, the most powerful nation on earth. And Francis Bacon wrote a book called The New Atlantis. Francis Bacon was an initiate of this network, wrote a book called The New Atlantis, which was looking forward to the new America. So then you had this colony in America, and then you had the time when the colonies apparently rebelled and wanted independence. A lot of the founding fathers, I'm not saying all of them, but a lot of the founding fathers, like Benjamin Franklin here, were Illuminati placemen. Their role was to move America from an in-your-face colonial dictatorship to a covert, controlled from Europe still, underground hidden hand dictatorship. While this guy was opposing royal rule from Britain, he was a bosom pal of the royal family of Britain. He was in a notorious secret society called the Hellfire Club, in which the royal family had members, and was run by a guy called Sir Francis Dashwood on his estate at Wickham, that was involved in horrendous bloody rituals and what have you, which again follow these bloodlines all the way through history. He was just there to ease the nature of the dictatorship from one to another. And interestingly, a few years ago, they had a £1.5 million grant to renovate his former house in Craven Street near Trafalgar Square into a museum to his life. And when they dug the floor up, this is what this is about, they found 10 bodies, 6 of them children, under his floor. And this story is talking about how the bodies have been connected to the time that he was there, and it says that he must have been into body snatching for medical research. When you realize what the Hellfire Club were up to, I think there could be an alternative explanation. And then you had the process of the new government of the United States, George Washington, aristocratic British bloodline, and so they went on all the way through to the present day. This guy was a high-degree Freemason, George Washington, one of the top ones, and he became the first president, no coincidence. Here's his apron. He must do a lot of washing up or something, I don't know. I can't believe it. I'm just putting my apron on, darling. He was also, apparently, I was reading, a member of the Knight of the Garter. This is the guy who opposed British control of America and was in this grouping around the Queen. Also, right the way through to the present day, the presidents are not only connected to the bloodline, they're fundamentally involved in the secret society network that puts the bloodlines into power. This is a picture taken in that Boston Freemasonic Lodge where we were walking around it. Franklin Delano Roosevelt, honorary Grand Master of the Order of de Molay. This comes from a guy called Jacques de Molay, who was the Grand Master of the Knights Templar in France at the time of the Purge in 1307. Bill Clinton was also a member of the Order de Molay. Right down to these people, fundamentally involved in the secret society network and the satanic networks. And when he was inaugurated in 2001, he actually swore the oath on the same Freemasonic Bible from the New York Lodge that George Washington had done back in 1789. So, they have a secret language, and when I get towards the end, there's a major reason why they have a secret language, because the way we're manipulated overwhelmingly is through the subconscious mind, what people call subliminals. And the language of the subconscious is symbolism to a very large extent, and you can manipulate the subconscious mind with symbolism, which I'll get to later. So you have this structure going through history, keeping this knowledge to the few and keeping the people in ignorance of it. And this is a book by a guy called James Churchward, who was a man who investigated the alleged existence of an ancient civilization called Mu or Lemuria in the Pacific, which is supposed to have gone down in great cataclysms and what have you. And he traveled to isolated monasteries in Asia, where he said he was shown tablets and accounts going back literally tens of thousands of years. And among the things he was shown, this is from his book, were a number of ancient symbols going way, way back into prehistory. And these are the symbols, to this day, of the Illuminati. That, of course, was what the Nazis picked up. And the Nazis were an occult, in the negative sense of the word, because there's a positive too, secret society. And there you have the Knights of Malta cross. These are not just picked out of the air. Oh, that looks a nice cross, we'll have that one. They mean something going way back, and I'll come to what that one is all about in a second as well. One of the great symbols of the Illuminati, which you see all the time, is the sun, because it represents illumination, illuminated into the knowledge the rest of the population don't get. And also, it's an understanding that the sun has a tremendous effect on life on Earth. 99% of the mass of the solar system is represented in the sun, and it sends out fantastic projections of energy which come to the Earth on what's called the solar wind, and they affect electrical systems and what have you here at their most powerful, and they certainly affect us and the way we react to events. And they follow these cycles all the time, these cycles of moon cycles and sun cycles, because they're having an effect on us and sometimes they can play a card most effectively and sometimes less effectively. They're reading them all the time. While they're laughing at things like astrology and dismissing it, they're using it in a very, very detailed manner all the time. I know a number of astrologers around the world who are on retainers from the CEOs of transnational corporations who consult the astrologer on when to launch a new product, when to have a takeover bid and what have you, because they know that the energy matters. And so you find, coming all the way through history, you see this symbolism of the sun again and again. This is in Egypt. This is in Sri Lanka. This is Rome, again, the sun. And the sun became symbolized in the lion, the mane of the lion representing the rays of the sun. And so the lion became the king of the jungle, the king of the solar system. And that's one of the reasons you find British royalty symbolism awash with lions and what have you. Coming closer to the present day, this was the sun chair of George Washington, that high-degree Freemason. And again, the symbolism is of the sun, and it particularly represents Horus, the son of God of Egypt, and that comes up again and again in symbolism, and we'll see as we go along. Again, the sun coming up over the horizon is in a number of state seals in America. Illinois is not famous for its sun, but that represents something in the Illuminati symbolism. Again, the sun is represented in that Boston Freemasonic Lodge. Over Downing Street, that is a symbol that comes up again and again over the door at Downing Street, this symbolism of the sun coming up over the horizon like that. And until I saw a close-up, I didn't realize it had the rays of the sun in between them as well. In America, NBC, what you see on the screen all the time while you're watching a program is that symbolism again. And you find Illuminati symbolism on all the networks in America. On the side of the Freemasonic Lodge in Boston, a massive depiction of the sun, illumination, Illuminati. The sun gods, ancient sun gods they used to worship, they used to put a halo around their head to indicate they were actually symbolizing the sun and weren't actually real people. And again, like I said earlier, the lion, the sun symbol within the Illuminati code, you find all over British royalty. Now this is a symbol that they used to use in the ancient world that we see around us in various forms right up to this day. They used to symbolize the movement of the sun through the year with this symbol. They put the zodiac circle, which comes from a Greek word meaning animal circle, appropriately, around the circle, and then they put the cross across the middle to create the 4 seasons, and then they put the sun on the cross in the middle. I've heard that somewhere before too. And what they used to do was symbolize the movement of the sun in relation to the earth, or the earth in relation to the sun, through the year by symbolizing it as the life of a man. So at this point, they would say, this is the winter solstice, 3 days after that, they used to say the sun was born or born again, because the winter solstice, which has become our December 22nd, 23rd, that kind of time, 21, 22, was the lowest point in the northern hemisphere of the power of the sun. So they said symbolically it had died. 3 days later, which in our calendar became December the 25th, the birthday of Jesus, they said the sun, that one, was born or born again, and they took it around the year. It became a bigger and bigger man. At the peak of the summer solstice, it became a massively strong man with long golden hair, symbolizing the powerful rays of the sun. And then as the man came down into the house of Virgo the Virgin, some say the house of Delilah, he had his hair cut because the rays of the sun, as you go into the autumn, the fall, are getting shorter and shorter. And then by the time they come round to here, they used to symbolize him like we symbolize old Father Time, an old man at the end of its life. It's all symbolism. And that can be found all over the place. This is in the square where the Ritz Hotel is in Paris, which represents the Sun King in the history of France. This is another version of it, which is the symbol of NATO, the North American, I was right first time, North American, North Atlantic Treaty Organization, which is a wholly owned subsidiary of the Illuminati, and has been created to evolve with others into the world army that would impose the will of the world government. This is again the same symbolism of the cross with the sun, and this is the symbol of the CIA. The CIA is part of this Illuminati, if you like, sun cult, and it is a part of the security network in America that has nothing to do with security and everything to do with creating a network of control of the people, which is unfolding more and more every day since 9/11. Again, in the centre of the City of London, you've got this same symbol recurring again, right next to St. Paul's Cathedral, in the heart of this very big centre for the Illuminati worldwide. Here you have a lot of people have put symbolism in their paintings, like Leonardo da Vinci. Leonardo da Vinci was a grand master, according to this book, Holy Blood, Holy Grail, of a major secret society, a very elite one called the Priory of Sion, S-I-O-N, which was created at the same time that the Knights Templar was created, and its role was to advance the power of the Merovingian bloodline. That was his very reason for existing. And what he's done, Da Vinci here, has put this same symbolism into a painting of the Last Supper. There's the halo, which they used to put over the sun gods in the ancient world, and he's broken up the 12 disciples into 4 sets of 3. Why is it that religious deities seem invariably to have 12 followers? Why do we have King Arthur and the 12 knights of the Round Table, the zodiac circle? Symbolism. And interestingly, right at the entrance to the temple I was in Boston, Freemasonic headquarters, they have that same picture outside, because these things mean things to them. Even in the street plans of the cities, they put their symbolism in. This is the center of the street plan of Paris, the Arc de Triomphe. They have 12 streets going off there, and the circle in the middle, the sun in the middle, and on the street there in Paris, they've even put the rays of the sun on the road. All around us, this stuff's going on. This is a major symbol of the Illuminati, the skull and bones. The Templars at the time of their purge were accused of using skull and bones in their rituals and stuff, and this is on a Freemasonic apron from the 18th century. And because of the skull and bones symbolism, that's why the most notorious secret society in America, at Yale University in Connecticut, is called the Skull and Bones Society. And these take 15 students, bloodline students, into their ranks every year and initiate them into the web. Part of the ritual apparently is lying naked in a coffin, telling your sexual exploits to all the other people. There's people dressed as devils, and on my website there's a account of a newspaper journalist on the New York Observer who used night vision equipment and other stuff to record one of these part of this rituals, which goes on in the courtyard at the back, and it's absolutely bizarre. And he was a member of the Skull and Bones Society. His father was, he is, and the Skull and Bones Society is a network of cementing apparently unconnected people right the way through American politics, banking, business, and media ownership, who are working to the same end while appearing to be unconnected in the daily arena. This is a major symbol of the Illuminati going way back into the ancient world, and it's on the dollar bill. It's called the Pyramid and All-Seeing Eye. And the pyramid with the eye on is the peak of the pyramid is raised above the rest. That's the power in the pyramid, in the Illuminati hierarchy, manipulating the people. That was put on the dollar bill in 1933 by Franklin Delano Roosevelt, one of the major frontmen for the Illuminati in America in the 20th century. And you find that a lot. Apparently in the words around it translated says something like, "He favors our undertaking, new order of the ages." New world order is one of the code phrases they have for this globalization agenda. The Reynolds Tobacco Factory family in America were one of these bloodlines, and they used that in their advertising. Think you've seen it all. Again, the all-seeing eye. You see it in many adverts of companies as well. And here we have, very recently, since 9/11, the American government have started this organization, the Information Awareness Office, to spin the story to the people, to get the people to believe what they want them to believe, and they use that very same symbol going over the earth for this organization. Their symbolism obsessed. This is British intelligence. MI5, Military Intelligence 5. Again, there's the pyramid peak, there's the eye. That too is part of this network. And when you go high enough in the British intelligence pyramid, you are controlled by the same people that control the CIA pyramid, the same people that control German intelligence pyramid. I talked on the phone when I was researching the 9/11 book to a guy called Andreas von Bülow, who was the defense minister in the German government some years ago, and he told me that when he took that job, he realized the German government knew absolutely nothing about who controlled its intelligence agency. He actually wrote a book called In the Name of the State, explaining this. At the peak of the pyramid, all these intelligence agencies are the same organization. MI6, again, the feel of that building is the pyramid with a capstone missing. You go to Dealey Plaza, and again, where they killed Kennedy, and there is, again in the street plan, the pyramid with the capstone missing, if you look at it from above. Now, if I saw that in isolation, you might say, oh, hold on a second, there are coincidences, don't go over the top, mate. But when you research this year after year, the level of obsession with symbolism is absolutely astonishing. This place was the site of the first Freemasonic temple in Dallas, and is called the Trinity region. This is the Trinity River just here. And everything is done in a place in a ritual fashion, and that's why they killed Kennedy there. I'll get back to that in a second. CBS, Columbia Semiramis Broadcasting, has the eye, the all-seeing eye, on the screen all the time you're watching the program. But there's no greater expression of Illuminati symbolism than the lighted torch or the flame. That is the key one that's gone all the way through history. The illuminated ones. This is a statue put in Rockefeller Center in New York by the Rockefellers of a Greek figure of myth called Prometheus holding the flame. To the Rockefellers, who were one of these Illuminati bloodlines, that would be extremely significant symbolism. And that's why the Queen Semiramis symbolism on the Statue of Liberty is holding the lighted torch, the torch of liberty, according to what the American people are told. In fact, it's the torch of the Illuminati, held by Queen Semiramis. We're running the show, we're showing you, and you think you're looking at freedom. Same thing. Also in France, on an island in the River Seine, again, same symbolism. Queen Semiramis is a virtual mirror image of the Statue of Liberty and the goddess of the Republic. Now, when they killed Kennedy in Dealey Plaza, the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry afterwards put up an obelisk, again an Illuminati symbol going way back, the phallic symbol, and on the top they put the lighted torch. We killed him, we're telling you, but you can't see it, can you? From that day to this, they put the lighted torch on the grave of Kennedy. We killed him, we're telling you, you can't see it, can you? Right on top of the Pont d'Alma tunnel, where people take their tributes to Princess Diana, is a massive, exact replica of the flame held by the Statue of Liberty standing on a black pentagram. The same thing comes up again and again. Now, because, as I'll get into when we've had a break, the Nazis were created by the same network that was behind the Allies in the Second World War, and because the Nazis were created by this secret society network I'm talking about, the same symbolism was used by them. This guy's won the sodding lottery. There's the Knights of Malta symbol. There's the skull and bones that has come up again and again. There's the tampered with swastika to indicate the negative. And there's the eagle, which evolved as an Illuminati symbol out of the phoenix bird of Egypt. And this symbolism is not just to talk to the subconscious and not just for show. It means something. How many people in America know this, but as some lawyers have now exposed, this is the case. When I first went to America, I couldn't understand why, when I went into a government building or anything kind of official, the bloody American flag had a gold fringe around it. What did they put a gold fringe around it? That's not the American flag, is it? Then you realize something. There is something called the international law of the flag. And it goes back to the time of when lots of things were happening on ships moving around the world. And the law of the flag is that whatever flag is flying on the ship, that is the law under which that ship is run, and by walking on the ship and seeing that flag, you are accepting that you will be judged under that law. A flag with a gold fringe around it means maritime law, in other words, court-martial law in effect, and also comes under something called the Uniform Commercial Code. And a number of lawyers in America have now started to get wise to this, because the reason they put a gold fringe around the American flag in every court of America, in every federal building and every federal agency, is because while walking into that building with that flag flying, including a court, you are accepting that you will be judged, tried in court under maritime law and the Universal Commercial Code, which completely pushes aside the Constitution of the United States and all the laws passed through Congress. And people don't know that. Just to give you an idea of how the street thing works, it works massively and most obviously in Washington, D.C., where they had a blank sheet of paper to go with. First of all, this is the entrance to the Mother Lodge of Freemasonry in London. I show that because the reversed pentagram, like I said earlier, is a classic symbol of Satanism, reverse symbolism from the five-pointed star. And this comes from a book called Talisman of the United States, in which this American guy painstakingly went through the street plan of Washington and found it was absolutely awash with esoteric symbols and reverse symbols like this. When they are reversing their symbolism, they either reverse it literally or they distort it, these esoteric symbols, so they're no longer balanced, and that indicates the negative also. And in the street plan, this is the White House, this is the Congress building. In the White House, one, you've got the reverse pentagram in the street plan, you've got that there as well with the Congress building. And if you go, of course, into the center of a pentagram, you have a pentagon. And it's absolutely no accident why the center headquarters of the American military is in a building shaped and called by that name. But if you go through the center from the White House, very short distance, through the middle here, you get somewhere here, you find a very strange building in Washington, this one. It's got a feel of ancient Egypt. You've got the symbolic representation here of the Sphinx, and behind there you've got our old friend the sun coming up over the horizon, the symbol of Horus from Egypt, closer view of it. So what is this building in Washington, for goodness sake, in 2003? It's the Supreme Headquarters, 33rd degree, Scottish Rite of Freemasonry. Because Freemasonry did not begin, like I said earlier, in the 1700s, it goes way back into the ancient world and can be followed through under different names right the way through to the present day, and that's why they have this symbolism. And the chair of Washington, he has a statue in the back of that that building, that Supreme Headquarters. And this is a picture in that Freemasonic headquarters in Boston. They certainly aren't talking about Freemasonry starting in the 1700s, and they're depicting it coming all the way through history as, in effect, a hidden hand behind people in power and global events from centuries past through centuries to come. And again, you look at the Rosicrucians, another organization which at its peak locks into the network. Lots of people involved lower down haven't got a clue what they're involved in. And again, that's obsessed with Egyptian symbolism. This, people think, is a political building. It's actually a temple to this secret society, the Illuminati that control it. I've seen that somewhere before, I'm sure. St. Paul's Cathedral, which is at the center of the Illuminati operational headquarters in many ways, though there are other places, the City of London. The reason they call this Capitol Hill is not, again, we'll call it Capitol Hill, that's a good name. They name it after Capitoline Hill, which was one of the places of worship at the time that the Illuminati were controlling the Roman Empire. And when one of the high priestesses of American politics, Madeleine Albright, was made Secretary of State by Clinton, her first overseas visit was to Europe and to Capitoline Hill in Italy, which would have been very significant to the people in the Illuminati who know what it means. Okay, last little section, and we'll have a break here. Many things in this journey through the last 13 years have blown my mind, and there's more to come. But grasping the fact that people were involved in human sacrifice ceremonies and stuff back in the ancient world, okay, get my head around that. The fact even that some really kind of imbalanced people could be doing it today, yep, get my head around that. What really hit me was the scale at which this goes on, and some of the most famous people on this planet are involved in it. And Satanism, just a word for human sacrifice and other deeply dark rituals, child abuse, like the stuff that comes to light in children's homes, which is the tip of a massive iceberg, and mind control, where they create mind-controlled zombies to carry out things like assassinations to hide the fact that it's really behind them, are all fundamentally connected. These guys are into some very dark stuff. And when you realize, I'll say this, what they're into, it is no longer a problem understanding how these guys can send the troops in to slaughter thousands of people and have no emotional empathy with the suffering whatsoever, so much so, okay, that's done, now who next? Because what they're doing all the time, they do not have ability to empathize with the people who they are their victims. Now, this is a place, a notorious place in America for those that have investigated this elite connection to satanic rituals and what have you, called Bohemian Grove. It's 75 miles north of San Francisco, and it's in 2,700 acres of redwood forest. Go down there, eventually you get to it. And every year in July, the elite of America, we're talking the Kissingers and the Rockefellers and the Bushes, and all these people that control the media and the banking and the transnational corporations, they arrive at Bohemian Grove for a summer camp to let the cares of the world drop from their shoulders. Talking to people as I have, and some people have written books about their experiences, but of course they don't get out there in the mainstream at all. What goes on at Bohemian Grove among this elite is utterly staggering, but not staggering to me any longer. Here is a picture taken at Bohemian Grove in 1957. This is a guy called Glenn Seaborg, who gave the world plutonium. Nice man, very helpful. Now, Bohemian Grove, 1957. Ooh, Tricky Dicky. Uncle Ron. One's a B-movie actor at the time, getting on his horse, and the other one is 3 years from taking on Kennedy in the 1960 election. Both members of Bohemian Grove, this elite club, both go on, despite their very different backgrounds, to become president of the United States. Why? Because presidents aren't elected, they are selected. Now, this was a picture taken on a long lens by a journalist who got into Bohemian Grove some years ago. It's much clearer on the original. Going through the computer, it kind of clouds it a bit, to say the least. But this is a 40-foot stone frickin' owl. And over here are all the Bohemian Grovers observing this opening ritual. Now, the real deal, as the people I've talked to over the years have told me, goes on in smaller groups of elite in the forest during the rest of the week. But this is the opening ritual. It's called the cremation of care, where they say they're burning their cares away and all that stuff. And over here are all these people in bloody robes carrying out this Babylonian-type ceremony. Now, the 40-foot stone owl, these are the people who are running our freaking world. These are the people coming on CNN and what have you, and BBC and ITN telling us what should happen and what's going to happen. About 2 years ago, there's a talk show host in America called Alex Jones. And what he did, yay! And he got in there with a camera in a bag during this opening ritual. And, because it's in a bag, the whole film itself is moving around a bit, although it's very good, but the sound is absolutely impeccable. And this is just one clip from it. And what you see, and if you go into a website called Infowars.com, you can get a copy of the whole tape. And what you see on it is, first of all, you have all these people in the robes over here. Here's the bloody owl here. And over here, all these people. Bush came to this week at Bohemian Grove, President Bush. And what you see eventually, look at these bloody things over here. You see like a body floated in here. They say it's an effigy. I'm open to the fact that it was, because what I'm told, like I say, is that the real deal goes on in the smaller groups in the forest during the week. But it could have been real, it could not have been real, whatever. Still bizarre. And what they do then is they take the body off and they put it on a slab here under the owl, and they set a fire. Now, what you hear very clearly on this tape, whatever the background, is when they set fire to this effigy body, you hear a blood-curdling, bloody scream. Now, one of two things are happening here. Either they're actually doing it to somebody, or they've actually put a blood-curdling scream on the tape to blast out as part of the ritual. Either way, these are the people running our world and deciding to bomb Iraq or Kabul or anywhere they fricking choose. And 6 billion people are watching it. We don't have to. And if we didn't, they couldn't. So the symbol of the Bohemian Club, as they call it, is the owl. Now, the owl is significant to the Illuminati going right back to Babylon. This is an original Babylonian depiction of a Babylonian goddess, and they are guarded by the owl. How interesting that I should find this on a map of the Congress building in Washington. All I've done is drawn a red line around the roads within the complex of the Congress building, and it's got the Congress in its belly. How appropriate. Now, this next one I have done absolutely nothing to. It is just a straight shot from a street directory you can find anywhere in Washington today. An owl with the Congress in its belly standing on a pyramid. Everything is symbolism to these people. Washington is absolutely awash with it. Now, just after Washington died, I think it was, sometime after Washington died, they decided they wanted a statue of him. So I'm sure there was someone in America that could build a statue, but they got it from northern Italy. And when it arrived and they unveiled it, this is in the Smithsonian Museum now in Washington, when they unveiled it, it was like, what have you done to our George? Naked from the waist down, Bill Clinton's covered with a piece of cloth, arm in the air, thing down here. What's going on? Aghast the people were. Well, maybe, just maybe, that is what's going on. This is the combination. This is a combination symbol of the negative force, devil, whatever these people are into, called Baphomet, which the Templars were also said to have been worshipping all this time ago. He'll come back soon as well. Now, the symbol in Satanism for the devil, the negative force, is holding the two middle fingers down and the two outside fingers up, or just keeping them down without using the thumb. I didn't realize that till I started looking at this, but that's what it is. There we go, another version of it. How funny, the number of times you see these people. The number of times you see these people, these are just a few examples of the way they use this symbol. I mean, that might be kind of just a one-off, but is that a one-off? Is that a one-off? Is that a one-off or that one-off? And then you've got in Italy, this guy Berlusconi, Illuminati placeman extraordinaire. It's like having Rupert Murdoch as Prime Minister of Britain. He's there, major Illuminati player. Is that an accident or coincidence? Hey. They're laughing at us, but not for much freaking longer. Now, I'm going to draw to a close here, and then I'm really going to concentrate on what's happening today and how we're being affected today, because it's very important. But these stories that come to light about the mass abuse of children in children's homes and what have you, I can tell you it's one of the things I've really kind of researched and come across in both America and Britain and elsewhere in the last 13 years. It is absolutely all over the place, this abuse of children. And it comes to light very, very rarely. These were the kids in North Wales who were abused for years and years, and no one did anything about it. And the reason it happens, and I'll connect this in a second to Satanism and mind control, the reason it happens is because of this same structure. You have this few at the top who are controlling all the different elements necessary to cover up what they are doing. You do not have to control everyone in social services to stop an investigation into a very famous person abusing children. You only have to control those levels of social services that decide if an investigation is going to go ahead. You don't have to control every policeman to stop a police investigation into the same thing. You only have to control those levels of the police that decide if the investigation is going to go ahead or not. You also control the media, which shuts a lot of this stuff up or ridicules it, and all these other areas that stop the real deal coming out. So whatever comes out is a tiny, tiny fraction of the children being abused every day by some of the most famous people on earth. Aren't they, Father George Bush? Yes, they are. Constantly. This is how it works. And they want this to happen for this reason. There are an enormous number, millions in America, of mind-controlled people. The government mind control project, MK Ultra, actually some of it came to light back in the 70s to such an extent that the government had to settle out of court with some people to stop the thing going to court and the whole thing starting to come out. But what came out was once again a fraction of what actually happens. And there are offshoots of MK Ultra that are specific for certain tasks like assassinations and what have you, that are perpetrated by the very people I'm talking about here to advance their agenda. And it works like this. We have a mechanism in the mind which shuts out the memory of extreme trauma. This is what kicks in when we have a really bad road smash and we can't remember the immediate run up to the impact and what happened afterwards. And on that level, it's a good thing, because what the mind does is it puts an amnesic barrier around the memory of extreme trauma. Therefore, good thing, we don't keep reliving the horror in our conscious mind. What they realized, and one of the key people involved in this in the modern world, because they've known about this for a long time, was Joseph Mengele, the angel of death in the concentration camps of Germany, who had an endless number of people on which to experiment, particularly children. And they perfected a form of mind control called trauma-based mind control, in which, to be most effective, you start with children before the age of 5 and 6. And what you do is you traumatize them in every way you can think of. You first of all establish what makes them most terrified, and then you make them experience it. You make them experience having animals sacrificed in front of them, children sacrificed in front of them. You have them abused sexually and violently, and what happens is, because the mind shuts out extreme trauma, amnesic barriers form like a honeycomb all around the mind. In the mind control industry, they call them alters. They give people a front alter, which is the personality that people around them think is them, the one that interacts with people in the daily world. What they do, however, and what they found, is that you can program these alters, these amnesic barriers, each of which are under the impression they are the whole mind, with certain programs and with certain tasks. And you push these programmed alters into the subconscious, and the front alter, which they give you, oh yes, that's old Billy, or that's old Mary, yes sir, I know her. But in the back are these programs, and all they need is whatever has been programmed in as the trigger word, the trigger phrase, the trigger color, the trigger sound. And when that trigger happens, the front alter swaps with the back alter, and that becomes in control of events. We've all heard about the Manchurian candidates and all that stuff. We're talking that massively advanced. And what they do with these people, and I've talked to so many of them who've begun to have these flashback memories and start to get their mind back, talk to endless numbers of them around the world, and they all tell the same basic story, and they all tell of the same basic people over and over again who were involved with it. And what they do is they will program a alter with an assassination program to a target victim, and then when the programming is triggered, they will carry out that programming. They will go into a school in Dunblane and blow children away. They will blow someone away that the Illuminati want out of the way. And what they do with assassination programs a lot of the time is they program the front alter to be, as we say, not quite the full picnic. So that when the assassination program is activated and they blow someone away, people who knew them go, yeah, well, he was a bit strange. There was something about it. Yeah, he was a strange man. Oh, he's just a nutter then. End of flipping story. No road back to who's really behind it. And the other thing they do is that they activate back alters to become the front alter when children are abused mercilessly by people like Father George Bush and others. And then when the abuse is over, the alter that experienced it is pushed back in the mind, the front alter comes back. That child does not know what has happened to it, cannot remember. And it's only much later in life, and it's happened to more and more people, that the memory suddenly floods back as the amnesic barrier breaks down. And there are millions of there's an organization in America called the Delta Force. Within the mind control community, they're known as the toy soldiers, because their very training is designed to turn them into, yes sir, who shall I shoot sir? Boo, thank you sir, zombies. I'll just finish here on this bit, we'll have a break, but one of the greatest forms of programming is subliminal. I'll get this towards the end, which talks to the subconscious mind. And one of the greatest programmers of children, the common of common themes of children programmed in these elite mind control projects in America is Disneyland and Disney and the Disney Corporation. And how interesting that in that Freemasonic headquarters in Boston, I should find this from the International Dumole, Walt Disney, which has now been taken over by a bigger corporation. And guess how many of them there are around there? 12, of course there were. Would there be any other? The Disney Corporation is a major Illuminati operation targeting children. And as J. Edgar Hoover said, the infamous head of the FBI, and he should know, the individual is handicapped by coming face to face with a conspiracy so monstrous he cannot believe it exists, and that is its greatest form of defense. What's going on in the world compared with the movie we're told is going on, the chasm between them is so absolutely vast that even when it comes to light, you got people going, "You're bloody mad, you are." Truth is, though, more and more people are making that jump. And this is just one reality which we've allowed to unfold. It does not have to happen. They're using our power to do it. We take it back, it's over. House of cards, thank you, gone. It's just a choice. And we can build a reality represented by this by changing our own attitudes and the way we imprison each other and the way we let these guys get away with it without question. Or we can sit there watching Coronation Street and Wheel of Bloody Fortune and allow this to reach its intended goal, a global fascist state. Okay, I've gone on. It's just kind of funny. I've had the bloody hands-on healing. I've had the crystal therapy. I've had the acupuncture, and I've still got verbal sodding diarrhea. I can't shift it. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. I was just having a wee. I've just given a kind of a brief overview of the history. The books have got it in much greater detail because I want to concentrate on what's happening now, because this has been leading somewhere, and it's been leading to an ever-expanding level of power that this network has until it can play its final card it's looking for, which is to take the planet over and dictate from a central point. It still is not there, and this period we're in now of hectic activity on their behalf around the world is part of the final push towards that. And what I want to do is spend in this section talking about what's happening today and how the world's manipulated today and what's going on. I thought that was a great phrase, me. Politics may not be the oldest profession, but the results are the same. It's kind of funny, that word politics. It comes from a word meaning poly, meaning many, and ticks, meaning blood-sucking insects. I think it's a wonderful kind of word for me. It's inspired, really. And this is going to be quite a chunk that I'm going to do now, and then we'll take a dinner break for an hour before the last section. But it's a long section because it all dovetails and connects into everything else. 9/11, Afghanistan, Iraq, and what's happening now is a continuous story, and I want to do it in that way. But first of all, how is the few capable of creating a situation in which a prat like this is in power and going walkabout around the world with other people? Well, because he is not, and his like or not, like Blair, are not at the top of the decision-making pyramid. Oh, President Bush, most powerful man in the world. Oh, yes. Just seen a pig fly across the back. I mean, come on. What they do is that they, in that upper level of the global pyramid, they are the people that control the banking system, own the media, and the transnational corporations generate the mega bucks, and they use that to place into positions of apparent power presidents, prime ministers, head of the World Bank, head of NATO, and all that stuff. And they are not actually in power at all, except that over those below them. They are put in there to administer this secret agenda for the centralization of global power into place. And this is why they do not listen to what the public want. It's because that's not who they're answering to. Why don't Blair listen? Because he's not there to listen. He's there to introduce an agenda, and that's why he does it whatever. This is the structure that they're looking for. They want a world government which would take all the major decisions in the world. that would administer a world central bank, a world army, and a microchipped population, which is coming in more and more. I'll talk about it in a second. Under that, they want 4 super-states. The European Union, of course, was the first, so it's more advanced, and they're about to advance it even more, take away basically British sovereignty, but don't worry, it's only a tidying up exercise. Peter Hain told me, must be true. And that was evolved out of a free trade area called the common market. Now, this is one of the techniques. I call it the stepping stone technique, or I can also call it the totalitarian tiptoe. And it works like this. You know that's where you're going, but you know if you go from here to there in one great leap, the change is so great, people are going to say, hey, what's going on here? What's going on? So what you do is you go there in little steps. And every step is projected at the public as unconnected with the other steps. So, after the last war, would we have joined a centralized superstate in Europe? People have just fought to stop that against Hitler and all that stuff. Are you kidding? Oh, no, we don't mean that. We want a free trade area. That's all we want. Oh, good for jobs. Oh, all right then. And you join that. And then, oh, wouldn't it be nice? It'd be much more, this free trade area, be much more kind of effective and well run if we had a few more kind of centralized powers and stuff like that. And hey, and eventually you look back and you realize that the free trade area, just good for trade, mate, has become step by step a centralized superstate. They want the American Union, the whole of the Americas, to be the same as the European Union. I wrote in a book years ago about this, that they wanted to evolve the NAFTA free trade zone, which is North America, Canada, United States, and also Mexico. And they wanted to expand it to the whole of the Americas. Just after Bush became president, he went to the Summit of the Americas in Quebec, Canada, where the heads of the American countries agreed that expansion would happen around 2005. The Pacific Union is designed to be the Asia, kind of Australia kind of area of the world. That free trade zone, which is called APEC, Asia Pacific Economic Cooperation, is designed to evolve into the Pacific Union. And very recently, the last couple of years, the Organization of African Unity changed its name to the African Union. And what these are organizations designed to encompass all the countries of that region and dictate to them from a central point. Very simple why. If there's a few of you and you want to control the many, you have to centralize decision making. The more diverse points of decision making there are, the less control you're going to have over them. So it's like being on a stage with loads of sticks with plates spinning on them. I'm running around trying to keep them going. It's a heck of a job, and eventually the plates are going to start falling. What I want, ideally, is one big plate on one big stick, and I can stand there and do that from a central point indefinitely. That's why they want to centralize power. And the centralization of the European Union is absolutely in line with the agenda. Under that, nation states and regions that will be nothing more than county councils in terms of power below that edifice, and below them, the people below that structure of imposition. Now, what I've just described with the European Union is fascism. Not just fascism, no, it's fascism, not just like a throwaway line. The very symbol of fascism, the fasci, is a mirror of the European Union and the structure that they want. The fasci symbolizes fascism, comes out of the Roman Empire, because these rods symbolize individuality tied together, ruled by the axe head here. This is the flag of Italy during the Second World War with Mussolini and what have you. Now, in the Congress building in Washington, you find the fasci, the very symbol from which the word fascism comes from. This is a secret society in America called the Knights of Columbus, Semiramis. And again, right at the heart is the fascist symbol. This is the symbol in the land of the free, land of the fee and the home of the slave, in truth. More and more people in America are realizing that. But look, state of Colorado, land of the free, there's the fascist symbol. What's it doing there? Again, the same thing with the goddess of the French Republic. And when the village idiot makes his State of the Union address that someone else has written for him, axis of evil, behind him are two of the fascist symbols on the very home, it says, of freedom. And the way that the European Union symbolizes fascism is because individuality is brought under the dictatorship of a central point, which is classic fascism. So, this is what they want to create. And one of the, if not the, jewel in the crown is the microchipped population. When I met that CIA scientist who had the patch on his chest, he said to me at the end, he said, look, just tell people if they say no to only one thing, tell them to say no to the microchip. Because he said it's not just about electronic tagging, as some people who are beginning to wake up realize that it is at one level. He said it's not the messages going from the chip to the computer that are most to be concerned about, it's the messages coming the other way. He told me that outside the public arena, microchips are ready to be introduced, and they're already being introduced in America in a big way, thousands and thousands of people since 9/11. And the technology is designed to have the emotional, mental, and physical level of people manipulated and dictated to from the computer to the chip. And he said that they can isolate an individual, or they can do it en masse. They can make you docile, they can make you aggressive, they can make you sexually suppressed, sexually high, whatever. And I had an experience years ago when I had this Sky television thing. And I wanted to take another channel. So what I thought was that I would ring up and I'd give them a credit card number and they'd put another card in the bloody post, simple thing. So I called Scotland, I think it was in them days, might still be. I talked to this guy and I said, look, I want to take this other channel. So he said, okay, took a credit card number and he said, okay, look at the screen. And he said, tell me what you see. Bloody channel came up in front of my eyes. So it's the obvious question, how do you do that? He said, I've just reprogrammed the card in your machine from Scotland. And that's what this guy was talking about in terms of the chip. And it's coming in more and more, the bar-coded people. Now what this scientist told me was how small the chips are outside the public arena, small enough to be put in through hypodermic needles in vaccination programs. And not long after that is a picture from Huddersfield University, massively blown up, of course, and that's how small the chips have become that we're being allowed to see, never mind those that actually exist outside of public sight. Again, the bar-coded person. Now, in America, they call these the Jacobs family. They were given massive publicity on primetime television. I was in America at the time because after 9/11, they wanted to be microchipped because they felt safer. God, obviously doesn't do a lot for the mind, though. And one of the chips that I mentioned in a book called Children of the Matrix was actually the one that they were microchipped with. And in this country, hey, what about this guy, hey? What about this guy? What happens to people when they get into these positions of power? This is a left-wing firebrand leader of Sheffield Council. Do you remember that? And now he's taking major basic freedoms away. Now, what we're being faced with is the identity card, except this is the Orwellian world now, so it's not an identity card. It's an entitlement card. Hey, that's all right. What's the entitlement card do? It registers your identity. Oh, gotcha, yes. And the ID card is the stepping stone, the totalitarian tiptoe to microchip people in Britain. God, what are you doing, mate? And again, this is the structure by which they run the show, by controlling from the top down these unconnected, apparently, areas of life, and in fact, one agenda coming down through all of them. And also, let me just go back on that. Just want to make a point on that. Orla, I don't want to see you again. Thanks, Dave, mate. Thank you. Enough. What this does, and it's a very important point to make, right across society, there are people in pressure groups, understandably, good on you, who are challenging the imposition of additives in food, of additives in water, of genetically modified food. They're challenging the impositions and the appalling injustice of the banking system. They're talking about third world debt. All these different pressure groups are fighting different issues. What we need to appreciate, if we're really going to come together and focus together, is that the force each of them are challenging is the same force. That's the key. So, GM Foods, we're going to have a trial and see what happens. It's decided it's going to come in unless we say no. And what is it about? One of the major Illuminati companies in the world that comes up in my research constantly, Monsanto. It's given us some wonderful things, Monsanto. And what is it about? It's about playing with the genetics of the human body for reasons of suppressing our ability to express our true infinite genius and oneness of all, connecting with other dimensions of ourself. Not some spaceship, other dimensions of ourselves in our infinite mind. And also, it is about putting patents on seeds that farmers in the poorest countries of the world will have to pay the transnationals for to use to scratch a living of survival. That's what it's about. And for a Labour government, party of the people, to be supporting this just shows who's really in control of that party. Then, have you noticed Blair now wants to bring in fluoride in the water, and of course all around the world they're doing that. In America, fluoride in the water, good for teeth. Crap! In Toronto, there's a guy called Lineback who was one of the greatest supporters of fluoride in the water. He's the head of dentistry at Toronto University. He's come out now and said, for God's sake, don't have it. And as he was saying, they've had it in the water for years, decades in Toronto. They don't have it in the water in Vancouver. There are fewer cavities by a mile per head of population in Vancouver than there are in Toronto. Hey, it's good for teeth. Wait, let's see what it's really about. Do you know when the fluoride was first put in drinking water? In the Nazi concentration camp. Stands back in amazement, can't believe it. This is Charles Perkins, a chemist who wrote to the Lee Foundation for Nutritional Research, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, in 1954. And this is what he wrote. In the 1930s, Hitler and the German Nazis envisaged a world to be dominated and controlled by a Nazi philosophy of pan-Germanism. The German chemists worked out a very ingenious and far-reaching plan of mass control, which was submitted to and adopted by the German General Staff. This plan was to control the population in any given area through mass medication of drinking water supplies. By this method, they could control the population in whole areas, reduce population by water medication that would induce sterility in women, and so on. In this scheme of mass control, sodium fluoride occupied a prominent place. That's what it's about. Vaccinations, same bloody thing. And then, this is a little cameo of how those that are orchestrating the secret agenda are also involved in bringing it into the movie. Aspartame or aspartame, 200 times more sweet than sugar, and it is lethal stuff. They actually tell American Air Force pilots not to drink soft drinks because it affects their ability to fly. Why? Because of the aspartame in it. It's now more and more in foods of all kinds. And they even have aspartame disease. It is a mind suppressant among many other things. Hey, who was the man who brought aspartame to the world by manipulating the authorities in America by putting people who supported him and his aspartame policies in positions of power to make that decision and removing those that would not? Oh, aspartame man. Donald Rumsfeld, who was put into Searle Pharmaceuticals in America using his contacts in the Reagan-Bush administration to get aspartame permission to be used in food against all the independent data. Then who did he sell out to for $12 million of his own money? Monsanto, who now run the show. I never heard that on ITN. I'm really staggered I never heard that. And it's this that allows all these different elements, apparently unconnected, to be introduced in the agenda. Now, this is a key for anyone that's not heard me speak before. This is perhaps the most important thing anyone can remember about this manipulation. It is the manipulation technique that has advanced this agenda and continues to more than any other mass mind control technique. The 33rd degree of Freemasonry has a Latin motto, Ordo ab chaos, which means order out of chaos. Create the chaos, destroy the status quo by creating the chaos, and then you can offer your new order out of the chaos and replace the previous status quo. I call it problem, reaction, solution. Classic. What you do, you've got one force that is manipulating through two sides. Again, you want to control the game, control two sides, you know what the outcome's going to be pretty much. So this Illuminati, they put and funded both sides in the Second World War. Joseph Stalin was one of their front men. Winston Churchill was one of their front men. He comes from an offshoot of the very aristocratic Marlborough bloodline at Blenheim Palace. And in America, one of the greatest frontmen of the 20th century for the Illuminati in that country, as I said earlier, Franklin Roosevelt. Over here, the Teutonic Knights wing of the Illuminati had created the Nazi Party and brought them to power. What you do then is you play them off against each other. Problem, reaction, solution. You create the conflict of the Second World War, and then people say, understandably, after 2 world wars in such a short time, they are mentally, emotionally, physically exhausted. And they say, something must be done. This can't go on. What are they going to do about it? At that point, they who have created the problem offer the solutions to the problems they've created. Hey, we want the European Union. We want the World Bank. We want the IMF, all of which are Illuminati controlled. And we want to centralize power under the United Nations, which is a stalking horse, a stepping stone to the world government. What happens every time with problem, reaction, solution is the same thing. First of all, you covertly create the problem. Crucially at this point, you have to divert public attention from asking open-mindedly, who's behind this sodding thing that's going on? So immediately, as soon as you can, you name the villain. When you kill Kennedy in 1963, you name Lee Harvey Oswald, who, unless he had a gun that shot bullets that then went round and went back again, could not possibly have killed Kennedy. Little nicety, so a lot of people miss that in Washington, it seems. When you kill all those people on 9/11, you immediately name bin Laden. And I've got the tapes. They were naming him on the television networks immediately after those planes hit. In the hour or so afterwards, they were wheeling people on from Congress saying, I've got a contact in the FBI. They say they think it's bin Laden, bin Laden, bin Laden, bin Laden. And what you're trying to do is you're trying to sell your version of the problem you've covertly created to the people. Now, if we had a media worth the name, if we had journalists, there are honorable exceptions, but oh my God, so few. If we had journalists that really were journalists, problem, reaction, solution would break down immediately. Because what would happen is the official version of the story would be given to the journalist to pass to the public. Instead of that, they'd say, hold on a minute, let's have a look at this. Let's investigate this. Does this add up? Does that add up? How does that work out? And they would communicate their findings to the people. And I know from my own research over the years, it takes very little time to take these official stories apart. There's not one strand of 9/11 that fits with another. I'll come to in a second. But what happens instead of that is the journalistic profession overwhelmingly has become a public relations office for the official version of events. So what happens is the officials, it's so important this. The official version gets given to the journalists and it gets passed on virtually undiluted to the public. There's not one strand of the official 9/11 story that hasn't come from official source. Pentagon sources say that, White House sources say that. And so you sell your manufactured movie to the people, and you want the people to say, this can't go on, something must be done. What are they going to do about it? Crucially, you want the people outraged and you want them frightened. Because once people are in fear, they look outside of themselves for people to protect them from what they've been manipulated to fear. Now, once they've said that to you, do something, you can play your sting, which is offering the solutions to the problems you have created, which are changes in legislation that take away more basic freedoms, and away we go, the agenda. That's problem, reaction, solution. It's happening all the time. 911 was the most classic example of it, the most blatant, crystal clear example of it you can imagine. I've gone in the book here in great detail, but I'm going to go through it, and that moment when those planes hit was in effect the trigger to push this agenda on in leaps and bounds, which is what we've seen since and what we're seeing now. It allows, as Cheney said, a war to start, which he said probably wouldn't end in our lifetimes. And what is this war? It is a war on terrorism, a war that can never ever said to have been won. How can it? Not that any war is won, that's an illusion as well. But they've got a situation, thanks to 9/11, in which they can target any country as a terrorist state and go in and conquer it, and therefore bring about the list of conquests that has been in the pipeline for a long time. Now, does anyone really believe George Bush is calling the tune here? I mean, you know, this guy is further up the Illuminati chain by a mile than this fella, and also behind him is his father, George Bush. As presidents go, presidents not really very high in the hierarchy. They're high enough to be in awareness, but not really high. This guy was as high as any that I've come across in modern times anyway. And he's had 3 terms as president of the United States, 2 officially under Reagan, then his own. Clinton is subordinate to this guy in the hierarchy, and then comes his son. This fellow is real important in what's going on in the background of all this. And this is kind of well symbolized by some of this stuff. This is very symbolic of what's actually going on. And then there's Tony Blair. Tony Blair. That's love, isn't it? You can see it in the eyes. That is deep, deep love. Tony Blair is a placeman by the same network that controls him. Therefore, they both act in unison no matter what the hell the people in their countries are saying. This is a wonderful example of 911, but also the world we're living in general. And in the Alice in Wonderland books, nothing would be what it is because everything would be what it isn't. And contrary-wise, what it is, it wouldn't be, and what it wouldn't be, it would, you see. Smoke and mirrors. Everything that says one thing means another all the time. Everything needs reversing. And this has happened many, many times. 60 years before 9/11, we had Pearl Harbor. Franklin Roosevelt, when he went for his second term in office, he had to sell himself to the people. The people did not want their children to go into another war in Europe so soon after the carnage of the first one. So he ain't going to say, hey, we're going to send the troops into Europe and fight in that war. No, we're not having you, Franklin. Bugger off, mate. So what does he say? If you read his speeches, over and over again, he said, mothers of America, I tell you, your sons are not going to fight in that war in Europe, not if I'm president. Oh, we'll have you, Franklin. So he gets in office, but he knows they're going to fight in another war in Europe. But how can he pull it off and still be the good guy? As a number of books, both immediately after the war and some since, have shown in great detail, Japan was manipulated to attack Pearl Harbor. There were sanctions on oil and other things, and also this guy had at least 8 to 10 different intelligence confirmations that Pearl Harbor, Hawaii, was going to be attacked. Nothing was done. Why? Because they wanted it to happen. And it happened, and outrage, and America's in the war, and he's in the clear. Now, let me just read you something. Between the wars, people say, why do Blair and Bush lie so much? They don't lie so much, they lie all the time, and there's a reason for it. It is because they are lying constantly, because they are giving constantly cover stories to justify the secret agenda's introduction. That's why they're lying all the time. This came to light between the wars. It was called Propaganda in the Next War, and it came out of London, not surprisingly, where a lot of this stuff gets orchestrated from. Not Tony Blair's government, I'm talking about the Center of the Secret Society web. And one of the congressmen held this up and said, what the hell is this about between the wars? And nothing was done. Well, this is what it said. To persuade her, the United States, to take our part in another war will be much more difficult, so difficult as to be unlikely to succeed. It will need a definite threat to America, a threat, moreover, which will have to be brought home to every citizen before the Republic again take arms in an external quarrel. The position will be naturally considerably eased if Japan was involved, and this might and probably would bring America in without much further ado. At any rate, it would be a natural and obvious effect of our propagandists to achieve this, just as in the Great War they succeeded in embroiling the United States with Germany. Fortunately with America, our propaganda is on firm ground. We can be entirely sincere, as our main plank will be the old democratic one. We must clearly enunciate our belief in the democratic form of government. Have we heard this somewhere before recently? And our firm resolve to adhere to the old goddess of democracy routine. The whole Pearl Harbor was to bring America into the war. 6 years on, before 9/11. Oklahoma revisited. That's what 9/11 was, and then some. They blamed it on Timothy McVeigh. Not saying he wasn't involved, but unless the laws of physics were suspended in Oklahoma that morning, a fuel fertilizer device in a Ryder truck could not have caused that damage. I'm not saying that. Bomb explosive experts are saying that, like retired Brigadier Ben Partin, who spent a lifetime in explosives and weapons development in the United States military. He wrote a 500-page report, sent it to every major media outlet, all the people in Congress, saying that there is no way in the world that a fuel fertilizer device, which was only 1,400 pounds to start with, and then it got bigger the gap of credibility. The last time I heard it was about 7,000 pounds. It's amazing how you can change the size of a bomb with a press release. It's incredible. And as he pointed out, the only way, and there are other reports to support this, the only way that building could have fallen is with devices on the pillars inside the building. And how kind of funny, as some of the people that lost children in that bombing have been witness to, when they brought their kids to see them for the last time to the nursery there, that the bomb squad were around that building in full bomb squad gear an hour and a half before the bomb went off. And it was completely denied until the number of witnesses made denial completely uncredible. And they said, oh yeah, but it was a training exercise. And some brave journalists, and there are some journalists out there, real ones, working on the local television stations in Oklahoma, and I've seen the tapes. They established, first of all, that there was footage from the videos around the building, the business videos and the street videos, surveillance videos, that showed the Ryder truck being parked and showed not one man in it, a man who looked like McVeigh, but also a guy that became known as John Doe 2, and those tapes have never been made public. First of all, the FBI said we can't under national security. Then they said, we can't release them because it will affect McVeigh's trial. Now, if it only showed McVeigh, you play them at the trial, game, set, and match. Okay, see you in the bar. They didn't. And now they're saying they can't ever release them. Why? If it just shows the story they're asking us to believe. The other thing is that in the official story, McVeigh came with a guy and sussed out the building because he wanted, the official story goes, to attack the Bureau of Alcohol and Tobacco and Firearms in America that was involved with the Waco slaughter a few years before, 93, wasn't it? And so he wanted to attack them on the anniversary, and that was the official story. Well, why did he park the Ryder truck about as far from their office in that building as you can get when he could have parked it closer? If he had been sussing the building out, how come that morning he drives the Ryder truck into a garage, what they call in America a gas station, petrol station, and he asked the guy the way to the Murrah building, so connecting himself, the Ryder truck, and the Murrah building in one sentence? Why, when he's just blown 168 people away, does he say it's a fair cop gov, even though he's armed, when he's stopped for a driving offence and arrested? Why was he arrested? For the same reason that for no reason Lee Harvey Oswald was arrested or attempted to be arrested in the theatre that he ran to after he was supposed to have killed Kennedy but didn't. This led to a massive increase in surveillance and control of the people. Within 24 hours of this, Bill Clinton was calling for an easing of restrictions on the military's involvement in domestic law enforcement, all of which has been advanced as a result of 9/11. And interestingly, you could easily find out what caused that explosion in the Murrah building. All you have to do is get independent experts to analyze the rubble, and they'll tell you basically where the bombs are and what they were. Instead of that, that rubble was taken away by a company called Controlled Demolition Group, and it was put under armed guard behind a fence, guarded by an organization called Wackenhut, which is run by CIA and FBI operatives, and Wackenhut is absolutely there with the Bush family. And as a result of that, independent experts were not able to establish what caused it. Why? Because the official stories are nonsense. And this is something I've found over the years as little kind of telltale signs. When showing us something or letting us hear something would support the official story, we see and hear it. When something, seeing or hearing something would destroy the official story, we're not allowed to see and hear it. Big red flag that in the way that they operate. Therefore, Tony, can we see this intelligence report about the weapons of mass destruction? Oh, no. Why? Of course we can't. Now, to understand 9/11 is to understand the background to the Bush family. I mean, they're not just George W. Bush. They go back a long way in this manipulation. This guy is called Prescott Bush. He was an executive of a company run by a guy called E. Edward Harriman. Prescott Bush, not just highlighted in my books, but by others, and there's a guy at the Holocaust Museum in Florida called John Loftus who's gone public on this also. The Harriman organization had a company called the Union Banking Corporation, the UBC, which was basically run by Prescott Bush, the present president's grandfather. And in the run-up to the Second World War, this company interfaced with the network of a banking and steel magnate called Fritz Thyssen in Europe. They were basically locked into the UBC, both of them. And so through the UBC, vast amounts of money was funneled out of America from the Illuminati families like the Harrimans and the Bushes and the Rockefellers into the coffers of the German Nazi Party to be used to do what they did. Interestingly, how many people realize that when you talk about race purity and all this stuff with Hitler, Hitler's race purity expert was called Ernst Rudin. He occupied the whole floor of a university doing his racial purity insanity. That was paid for by the Rockefeller family in America. There are no us and them in the Illuminati. They just do whatever's necessary to bring something about. He was also involved in two other companies that were shut down when the war started under the Trading with the Enemy Act because they were Nazi companies. And there's the next 2 generations of that family. Now, to understand some of the background to the 911 and what's followed, we need to understand something called the Carlyle Group. The Carlyle Group chairman is Frank Carlucci, former number 2 at the CIA, thrown out of 2 African countries for being involved in assassination attempts, and a man who you wouldn't trust to tell you the time. Carlucci is, like I say, chairman of the Carlyle Group, which is a company that is very big in armaments, many other things too, but very, very big in armaments. So every time there's a flipping war, the Carlyle Group, which America's involved in, the Carlyle Group make enormous amounts of money, even on that level of money. He, Father George Bush, is a major player in the Carlyle Group, as is James Baker, who was Secretary of State to Father George during the first Gulf War in 1991. These people and their company had very close associations with the Bin Laden family, who were investors in the Carlyle Group until it was exposed, and then apparently withdrew their money after 9/11 because of the bad publicity. Frank Carlucci, number 2 at the CIA, head of the Carlyle Group, was described as my mentor by Colin Powell, who is the Secretary of State. I wonder if the Carlyle Group has any influence at the Secretary of State's department. I wonder. And here we have Frank Carlucci again. He was a roommate at Yale, home of the Skull and Bones Society, of this guy, the Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld, and James Baker was a classmate of Rumsfeld at Yale. Again, the same network together behind the scenes, orchestrating what the public do not see. George Bush the father has made excursions, denied but now having to be accepted, to the Bin Laden family at Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. The Bin Laden family run this massive construction company in the Middle East, and he is an advisor financially to the royal family of Saudi Arabia on behalf of the Carlyle Group. Now, this guy's first oil company, George W. Bush, was a Busto Oil, very appropriately named a Busto Energy, because everything this guy touched went to Busto. But he happened to always come out of it okay, and another company started while the shareholders lost the money. Well, one of the investors in our Busto Energy was Salem bin Laden, head of the Bin Laden construction family, who died in a aircraft crash in Texas. It's amazing you get close to the Bush family, flying becomes more dangerous. And as I say, the Bin Laden family also were investors in the Carlyle Group right up to and across 9/11. And this is how ludicrous it gets. Do you remember when that bomb went off and destroyed that military quarters for the US in Saudi Arabia called the Khobar Towers? And the State Department in America blamed the bomb on Osama bin Laden. Who got the contract to rebuild it? Bin Laden Construction. You couldn't make it up. It's all in the bloody family, these people. Have you noticed a little common theme building up here? We've got to go in there to get bin Laden. He's the one person they don't get. They get little children and they blow them apart, but not bin Laden. Hey, we've got to go in there and get Saddam Hussein. They blow up more little children. And Saddam, oh, he's got away. Anyway, there's so many Saddam Husseins, you wouldn't know if you got the right one anyway. Check it out, mate, like anyone else would do. Now, this is what we were told. We must get bin Laden. That's what George Bush said. Oh, really? The Newsnight program did an investigation into the connections between the Bush family and the Bin Laden family, and particularly the way that Bush was suppressing investigation into the Bin Laden family in America in relation to funding the Al-Qaeda network. And they came up with this document, FBI document, which is code for a case type involving national security and investigated by the Washington Field Office of Special Agents. The document was an investigation into Abdullah bin Laden, the treasurer of WAMI, which is a, quote, suspected terrorist organization, according to the State Department in America, and this document was given to the Newsnight program. Greg Palast, another journalist worth the name, working for Newsnight, said this on the investigation. I received a phone call from a high-placed member of a U.S. intelligence agency. He tells me that while there's always been constraints on investigating Saudis, under George Bush it's gotten much worse. After the elections, the agencies were told to back off investigating the bin Ladens and Saudi royals, and that angered agents. Now, since then, FBI agents have actually taken out lawsuits against the FBI. The guy called David Schipper's a lawyer out of Chicago that's working with this, because of the way they were stopped from investigating this whole area of research in the run-up to 9/11. This was a guy interviewed on the same Newsnight report, Michael Springman, the U.S. consulate in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, during the presidency of Father George Bush. This is what he said on camera. In Saudi Arabia, I was repeatedly ordered by high-level State Department officials to issue visas to unqualified applicants. These were essentially people who had no ties either to Saudi Arabia or their own country. I complained bitterly at the time there. I returned to the US, I complained to the State Department here, to the General Accounting Office, to the Bureau of Diplomatic Security, and to the Inspector General's office. I was met with silence. What I was protesting was in reality an effort to bring recruits rounded up by Osama bin Laden to the US for terrorist training by the CIA. They would then be returned to Afghanistan to fight against the then Soviets. The Al-Qaeda network, which actually created by the CIA and Osama bin Laden, put in there to run it on their behalf. Now, immediately after 9/11, while they are arresting thousands of people across America without charge, without a trial, and without even access to a lawyer, just because they were at an Arab face, as Greg Palast pointed out, a private chartered plane load of the bin Laden family was flown out back to Saudi Arabia, out of, ironically, Boston Logan Airport, to get out of the heat. Why? Because of the associations between the two. The Carlyle Group is was also connected in terms of its personnel into the Bank of Crooks and Criminals International. You remember that, the BCCI? He was involved in that, and he was also, as president, involved in covering up what really that was about. In Britain, John Major was Prime Minister, and he was involved in this country in covering up what that was all about. He are now major players in the Carlyle Group, John Major being the head of it in Europe. Then we get Khalid bin Mahfouz, who was the 20% major shareholder in the BCCI and named by the Clinton State Department as a funder of bin Laden. Khalid bin Mahfouz was an investor in Harken Energy, another George W. Bush oil company, and was heavily connected into the Carlyle Group of George W. Bush. These two, Mohammed Alamoudi, who has oil connections to him, their companies, also named by the State Department as a funder of bin Laden, and he too connects into the Bush family. This fella here, the current ambassador of America to Britain, is the grandson of William S. Farish. He's William S. Farish III. William S. Farish was the president of Standard Oil, the Rockefeller Company, when it was exposed as supplying the Nazis with oil during the Second World War. He is a very close friend of the Queen of England. She goes to his ranch in Kentucky to breed her horses, and he is a long-time family associate of the Bush family. All these Bush associates are placed in the key positions to orchestrate the war on terrorism. This is another man. This is the guy you see often saying why we should go in and blow another country apart because we must stop terrorism. John Negroponte, the UN ambassador of the United States. This is what John Pilger wrote in the New Statesman about this guy. How appropriate that John Negroponte is Bush's ambassador to the United Nations. This week he delivered America's threat to the world that it may require to attack more and more countries. As U.S. ambassador to Honduras in the early 1980s, Negroponte oversaw American funding of the regime's death squads, known as Battalion 316, that wiped out the democratic opposition while the CIA ran its Contra war of terror against neighboring Nicaragua. Murdering teachers and slitting the throats of midwives were a speciality. This is the mentality that is running the war on terrorism. So, 9/11, the classic problem, reaction, solution. This guy gave the key post 9/11 statement immediately after it happened. He said this is a moment to seize. The kaleidoscope has been shaken, the pieces are in flux, soon they will settle again. Before they do, let us reorder this world around us. Problem, reaction, solution. The problem. The problem, 4 aircraft virtually simultaneously hijacked over a period of just over 2 hours in North American airspace. Nothing done that made any difference over 2 hours to what unfolded. This guy, Leroy Fletcher Prouty, worked in special operations in the US government at the time of the Kennedy administration in the 60s. And he said something very profound. He was talking about assassinations, but my goodness me, does it apply to things like 9/11. He said, no one has to direct an assassination, it happens. The active role is played secretly by permitting it to happen. This is the greatest single clue. Who has the power to call off or reduce the usual security precautions? Kennedy, Bobby Kennedy, Martin Luther King, Princess Diana. Every time that as the assassination took place, the usual security was withdrawn. And look at other assassinations, it happens over and over again. Why? Because if you don't withdraw the security, the assassination can't happen. That's why he's talking about it being such a telltale sign. Now, who should have reacted to what was happening in the air over North America in that 2 hours? Well, it's an organization called NORAD, the North American Aerospace Defense Command, that's supposed to protect the airspace of North America, including Canada, from attack. This is its own website. It says that they are partners in protecting our homelands, deter, detect, and defend against air and space threats to North America. I just wonder, feeling it in the water, if 4 planes simultaneously hijacked in North American airspace could possibly constitute a threat to North America. I feel it could somewhere. So where were they? They did nothing in that whole period that made any difference to events, and yet other days they do. This is Cheyenne Mountain in Colorado. 2,000 feet into that granite mountain is the state of the state of the state of the state of the art of tracking technology on planet Earth today, run by NORAD and others associated organizations. It's from there that they connect into all the satellites. They claim and boast on their own website that they know if a missile takes off anywhere in the world. They have 8,000 pieces of debris in space that they're constantly monitoring, access to the satellite network. When they say, again in their own website, American troops are fighting abroad, like in Iraq, they are actually doing the logistics. When the space shuttle takes off and goes off, it is actually orchestrated from here in many ways in terms of tracking and what have you. They have direct lines to the Pentagon that can survive a nuclear attack. In the 2 hours that this was going on in the airspace of North America, they said no one told them soon enough. Oh, I didn't see it. I was watching the telly at the time, Now here, this is from Airman magazine, right? there's this technology called Global Hawk, I'll get to shortly, which is an unmanned surveillance plane. This is what this plane is capable of. On an early test, for example, Global Hawk flew at 56,000 feet over the Naval Weapons Center at China Lake, California. The images it gathered were so clear that an electro-optical image stands out next to an F-16 fighter. An infrared image showed where concrete had cooled down from the shadow of a C-130 that had recently taken off from 56,000 feet. And they can't find bin Laden in Afghanistan? What? And they cannot track aircraft that have gone massively off course until someone tells them? Goodness me. Throughout that period, nothing happened to change events in any of these planes, and one of them in particular was absolutely outrageous. What's supposed to happen, and what happened 125 times in the year 2000, is that the FAA, the Federal Aviation Administration, when anyone loses contact, air traffic controller, with a cockpit and or the transponder goes off, they are ordered by the regulations, and you can see them on the internet if you want to find them, to contact NORAD, whose job it then is to scramble jets to go up and look and see what the hell's going on. Because you don't want, particularly in crowded airspace of North America, especially the eastern side of it, planes going around without connection to the ground. 125 times that happened in the year 2000. In the 2 hours, the crucial 2 hours of September the 11th, nothing that made any difference. The case of Payne Stewart, the golfer, he took off in a plane, a light plane, Learjet, 1999, went up there, there was a compression problem, they all went unconscious. What happened? They lost contact clearly with the air traffic controller. He told NORAD scrambled jets, and they escorted it across America and making sure that it was going to fall when it ran out of petrol, ran out of fuel, into a non-populated area. Exactly what happened, and they said that in the Pentagon, the command center in the Pentagon that's supposed to coordinate hijacks or problems in the sky actually was following on a screen across America. That's what happened with a Lear jet. A 757, 767, nothing. Ludicrous. But if the normal response was there, maybe it might not have happened the way it did. Interestingly, further investigation required, I feel, the head of security at the Federal Aviation Administration at that time was Michael Canavan, who, this guy, whose previous job was head of special operations and psychological warfare with the US military. Interesting change of career, I feel. I went back to all the people involved in the 9/11, all the airlines, the security people, NORAD, the FAA, and I learned a lot about the way the cover-ups are done. First of all, NORAD gave me a timeline for that day, and they agreed that the timeline was true, and if it is, the FAA, the government civilian part of this air traffic control, reaction or non-reaction on 9/11, has some stunning questions to answer, but has never been asked. Because the time they left it, after, not only after involving the planes that hit the World Trade Center, but after that had happened and other planes were lost in terms of contact and transponders, the time they left it was unbelievable. It's time enough for nothing to be done. And I'll tell you another thing that I found. What I did, I went to all these people. NORAD gave me a timeline and they reacted a little bit. Every single body else, the airlines, everything, they said to me in unison, we can't answer your questions. We've been told that everything has to be taken to the FBI. You'll have to ask them. So what they do is they take all possibility of any information coming out that is not the official story, because you're centralizing the reaction to the official story. I then contacted the FBI, and they told me a guy to write to, and I sent them nearly 50 questions, basic questions about 9/11 and the inconsistencies in the official story. And they came back and said, I got a fax, in fact, 48 hours later from some government department in Washington saying, we cannot answer your questions because there is an ongoing investigation. And you'll have to wait until the files come available under the Freedom of Information Act, which can be years from now, it said. So what they do is they tell you the official story. There's no problem with the ongoing investigation when they give you that bugger. But when you want to ask questions about it, there's an ongoing investigation, we can't talk about it. And that's how they orchestrate it. And keep anybody talking about it that would go off message. In fact, do you remember, this bloody story, I sat in my front room and I watched a BBC newsreader tell me without bloody laughing, just after 9/11, that the FBI had found a passport from one of the hijackers a few blocks from ground zero. Now, I'm not a physics major, but fireball, paper passport, thousands of bodies that died in those towers never been found, within days, paper passport. I mean, was it singed? I mean, was it perfect? What was it? And the FBI called a press conference to say they'd found it. Why? They know that people do not retain detail. They retain an image, particularly from television, but newspapers as well. And therefore, what they do when they're feeding the cover story is they feed an image. And the image they wanted to feed at that time was the official story was true. So they call a news conference, we found this passport, one of the hijackers. Hey, they were right then, it was them bloody people. Hey! And then they shut up about it. Never mentioned again, because it's done its job. So what I did, I went back to New York police, who were also involved in this, and I said, I want to talk to someone about the hijacker's passport. So they give me on a guy called Detective Burns, I think his name was. And I said to him, excuse me, just out of interest, you know that passport you found, one of the hijackers? Yeah. Which of the hijackers did it belong to? Interesting question. I can't talk about that, it's an ongoing investigation. I said, well, look, you've said you found a passport, you've named the hijackers, how would it affect the ongoing investigation if you told me which one it belonged to? I don't know how it would affect the ongoing investigation, but it would affect the ongoing investigation because there's an ongoing investigation, and therefore we can't talk about it. I said to him at the end, so there isn't one then? Okay. On the anniversary, wait this. On the anniversary of 9/11, an ITV documentary team asked the FBI that question too about the passport, and this was their reply: the hijacker's passport is a rumor that might be true. Oh, newspeak, there never was one. Just one of endless bloody lies. Now this is Flight 77 that took off from Washington Dulles Airport and was hijacked out there and then was brought back 45 minutes to strike the Pentagon. Some people say it didn't, but let's just go on the thing that it did, because this part of the story doesn't matter either way. You go on the internet and you can find the reaction program of NORAD to hijacked planes. You are highly professional hijackers, and you want to hit the Pentagon, and you are taking off from Washington Dulles, and you want to hit the Pentagon also in Washington, and you know of the reaction to hijackings by NORAD. So what you do is, amazingly professional hijackers, is you fly the sodding plane 45 minutes out into the Midwest, you then hijack it and fly it all the sodding way back. Are you kidding? And this is while the towers are being hit, it managed to be hijacked here and come all the way bloody back. And Rumsfeld said the first thing he knew about it was when he felt a jarring thing. So the bloody Pentagon being hit. The guy's the defense secretary. Oh, I forgot to mention that, Mr. Secretary. Insane. I'll get to them in a minute. So it smacked into the Pentagon at the absolute opposite end of that massive building to where Rumsfeld was. Now what should have happened, like I say, is that there should have been some reaction. Now, they should have put planes up and sorted it out. Now, they say, belatedly, that they scrambled planes from Cape Cod to the New York attacks. Oh, didn't quite get there in time. And then they said they scrambled planes, belatedly, as I'll mention in a second, to meet Flight 77 when they eventually realized there was a hijacked plane 45 minutes out from Washington heading back towards Washington. Don't tell the Defense Secretary, though. Now, they say they scrambled planes to meet this threat to Washington from an airport at Langley, Virginia, 130 miles away. 130 miles away, they're the nearest planes to defend the no-fly zone over Washington. Why have one? But 10 miles down the road from the Pentagon is Andrews Air Force Base, where they keep Air Force One, Scare Force One as it became known after 9/11, the president's plane. It's where dignitaries coming in and out all the time. It's where they defend Washington from. Of course they do. They don't defend Washington from Langley, Virginia. The Air National Guard is based there. They call themselves the Capitol's Guardians. They've now kind of updated it. They call themselves the Capitol's Guardians, brackets, except on September the 11th. This is what they say on their own website. The DC Air National Guard is located at Andrews Air Force Base, Camp Springs, Maryland. We're home to the fighter squadron, including F-15 Flying Falcons, the type they send up to check planes, among others. The DC Air National Guard stand ready to respond to the needs of the District of Columbia and the nation should the need arise, except on September the 11th. Its website, which detailed a lot of stuff that goes on there, went down on September the 11th and didn't come back for some considerable time. Now, this is another thing. You know, it's the official story now that they scrambled jets and didn't quite make it. Well, that wasn't the official story for a week. The official story was, from all sources, that they never scrambled anything until the Pentagon was hit. So nothing was scrambled to meet Flight 77 that was 45 minutes hijacked coming back to Washington. This is how it worked. On September the 13th, General Richard Myers, we'll get to this bugger in a minute, was asked on Capitol Hill, when was the order made to scramble jets to meet these hijacks? He said, that order, to the best of my knowledge, didn't he ask? He's the head of the bloody military at uniform level, this guy. Oh, no one mentioned it. That order, to the best of my knowledge, was after the Pentagon was struck. This was so ludicrous that the story couldn't stick. What do you mean nothing was done till the Pentagon was hit? So, September 14th, Dan Rather on CBS, without saying the source, said CBS has learned that actually jets were scrambled from Cape Cod and from Langley, Virginia, but didn't quite make it. That then was still not the official story. On September the 15th, 4 days later, NORAD in the Boston Globe was still denying scrambling any jets before the Pentagon was hit. Then, September the 19th, miraculously, out of the ether, 8 days after the event, NORAD issued a press release confirming that Rather's story that the jets were scrambled was true. They did actually do it. It took them a week to know if they scrambled jets on that morning of all mornings. The official story is being put together in fits and starts, and now it has kind of hardened into the classic official 9/11 story. This is flipping funny. This is funny if it wasn't so tragic. These are the top three people in the American military hierarchy. The Commander-in-Chief, George Bush, the Defense Secretary, Rumsfeld, and General Richard Myers, who was acting chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff on 9/11, the top uniformed military man in the American military, and now he's the fully fledged one. What were these people doing in this crucial time? Well, I was sitting in a bar, as I am many times, watching a television of CNN, just after 9/11, and they were covering live a what they call in America a town meeting, a public meeting we would call it, of George Bush talking to an unbelievably sycophantic audience in Florida. And this little boy called Jordan asked him, it was live, said to him, "Mr. President, I want to say how we're all proud of you," and there's big applause. "Well, let's see what we're proud of, shall we? Just hold on a second." And he said, "Can you tell me what you were thinking when you were told about 9/11? What happened?" He said, "Well, Jordan," he said, "I knew that I had to act." Well, that's the last thing he flipping did for a start. But wait a minute for this. He said, I was visiting a school at the time, he said, this is in Florida, on 9/11. He said, and I was watching this, television was on, they had a television there, where you would have if you were watching it, George. And he said, I saw this plane hit the World Trade Center. He said, and I thought, what a terrible pilot. I'm not kidding, I've got the tape. Got the tape now. I thought it was just an accident. Well, hold on a second. Georgie boy. He was in the school classroom when the second plane hit, and the second plane was the one shown live on television. The first plane was not shown live hitting anything on television. It was recorded by a crew in the street and shown a long time later. And here's the President of the United States telling the people that he stood there and saw the first plane hit live. Impossible. Also, this is very clear, he knew that there was a problem with Flight 11, the first plane, before he got to the school. It was referred to when he first arrived. Do you know there are 7 at least official stories of how he knew, how he found out. But let's go on that. You're the President of the United States. You've just been told, by whatever means, certainly not the one you say, that a commercial airliner has hit one of the Twin Towers. There is already carnage, unbelievable. Whatever is a terrible pilot, what does this man do? How does he react? What he does is he goes into a classroom and he listens to children reading him a story about a pet frickin' goat. That's what he does. Pet goat story, I love it, yeah. Symbolism. Then, this picture went across the world. Andrew Card, the White House Chief of Staff, walks in while he's hearing about the pet goat and says something to him. Now, what George Bush said in this town meeting is, my Chief of Staff, Andy Card, he came in and he said, "Mr. President, America's under attack." Well, first of all, he couldn't have said that because when you watch the amount of time he was in that position, it was so short he couldn't have got that sentence out. Whatever he said, I don't know, but it wasn't that. Anyway, what does he do now? He's just been told that a second commercial airliner has hit the World Trade Center and America's under attack. What does he do? He stays in the classroom for another 20 minutes nearly, hearing children read him a story about a pet frickin' goat. This man's a hero in America. So now we know what was really said in this famous piece of footage. "Mr. President, America's under attack." "Okay, Andy, as soon as I know what's happened to this goat, I'll be right out." 9:30, 25 minutes plus after the second plane hit, he makes a statement and off he goes. Don't rush, Georgie. Take your time, mate. And he goes into a mode of flying around America, doing basically nothing. I met a guy who was involved in the computer defense system of Australia, and he told me that the Australian military were on high alert after 9/11 before the American military were put there by this guy. Then, do you remember the story? When I say they lie all the time, what I really mean is they lie all the time. Do you remember that story about the terrorist threat to Air Force One? And that's why the president went flyabout instead of heading back for Washington. And apparently it said the president's plane is next. Well, little question, a bit naive of me maybe, but worth asking. Why did they drive him straight to the plane and take the bloody thing off then? Why did they do that? With no, for a long time, fighter escort. About 2 weeks after that story was given to the media, that's why he went walkabout, they had to admit, and it was printed in some newspapers, they told a lie. There was no threat, there was no phone call, just a lie. And then there's Rumsfeld. Now, he was interviewed on Larry King Live about what he was doing during 9/11. And what he said was that he was hosting a presidential delegation or a congressional delegation in his office at the Pentagon, far side from where the plane hit, right down the corridor from the command center that's supposed to orchestrate hijacked reactions. He said that during this breakfast meeting, which started around 8 o'clock, just as Flight 11, the first plane, was taking off, he said that someone came in and handed him a note saying the World Trade Center's been hit. He then said, this is words, I've got the tape, he walked out of the meeting to get a briefing, and he said, within 15 minutes, I felt a jarring thing, which was the Pentagon being hit by Flight 77. Now, we can put a timeline on this. The Pentagon was hit at 20 to 10. Go back 15 minutes when he said he got the note, you're at 25 past 9. Give him 5 minutes benefit, you're at 20 past 9. This is his own words. He is saying, and the regulations say, you can see them on the internet, that as soon as a hijacking is known to be in operation, the Defense Secretary has to be notified immediately. He is saying that around 20 past 9, down the corridor from the command center that's supposed to orchestrate hijack reaction, he is given a note in his office telling him that the Twin Towers have been hit by the first plane, and the first plane hit at 9:45, 35 minutes before, and they didn't bother to mention the little nicety that a second one had hit at 3 minutes past 9. What? It's ludicrous. But because people don't take that and then look at that and look at that and look at that, they just get an image. These guys get away with this. And then there's him, General Myers. He was interviewed on military radio and television in America. Again, I've got the transcript. And he said that morning he was on Capitol Hill due to have a meeting with a guy called Senator Max Cleland, at a kind of scheduled meeting. And he said just before he went into the meeting, he saw on the television that the Twin Towers have been hit. Now this guy's the uniformed head of the military at the Pentagon. He's saying the Pentagon didn't tell him about it, he saw it on the telly, and they didn't tell him about it all the way afterwards, because his reaction, having seen that, what could it be? Military terrorist attack? What? Hey, get on the Pentagon, what's going on? No, he does nothing. He goes into a scheduled meeting with Senator Max Cleland. And then he says he came out of it, and immediately came out of it, he said, someone said, hey, another plane's hit the Twin Towers, and then immediately he said, someone said the Pentagon's been hit. We can put a timeline on this. The Pentagon was hit at 20 to 10. About the time he came out of the meeting, he must have gone into the meeting before 3 minutes past 9 when the second plane was hit, because he didn't know about that. He is saying that the uniformed head of the military at the Pentagon went into a scheduled meeting where everyone knew where he was, and no one notified him in all that time of what was going on. Insane. Why? Now, another thing is that this guy who is involved with the computer security defense system of Australia, he actually took me and he showed me around the Canberra Parliament building where they have ground-to-air missiles, a computerized system that any plane that goes into the airspace threatening and around the Parliament building in Canberra is immediately contacted not by a human but by a computer, demanding they punch in a code that allows them to enter that airspace. If they don't punch it in a very short time, and those ground-to-air missiles are activated by a computer to blow the plane out the sky. That's what happens in Australia, in Canberra. Pentagon, nothing. This plane can come round and hit nothing. Insane, of course it is defended. So why not that date? They've admitted that's defended. They don't defend the Pentagon. Ludicrous. Why? All this is going on because of this. No one has to direct an assassination. It happens. The active role is played secretly by permitting it to happen. This is the greatest single clue. Who has the power to call off and reduce the usual security precautions? The very people who are now waging the war on terrorism on the back of 9/11 are the very people that had the power to do that. And I suggest they took it big time. I've got to whip through this because I want to get a lot in. Now, that is the plane, the type of plane that these hijackers were supposed to have learned to fly in. That's the kind of plane that was hijacked. Anyone see the difference there? This is how Flight 77 was described. The hijacker pilots were then forced to execute a difficult high-speed descending turn. Radar shows that Flight 77 did a downward spiral, turning almost a complete circle and dropping the last 7,000 feet in 2.5 minutes. The steep turn was so smooth, the sources say, it is clear there was no fight for control going on, and the complex maneuver suggests the hijackers had better flying skills than many investigators first believed. It talks about the way that it turned and hit the Pentagon at 460 miles an hour. Okay. This is what the ace pilot's instructors said, who's supposed to have been in that cockpit. It was like Dumb and Dumber. I mean, they were clueless. It was clear to me they weren't going to make it as pilots. Rick Garza, flight instructor, Zorby's flying school. So for sure, hijacker pilots, trained or not trained, it turns out, at puddle jumping schools in Florida and elsewhere, were not capable of flying those sodding planes the way they did. But interestingly, there has been developed for some considerable time, this is this plane called the Global Hawk, technology that does not need pilots. I watched that Jeremy Clarkson guy on, I think it was BBC, doing a thing on speed or something, and I turned the television on while I was researching this book, very synchronistic, and he's in the cockpit of a 747 taking off from New York. And the story is about how little the pilot input has to be. Just flying from America to Britain. They take off, they get off the ground, and then the computer takes over. And in this program, it flew across the Atlantic to Heathrow. It brought the plane in, pilot not involved. It landed the front wheel on the middle of the runway and then applied the bloody brakes. And then the pilot taxied it to the gate. In other words, if you can get access to the flight management system of the computer from the ground, you can make that plane do somersaults if you like. You don't need people from puddle jumping schools to fly it. Now this Global Hawk technology has flown without a pilot at all on board from the west coast of America to Australia. It's flown to Europe, all done by computer. And it's been around a long time. It's got the wingspan of a 737. What's been around a long time is this technology. Now, I don't know if you've ever come across this called Operation Northwoods. In the summer of 2001, in the run-up to 9/11, a guy who was a former ABC producer produced a book about one of the intelligence community networks in America. In it, he came across this Operation Northwoods in official documents that people thought were no longer existed. Operation Northwoods was staggering in the light of what followed. These documents detail how 40 years ago, in the early 60s during the Kennedy administration, the Joint Chiefs of Staff at the Pentagon, the people that run the military, had developed this plan called Operation Northwoods to put terrorist bombs in American cities like New York and Miami and other places, hijack planes, shoot down planes, American planes, and attack boats to be blamed on the Cubans to justify an invasion of Cuba. And part of this Operation Northwoods, and in Alice in Wonderland I detail a lot of this stuff from these documents, and part of it was to replace a commercial airliner with a remotely controlled from the ground plane, take off the original airliner with passengers, land it at an Air Force base, replace it with the remotely controlled plane painted in the same livery, same colors, fly it across Cuba. They were looking for a route that naturally went across Cuba, and they were going to destroy the plane by remote control over Cuba and then blame it on a missile from Cuba to justify an invasion of Cuba. James Bamford did it. An aircraft at Elgin Air Force Base will be painted and numbered, this is from his book, as an exact duplicate for the civil registered aircraft belonging to a CIA proprietary organization in the Miami area. At a designated time, the duplicate would be substituted for the actual civil aircraft and would be loaded with selected passengers, all boarded under carefully prepared aliases. The actual registered aircraft would be converted into a drone, remotely controlled. Takeoff times of the drone aircraft and the actual aircraft will be scheduled to allow a rendezvous south of Florida where they were going to replace one with the other. That is what they were planning to do and were capable of doing 40 years ago. Imagine the technology available now to control aircraft from the ground. And who has been working with this remotely controlled technology? NORAD. Black boxes, 8 black boxes, 4 data information boxes, and 4 cockpit recorder black boxes, the contents of which have never been revealed from 4 planes in that event. Why? Because if something will support the official story, we see or hear it. If it would demolish it, we don't see or hear it. Simple as that. The hijackers, oh yes. Isn't it funny? 19 hijackers, yes, named by the FBI within no time afterwards, when they had no idea it was going to happen. Not actually what their agents say, but that's what they claim. Well, how come 7 of them are still alive? What do they do, parachute? How do they manage that? How come 7 of these guys has been identified as being alive, including one who's flying for Moroccan Airlines today? Well, I guess if a passport can survive, they can parachute, I guess. What's supposed to have happened was Mohammed Attar was supposed to have been the leader of this, and what he did was on the night before this long-planned hijack of Flight 11, he wasn't in Boston that night, ready that he wasn't going to have anything go wrong. For some reason, strange man, he drives all the way to Portland, Maine, which means to get to Flight 11, which he'd long planned to hijack, he had to get a commuter jet in that morning from Portland, Maine to Boston, and if that was delayed in any bloody way, he was going to miss Flight 11. Now that's good planning, isn't it? But it gets better. This is the official FBI timeline of Attar that morning. His plane left Portland, Maine at 6 o'clock in the morning, the last plane he could get to Flight 11. According to the FBI, he checked out of his hotel in Portland, Maine at 27 minutes to take off. What did he do? Oversleep? I mean, did the alarm not go off? I mean, what's going on here? In that 27 minutes, he has to take his hire car back. He has to get from there to the check-in. He has to check in, put the baggage in, and he has to get through security. In 27 minutes. I bet there was a hell of a frickin' shout when he woke up and saw the time. Abdul! Get up! Bloody knickers and shirts everywhere, I bet. Ludicrous! Oh, and then we've got, a lot of people think, again, image, when I say, well, I'm not saying he wasn't, by the way, but there is actually no evidence that he got on the plane. I actually said to the airlines, can you confirm, simple question, can you confirm that the hijackers named by the FBI passed through your normal check-in procedures? Their reply, we can't answer that, you'll have to ask the FBI. What? Simple question, yes or no? So, but people think that, oh yes, there was evidence, that's all, there was surveillance cameras have been getting on the plane. No. Name me one international airport in the whole of this world, especially today, that doesn't have cameras in its departure lounge. Boston Logan. Anyway, the pictures of Attar were him coming through security at Portland, Maine. And if you look, this is how they framed it in the media, basically. And the timeline is 5:45, quarter of an hour to the plane taking off. That means he has left the hotel at 5:33, driven to the airport, parked the car, gone across to the airport, checked in, and got here in between 5:33 and 5:45. Maybe he's a shapeshifter. Maybe he is, I don't know. Now, where that is the last place you would put the timing of a security video. You want to see the people. This is where you'd put it. Oh, hey, what does this one say? 5:53:41, 6 minutes to the plane taking off, bit more like it, which is why the check-in people were quoted as saying, who checked him in at Portland, Maine, he was sweating blood. He said he was running late. And I went back to the security people, the lovely lady at Portland, Maine, and I said, can you explain to me why there are 2 time codes on that video footage and one is slap bang in the middle of the screen? She said, no, I can't. I said, well, could you have a look at it and let me know? Or can't? She said, the FBI confiscated that on September the 11th. Control events. Control the official story. As I say, I'm not saying he wasn't on, what I'm saying is there's no evidence to say he was. And then there's this guy, Alan Morey. Whoa, he's looking like he's going to die the next day, isn't he? This was taken at Portland, Maine. He was supposed to be with Attar that morning. And here he is, Alamori, Abdulaziz Alamori, one of the hijackers, except that, as was established later, that's not Alamori. That's Alamori. He's a pilot with Saudi Airlines who walked into the consulate in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia on the morning of September the 11th and said, why am I being named as a hijacker? I'm having breakfast with me family when it was all going on. And then you've got Lotfi Racy, 5 months in jail because the FBI said he trained hijackers. Had to be let go after 5 months because there was no evidence, and they said he was an Islamic extremist when he was married to a white Roman Catholic. What I'm saying here is these are the people that have told us the official story. And how the hell many of these people in Guantanamo Bay are not guilty of anything? It's nearly 700 of them been there now, well over a year in those conditions. No trial, no lawyer, no charge. These are the guys you wouldn't buy a bloody new Mercedes off these people. They have the ones that have orchestrated the official story of 9/11. And also, the way the towers fell were very, very suspicious. And one story I read recently is these towers were actually lined with explosives anyway, as a matter of course, as a safety device. In case one of them was toppling over, they would bring it down because of the devastation that it would cause if it fell the full length across New York. But we can find out what caused those towers to collapse in the same way that we could find out what caused the Murrah building to collapse. You get independent experts into the rubble and you do the research. You look at the metal and you research it and you find out what was the cause of the collapse. Controlled demolition group were employed by the government to take it away, so it's not possible. Just a coincidence, nothing to worry about. So then you have the reaction. And the reaction, of course, is connected to all this. There's your secret agenda. You want to introduce a war on terrorism. You need the excuse So you play the movie here and you give your reaction or your story of what happened to glean the reaction that you want from the public. Do something. We must be protected. I like this. Will you lie first or shall I? So these two immediately come together as they have been since 9/11. And you work the emotions of the people. You make it polarized. Either you're with us or you're against us, or you're intelligent in that case. And you polarize everything. You don't show pictures of Arab people who are tremendously sad at what happened. You just keep focusing on the images you want people to glean to take on the official version of events. Abraham Lincoln said, "Public sentiment is everything. With public sentiment, nothing can fail. Without it, nothing can succeed. He who molds opinion is greater than he who enacts the laws." He might have added, once you mold opinion, you can exact any laws that you want. Now, what we're seeing is a very old technique. This is what a major Nazi said in the last century. Why, of course, the people don't want war. Why should some poor slob on a farm want to risk his life in a war when the best he can get out of it is to come back to his farm in one piece? Naturally, the common people don't want war, neither in Russia, nor in England, nor for that matter in Germany. That is understood. But after all, it is the leaders of the country who determine the policy, and it is always a simple matter to drag the people along, whether it is a democracy or a fascist dictatorship. Voice or no voice, the people can always be brought to the bidding of the leaders. That is easy. All you have to do is tell them they are being attacked and denounce the peacemakers for their lack of patriotism and exposing the country to danger. It works the same in any country. Hermann Göring. Exactly what has happened since 9/11 and continues to happen, because the same mentality is running this show on a global level that was running it during the Second World War. This is Tony Blair showing the evidence that bin Laden did it. Orchestrated it from a cave in Afghanistan. This is him showing the file against bin Laden and the dossier to the military. There it is, look. And this is the Americans looking at the evidence against bin Laden. So we're all right. We've sorted it out. There's a reason why they wanted to bring Afghanistan in it. There's Bumsfeld, I call him. Lies, 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 lies. I'm sorry, that's all I can say. All my other lies are classified. This is what Bush said about bin Laden. They are harboring a terrorist and they need to hand him over. There's no need to discuss innocence or guilt. We know he's guilty. This is the justice of the new, brave new world. And you remember the confession video? Bin Laden? Well, if that bin Laden they said was earlier is the same bin Laden on the video, then all I can say, he's had a number of calls from the Kandahar Cream Cake Company. He must have done. And the Kandahar Nose Job Company, cave visits a speciality. We have an alleged confession video in which in the whole conversation, nothing is mentioned about the fact Afghanistan is being bombed by America and Britain, even though it's so far advanced that Kabul is only a few days from being taken. And then this is what Greg Strauss, the visual effects supervisor who worked on Titanic, the movie Titanic, said. That's how we make our money, kind of faking things to convince everyone it's real. We just did some Nike commercials where half the people are digital. You wouldn't be able to pick them out. This is the world we now live in terms of visual technology and possibility. It really is the time not to believe what we think our eyes see without checking it out and questioning it. Then I love this line in the video. We did not reveal the operation to them until just before they boarded the planes. Ready to have a conversation in the departure lounge or what? Hey, quick, Abdul, quick, listen. You know those big towers in New York? Well, listen. And did you notice? I love it. The Korans were left everywhere. You notice? They were left in strip joints. Oh, sorry, there's a bit of a contradiction here. They were left in hotel rooms. I mean, they had boxes of them, these people. I mean, what were they? The Islamic version of the bloody Gideons? I mean, who were these people? Image. Oh, they found a Quran. See, it's them then. What time's Wheel of Fortune on, honey? But keep focusing on this image. Wind up the emotions of the people. Focus on one man, but only for as long as it matters, and then forget he exists. Talk about freedom while taking it away, and you can create a situation in which you are a hero for killing 5,000 civilians, at least, independent count, in Afghanistan in response to 3,000 civilians dying in the attacks in America. That is the focus that started this whole period. That is, previous shot was terrorism. This is fighting terrorism. This is evil. This is fighting for peace and justice. They are both freaking terrorism, and it's about time we realized it. These guys are wanted for terrorism. I was interviewed on this liquid news thing on BBC. It was live. I agreed to do it because it was live. And they threw me a great line because George Michael had just come out with this video about Bush, and it was all this controversy, and they said, what do you think about that? I thought, ooh, hey, set me up brilliant. I said, my only problem with it, I don't think he went far enough. What he should have said was they're both flipping terrorists. And her eyes went, woo, and her ear started, woo. Lovely. And then I was talking about, no, it was just created to create the war on terrorism. That's just your opinion. I said, well, hold on a minute, that's fine. It's fine you saying that. But why don't your news say that when you quote George Bush or Tony Blair as saying something as fact? Why don't they just say, hey, he's saying this is the official story of 911, but it's only his opinion. No, we don't have that. Becomes the official story. Definition of a terrorist: one who favors or uses terror-inspiring methods of governing or coercing government or community, hence terrorism. I wonder if blowing the feet off a 16-year-old ice cream vendor in Afghanistan might just constitute that version of what a terrorist is. This is what really happens when we go to war. And you hear these people, we've got to go to war. We've got to go to war? You're watching the Saudi war on CNN, mate. You're going nowhere. We send other people in to do that. There's going to be a few, hey, if you want to look away pictures coming up, because I'll tell you why, not least because this video is going to go out in America. If we think that our news is controlled and slanted, and it is, in America, they're the business, like Fix News, Fix News, not Fox News, Fix News of Murdoch, and all these other networks. They're doing everything but have their presenters sitting at desks enveloped in the national bloody flag. And unless we realize what war really means, how can we make an informed decision on whether we think we should go to war? I have a simple philosophy. I don't want to go to war ever, because once you go to war, you've lost already. This was Afghanistan before the bloody bomb started. A Stone Age country in the middle of a famine. Hey, John, go get 'em, boy. And they dropped these cluster bombs, which rip people apart, because once they explode, this razor-sharp metallic objects fly out at great speeds, cut people in half, and they dropped bloody food parcels that look like cluster bombs. What a great laugh those people must have had. Hey, he thought it was his food, he's got blown up, hey. And I'm not kidding you, this is the mentality of these people. They took, before Afghanistan the bombing started, they got control of all satellite images, private and public, of Afghanistan, so that they could hide the fact that they were targeting civilian targets. And here's a funny thing. Osama bin Laden, created by the CIA, wanted by the FBI, strange but true. The CIA created this guy, brought him out of Saudi Arabia to front up Al-Qaeda during the occupation of Afghanistan by the Soviets. The tunnel system they had to bomb, the Al-Qaeda tunnel system, was actually built with CIA money funneled through the ISI, Pakistan Military Intelligence, from the CIA. And it was built by bin Laden Construction. That's a lovely one. I like that. You're the head of the snake. No, you're the head of the snake. You're both right. Yeah, absolutely you are. Oh, do you remember the anthrax scare? Image, fear. Protect me. Take my rights away. Protect me. I saw this headline. Cheney says anthrax packages are very worrying. So I wrote at the bottom, we'll stop sending them then, Dick. And of course, the anthrax scare disappeared in bloody minutes once it was established that the strain of anthrax going through the post was the one used and only used by the US military. Oh. And the anthrax vaccine, which of course sold in vast amounts, is actually owned by a company. The only company producing it is Bioport, and that links into the Carlyle Group of Father George Bush. Now, oil stupid. Let's quickly go through this. Why did they pick Afghanistan? Well, for many reasons, not least logistical, but in terms of oil, for this reason. There is a frenzy among the Illuminati families and companies to control the vast gas and oil reserves of the Caspian Sea. Now, because the Caspian Sea is a landlocked sea, they need pipelines across all these countries, just the ones they're taking over, to get it out to the world markets. And what they wanted was a pipeline across western Afghanistan down through to the Pakistan coast of the Arabian Sea. They had no problem with the Taliban and its treatment of women or bin Laden when during the 90s Unocal, a major oil company in America, was negotiating with the Taliban to build those pipelines. They took the Taliban to Texas, gave them the star treatment. They were then flown to the State Department, and the same happened. And they were doing a deal. But because of the Taliban's treatment of women, a tremendous backlash, not least in America, from women's groups and others, forced Unocal to eventually accept that they could not build the pipeline while the Taliban were in power. In the words of a Unocal spokesman in 1997, we cannot go ahead with a pipeline until there is an internationally recognized regime in Afghanistan. These are the people, by the way, that some of the companies involved in this frenzy to control the oil of the Caspian Sea. Unocal I've mentioned. Halliburton, Chief Executive Officer, 1995 to 2000, still on the payroll, Dick Cheney. Pennzoil, Bush family. Chevron, on the board of that before she joined the Bush administration, Condoleezza Rice. They even named a oil tanker after her, the National Security Advisor. So, Unocal wanted to build this pipeline, couldn't go ahead, they had to pull out in 97. What happened then is the Taliban were removed by blaming it on bin Laden and saying bin Laden is kept by the Taliban in Afghanistan, and now that pipeline is being built. Just a coincidence, nothing to worry about. And the company involved with Unocal was a joint venture, Delta Namir, companies held by Khalid bin Mahfouz and Mohammed Alamoudi, the two people who were named by the Clinton State Department as funders of Al-Qaeda. Hey, the puzzle pieces are starting to go together here. So that's why they went for Afghanistan, at least on the level of oil. Now it doesn't end there. Oh. A guy called Zalmay Khalilzad was appointed by George Bush as his envoy to Afghanistan after the war to oversee the transition into the new government of Afghanistan, which was headed by Hamid Karzai, as it still is today. Ooh. Zalmay Khalilzad, chief advisor to Unocal on the pipeline project. Hamid Karzai, advisor to Unocal on the pipeline project. Hey, this is the movie. How many journalists out there are there? Millions and millions. Why do we know this? This guy was Defense Secretary Cheney when his military bombed the oil infrastructure of Iraq in the 1991 Gulf War. As chief executive of Halliburton, he won contracts from Saddam Hussein to repair some of what had been bombed. Couldn't make the sodding thing up. Here's the new Middle East. There we go. Prior planning. One of the things you find with problem reaction solution every time, and it's obvious you're going to find it if it's a problem reaction solution, is that the solution is already in place before the problem is created. This is, funnily enough, I just put this up because this was an advert for fridges by General Electric about a year before 9/11, which was kind of prophetic. But anyway, there was a guy called Niyaz Naik. He was a former Pakistan foreign minister who said that immediately after 9/11 that he'd attended a meeting in Berlin in the summer of 2001, just in a few months before 9/11, at which American officials had told him they intended to invade Afghanistan before the snows came in mid-October to remove the Taliban and get bin Laden. And he said a number of things about how they intended to do it and all the rest of it. Virtually everything Niyaz Naik says he was told in the summer of 2001 and said immediately after 9/11, before there's any mention of invading Afghanistan, he'd been told. Virtually everything unfolded in the months that followed. He was told, for instance, that this guy was going to be involved in the new government. Zahir Shah, the exiled king of Afghanistan, exiled in Rome, as a result of Karzai becoming leader, who was his representative. He's now ensconced back in the presidential palace in Kabul, exactly as Niyaz Naik was told. Interestingly, the British forces that took part in the invasion of Afghanistan did not leave Britain after September the 11th. They left on September the 3rd. The biggest military force, naval force, to leave these shores since the Falklands War left Portsmouth on September the 3rd. So by the time those planes hit those buildings, they were closing in on Oman, their destination, for exercises, exactly the place they needed to be to join in the invasion of Afghanistan, which was planned long before. So you have Karzai put into place. He comes into the presidential palace, and this is how it's possible to do it, by having this pyramid structure. You have over here, I've said Islamic terrorist network created the hijackers. That's just the official story, but I'm just saying, let's just talk about the way that could happen. Over there you have Illuminati networks that are involved in these terrorist groups. Over here you have Illuminati networks, pyramids, that control the United States government, the British government, and the FBI, CIA. But eventually there's a pyramid that encompasses both. And at that level of the pyramid, that level of the network, they can control both sides. They can control what happens and the non-response to what happens. It's the pyramid structure. Now, the vast majority of people, even in a terrorist network, will only get their orders from here. They won't know what's there and what's there. They only know what's here. And lots of these people involved in these terrorist networks have no idea who the real orchestrator of their terrorism is. And this is how they do it. One force manipulating both sides, creating the movie that creates the mind control of the people. So the solution, what has happened? More and more of our basic freedoms have been taken away. More and more they've got getting the public in America to spy on the public because of terrorism. It's a real hassle to speak out and say what you want. Homeland security, newspeak. Anywhere, anytime I see politicians mention the word security, what they're really saying is control. So now we have homeland security. Now, how about this for a quote? This is Adolf Hitler announcing why the Gestapo has to be formed. An evil exists that threatens every man, woman, and child of this great nation. We must take steps to ensure our domestic security and protect our homeland. Could have come from George Bush, could have come from Tony Blair. because we're seeing the same mentality in charge. You know, in America now, this is an FBI leaflet to people. They're actually talking about terrorists being people who want to, preserve the Constitution against the federal government. People who want to police the police. In other words, stop the police doing whatever they like. They're supposed to be terrorists according to that definition now. Okay. And here we are in the present day with the Illuminati going back to Babylon, or back to Iraq, as they would prefer to say. And again, behind it, in the shadows, are people like this guy. Saddam, Saddam, Saddam. Behind the little boy is put in front just to speak the words written for him. And it's interesting, when you look at George Bush, the father, and those he has invaded, like Noriega in Panama, people like bin Laden, the connections between that which is invaded and the people that are the targets and the Bush family are there again. This fella was a member of the Safari Club, might still be, I don't know. The Safari Club was an elite secret society in the Middle East, working in the Illuminati web, that was fundamentally connected to another secret society in France called Les Cercles, or the Pinay Circle. And it involves intelligence agency representatives from the Western countries, and it interlocks with the Safari Club, which is the people of the Middle East in intelligence or what have you. Again, the web, where they're connected rather than, as the public think, apart. And he and Bush also had deals going for oil kickbacks in Iraq and other places. But everyone's expendable once it comes to the agenda and what's best for it. He invaded Father George Bush, Iraq in 91. And he was at the point where all he had to do to remove Saddam Hussein was to raise the money for the petrol to drive to Baghdad. Such disarray was the country in. But at that point, he calls the troops out, leaving the monster in there to be played another day. But they said, even though we've done that, he's still a monster and he's still there, and so we've got to have sanctions. So they introduce, Britain and America, sanctions. And the bombing continued. People think that the bombing stopped with the 1991 Gulf War and started again in 2003. They have been bombing in the no-fly zone of Iraq ever since. This is 1999. A little child pulled out of the rubble after an American bombing, and her sister was also killed in this bombing. Again and again, civilians have been picked off in the no-fly zone by these crazed people in planes playing computer games ever since. But the sanctions were absolutely fantastic. Some look-away pictures now. What actually happened in the 1991 Gulf War is they dropped so many bombs with depleted uranium that the leukemia figures in Iraq absolutely soared in the years since. In the last conflict in 2003, they dropped enormously more depleted uranium bombs than they did in 91. God knows what the future is going to be in that state. But there are also babies, more and more being born in Iraq with horrendous deformities because of the depleted uranium in the bombs that these crackpots are dropping. And here's just some of them. How many more are going to be born as a result of the bombardment of depleted uranium in the last few months? During the period of the sanctions, which of course immediately they take Iraq over, we want the sanctions dropped now, all right, get the oil out. By 1995, more than 1 million Iraqis have died, 567,000 of them children, as a direct consequence of economic sanctions. As many as 12% of the children surveyed in Baghdad are wasted, 28% stunted, and 29% underweight. The UN, December 1995. Are you watching, America? Go on, John, go get them. More than 4,500 children under the age of 5 are dying each month from hunger and disease. UNICEF, October 1996, as a result of the sanctions. CBS 60 Minutes program. Leslie Saul, the interviewer, talking to Madeleine Albright, the then Secretary of State. We have heard that 500,000 children have died as a result of sanctions against Iraq. I mean, that's more children than died in Hiroshima. And you know, is the price worth it? Madeleine Albright, I think this is a very hard choice, but we think the price is worth it. Well, what did it achieve? They announced in the end, officially, it achieved bugger all because they have to go and bomb them again. God bless America, land that I love. Let's blow the frigging world into the sky above. Go on, John, go get him. John Wayne, hey, good guy. No need for prophecy, Nostradamus, for what has unfolded in the last few months and is planned to unfold in the months to come unless we wake up. In the late 90s, an organization was formed in America called the Project for the New American Century. It was produced, and they produced a report in September 2000 that was a blueprint for the Bush administration that was planned to be scammed into power in the months that followed. These are the people who were behind the Project for the New American Century and this blueprint report. Dick Cheney, who then became vice president, more likely president. Donald Rumsfeld, defense secretary. Paul Wolfowitz, deputy defense secretary with more power than him in truth. You usually find the real powers with the deputy, not quite as up front as the others. Also behind the Project for the New American Century and its connecting organization, the American Enterprise Institute, Michael Ledeen, infamously involved in far-right organizations in Italy at the time of the notorious P2 Freemasonry Lodge, when its head, the Mussolini fascist Licio Gelli, was exposed and eventually jailed for controlling the society of Italy, its government, its business, its banking, including the Vatican Bank, through the P2 Freemasonry Lodge that connected into Henry Kissinger, another associate of Michael Ledeen. Richard Pearl, he's on the Defense Policy Board of the Pentagon, who advises the Pentagon on policy. What do you advise, Richard? I advise to invade Iraq. Oh. American Enterprise Institute, known as the godfather of the neocons, the neoconservatives. I think I have another phrase for them. Woolsey, who is the head of, or was the head of the CIA in the 90s. He's on the Defense Policy Board with him, deciding Pentagon policy. He's a big mate of Shalabi, the guy that they want to be involved in the new government of Iraq. Douglas Feith, who is actually in a major policy-making position in the Pentagon and decides who goes on the Pentagon Policy Board. Jeb Bush, the brother of George Bush, governor for Florida at the time of the scammed Florida vote, and William Crystal, chairman of the New American Century, or the Project for the New American Century organization that produced this report, and he is a pundit who goes on to fix news in America to project and promote this policy. So what did this report say? September 2000. The United States has for decades sought to play a more permanent role in Gulf regional security. While the unresolved conflict with Iraq provides the immediate justification, the need for a substantial American force presence in the Gulf transcends the issue of the regime of Saddam Hussein. So the immediate justification to go into the Middle East and start this going is Saddam Hussein and Iraq. This is before they even came to power. It calls for a blueprint for maintaining global U.S. preeminence and shaping the international security order in line with America's principles and interests. In other words, the Illuminati, who are using America as the vehicle. This American grand strategy, it said, must be advanced as far into the future as possible, and the U.S. must fight and decisively win multiple simultaneous major theater wars as a core mission. That's what they're planning to do. In September 2000, it calls the American Armed Forces the cavalry on the new American frontier. And it says that key allies like the United Kingdom are the most effective and efficient means of exercising American global leadership. Exactly what they've done since they came to power. Used Britain and Blair to do that. It says that peacekeeping missions demand American political leadership rather than that of the United Nations. Precisely what they've done. And hey, we have the axis of evil. It highlights North Korea, Syria, Iran, and Libya as dangerous regimes and says their existence justifies the creation of a worldwide command and control system, World Army. The very nations that have been mentioned since. The axis of evil speech and that phrase was written for Bush by David Froome of the American Enterprise Institute, same organization. It also says it spotlights China for regime change, says it's time for the presence of American forces in Southeast Asia. This could lead to American and Allied power providing the spur to the process of democratization in China. Can you imagine what that would mean? And what did Paul Wolfowitz announce this week? More troops going into Asia, American troops. We're actually seeing this unfold in front of our eyes. In The Biggest Secret, 1998, the plan is to engineer events, real and staged, that will create enormous fear in the countdown to 2012. This includes a plan to start a third world war, either by stimulating the Muslim world into a holy war against the West, or by using China to cause global conflict, maybe both. How did I know that? Because people on the inside of this told me that's what the game was. Many of them over the years of the 90s. What else does it say? Because what it says is what they're planning to do. It calls for the creation of US space forces to dominate space and total control of cyberspace to prevent their enemies, i.e. anyone that's challenging the agenda, using the internet. It talks, are we talking Nazis or fascism or what? It talks of developing biological weapons that can target specific genotypes. This may transform biological warfare from the realm of terror to a politically useful tool. What else did it say? It said that this project, this blueprint of conquest, would necessarily be slow to unfold unless America had a new Pearl Harbor. In its words, their process of transformation is likely to be a long one, absent some catastrophic and catalyzing event like a new Pearl Harbor. This crowd who wrote that came to power. They're in the Pentagon and the government now. In January, officially, 2001. By September, what had happened? What George Bush called at the time, our Pearl Harbor. The force behind the war on terrorism was the force that created the justification for it. The Fourth Reich is not coming, it's fricking here. So, look at the countries around the Caspian Sea, which is only part of it. It's about conquest for other reasons. Iraq. Iran, are they talking about going next? This. We have 710 good reasons to be involved in the affairs of the Middle East. Excuse me, Mr. President. Oh, thank you. Oil. But these empires are not really America and Britain. Well, first of all, let me emphasize this. When I talk about America and Britain, I ain't talking about the British and the Americans. I mean, for God's sake, on the streets of this city, we had 1 million people against that war in one day. They ain't involved in this. I'm talking about the force controlling the American and the British governments. There are vast numbers of people in America who are totally sickened by what's happening, as much as we are in vast numbers here. And these countries are vehicles for this force. They're just being used as vehicles. They couldn't give a toss about America or Britain, really. Go walk about, Georgie. Read your speech. Now this is what's really happening. When that soldier put that that American flag on that statue of Saddam Hussein and told to get it down quick, they'll realize what's happening. That's what it's about, conquest. No, it's liberation of Iraqis. General Cluster and Captain Bluster, come together again, because we have the next conquest. There's the Blair Bush Summit. That's kind of put him down, George. So here we go. Missiles, tanks, troops, planes, bombs, ships, guns, a reason. Hey, what's that reason? Oh, we'll work it out. Don't worry. We'll have a discussion. Well, if they listen to this guy, the reason was not justified. This is Scott Ritter, the chief UN weapons inspector in Iraq for 5 years, quoted by John Pilger in the Guardian newspaper. By 1998, the chemical weapons infrastructure had been completely dismantled or destroyed by UNSCOM, the UN inspection team, or by Iraq in compliance with our mandate. The biological weapons program was gone, all major facilities eliminated, the nuclear weapons program was completely eliminated, the long-range ballistic missile program was completely eliminated. If I had to quantify Iraq's threat, it is zero. Chief weapons inspector in Iraq for 5 years for the UN. Oh, but we need to attack Iraq. Reason. Weapons of mass destruction. Hey, I better talk quick because they could hit us in 45 minutes. Do you remember that one? So, hey, don't question it. Hey, weapons of mass destruction. Mantra. Repeat. Believe. There we go. There's the connection between Iraq and Al-Qaeda. Clear link. There's the Blair again with the weapons of mass destruction's dossier, and there's the Americans looking at it. You know the deal. Actually, they did find some weapons of mass destruction. Here's one I made earlier. That can hit the west coast of America, mate. And they did find one of those mobile weapons laboratories. This is one, you know. It may look like a London bus to you. These Iraqis, ooh, can't trust them. But anyway, never mind if we believe it, we're going anyway. Now, people say, and it's true, hey, you can't say that they never had chemical weapons and weapons of mass destruction, mantra, because they did have them. He used them against the Kurds. Yes. Where did he get them from? This is a picture in 1983 of Donald Rumsfeld shaking hands with Saddam Hussein. He was sent by the Reagan-Bush administration to organize the shipment of chemical weapons, including bubonic plague, to Saddam Hussein to be used against Iran in the Iraq-Iran war. These were the very chemical weapons that were used to gas the friggin' Kurds. Don't take my word for it. Classified State Department documents came to light in the last few months, which say Donald Rumsfeld, the U.S. Defense Secretary, is one of the reporters on them, and one of the most strident critics of Saddam Hussein, met the Iraqi president in 1983 to ease the way for U.S. companies to sell biological and chemical weapons, including anthrax and bubonic plague cultures, according to newly classified U.S. government documents. Now hold on a minute. In the year 2000, Donald Rumsfeld, Defense Secretary of the United States, was on the board of a company, a major giant engineering company in Europe called ABB. At the time he was on the board, they sold nuclear technology to, stands back in amazement, North Korea. This is the very technology that he now, as Defense Secretary, is saying justifies the fact that North Korea is a danger to the bloody world. Why? Because those who are orchestrating the secret agenda are also providing the movie with evidence. That's how it works. But follow the white rabbit, people. Keep chasing the white rabbit. Hey, it's weapons of mass destruction. Hey, I'm frightened. Hey, I must chase. I don't know how to spell bloody peace, but I must chase the white rabbit. Go, USA! Go and kill some more. I'm not coming, though. And so, on the basis, again, for the second time after Afghanistan, on the basis of no sodden evidence of justification, they bomb the crap out of another frickin' country. Yes, he does love it. A picture of Afghanistan and Baghdad, just one point of the bombing. But they're smart weapons. They go through a toilet window. Well, why did some of these smart weapons land in frickin' Turkey and Saudi Arabia? I mean, they don't have the map. And, I thought this guy was dead. I did. I'm sure I read it somewhere. John Wayne, I read, was not anywhere in this dimension any longer. So why, when I'm watching the Iraq War, is this guy everywhere? He's making statements to the media on behalf of the military. He's talking on the top of a tank. He's someone being interviewed in America about, we should go to war. John Wayne's every bloody where. Because that is the level, the way so many people in America see the world. Not least because they're completely misled about the world by their media, far more even than here. And they see it in these terms. We're going to liberate, we're the good guys. Da 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 da. It's look away time. This is what go get 'em, John, really means. It means thousands and thousands of dead and maimed children and civilians and others who are not trying to be terrorists against anybody. This is what war means, and if we don't understand that's what it means, we're going to agree to it without realizing the consequences. This is what war is. 7,000 at least civilian casualties in that bombing. Bloody head blown off of a child. Do you ever see that on CNN or the BBC? No. So we get a completely unrealistic view of what is actually going on. Do you know something? Do you know what I got sick of? Do you support our troops? Do I support our troops? You said, of course I support the troops. We always support the troops. I tell you what, it's about time someone said it. Sod in hell do I support the troops. Not when they're doing that, I don't. How come if you do that in uniform you get a bloody medal, if you do it in jeans and t-shirt you get a life sentence? How is that? This is one newspaper report. Just a few weeks ago, Aisha, a young and fragile Iraqi girl, was looking forward to her 7th birthday this coming May. Those aspirations were quickly snuffed out by a US bomb that literally sucked away the insides of her skull, leaving her behind the grotesque remains of a shattered dream. The blood that flowed from her small, frail body into the dirt beneath made sure of that. Looking at this, America. From bombs dropped incessantly on a helpless population to civilians strafed by US aircraft to women and children shredded to pieces by gunning ground troops, this is not a war. This is the terrorism that is the worst kind, for it is purveyed under the cloak of legitimacy and in the name of a great democracy. What they did, they were dropping cluster bombs that are actually banned, that cut people apart when they explode, and all these thousands of razor-sharp pieces go off. This is from the Asia Times. A spokesman for the International Committee of the Red Cross in Italy described the scene in Hilla as a horror, dozens of severed bodies and scattered limbs. Journalists found babies cut in half, amputated limbs, kids with their faces a web of deep cuts caused by American shell fire and cluster bombs. Robert Fisk, great journalist in The Independent, described the mortuary as a butcher's shop of chopped up corpses. Do you know what cluster bombs do? This is what they do. This is what they do, America, and anyone in this country that believes it's justified. And this is a wonderful, I support our troops. This is what one of them said in the correspondent program on BBC Two a few weeks ago. We bomb them, it's cool to me because I like explosions and stuff like that, but I don't get to see the actual explosion, and that's what I want to see. But I guess when we get closer to Baghdad, we'll see more of that. Liberators. Liberators. And then you have the soldiers. The soldiers are just fodder. I have a lovely piece written by a soldier in America. He was a top soldier. He won many awards. And this is back in the 1930s. He was twice awarded the Medal of Honor, a guy called Major General Smedley Butler. And when his career was finished, please listen to this, soldiers of Britain and America, for God's sake, wake up. He said this: like all members of the military profession, I never had a thought of my own until I left the service. My mental faculties remained in suspended animation while I obeyed the orders of higher-ups. This is typical with everyone in military service. I helped make Mexico, especially Tampico, safe for American oil interests in 1914. I helped make Haiti and Cuba a decent place for the national city bank boys to collect revenues in. I helped with the raping of half a dozen Central American republics for the benefit of Wall Street. I helped purify Nicaragua for the international banking house of Brown Brothers Harriman, the Bush Company, in 1909-1912. I brought light to the Dominican Republic for American sugar interests in 1916. In China, I helped to see that Standard Oil went its way unmolested. That is what the troops are being used for now in the Middle frickin' East. And again, suppress the effect on those doing the killing, because that's bad for selling the next war. This is a surgeon in Germany working on the troops. It really is disgustingly sanitized television. They have lost arms, legs, hands, they have been burned, they've had significant brain injuries and peripheral nerve damage. These are young kids that are going to be, in some regards, changed for life. I don't feel that people realize that. Why? Because they're not supposed to. It's bad for the movie. And then we have this. You remember that? There was a photographic journalist that traveled with this American group who was quoted widely in Le Monde of how they were shooting civilians who just like, pigeon shoots as they came into Baghdad, and he watched it. And these were the heroes that came and pulled the bloody statue down. This was totally orchestrated even before the war started. It just happened that the Palestine Hotel with all the international journalists was looking out across that square, and that's the one they picked. Why? Because they wanted to create the image, freedom, liberation. So you have all these people. There were crowds of people. Hey, look, hold the close-up. Well, here's the square while it was going on. Huh? And then, what was this? London Evening Standard. You can trust the London Evening Standard. Would they tell you a lie? Where have all these people come from? And why is he there as well? Is he a shapeshifter, or does he just move quick? If you go to my website, someone's done an analysis of this front page and gone into the detail and shown where the joins are. The same people. Freedom! Movie, freedom. It's about liberation. Don't think that it's about killing people and oil. No. Look, how could there be that many? They were never there. Where do they come from? Then there's Jessica Lynch. They invented this story about this heroic girl. I mean, I feel sorry for her because she only joined the military because they paid her college fees. She wanted to be a teacher. And it was a way of doing it. Get the college fees paid, and then she finds herself deployed to Iraq. And there was a BBC documentary recently, but if you look at the press coverage as well, of people that have talked to the doctors, very nice people that looked after this incident. And what the spinners said was that she was stabbed in the leg, she was shot, but she kept shooting right to the death. Well, why didn't they kill her then if she was shooting so many Iraqis, these terrible people? And what the doctors said was that it was a road traffic accident. The vehicle turned over, that's why she was injured. And what happened was that the doctor had heard that she was going to be moved to Baghdad, and she was frightened, and he felt sorry for her. So he said to an ambulance driver, look, put her in the back of the ambulance and drive her to the nearest American checkpoint and hand her over, because I don't want to move to Baghdad. I don't know what's going to happen to her there, right? So the ambulance driver puts her in the back, drives towards the checkpoint. The Americans open fire, makes him turn back. The next day, the troops go in with the heroic rescue. And there's nobody there but bloody doctors and nurses. And they actually tied patients with really bad injuries where they couldn't walk to the bed. I mean, excuse me. It's a this. And then there's the pig trough. Who has got the major contracts to rebuild the Iraq that they have bombed? Halliburton's got the major contract. Cheney's company and Bechtel, major Illuminati company, that is a major player in that is a guy called George Shultz, who was the advisor to the Bush campaign for president. And then there's these are troops scraping gold off the doors of these places, and of course the looting and all that stuff. And then there's this guy, Ahmed Watch Your Pockets Shalabi, of the Iraqi National Congress, who fled Iraq in about 58, went to Jordan, had to apparently flee in the back of in the trunk of a car because he was wanted for a massive bank fraud, for which in his absence he was sentenced to 22 years imprisonment. Comes to Britain, starts the Iraqi National Congress, which was funded to the tune of $325,000 a year by the CIA. And then suddenly he returns, and of course they want him and his international Iraqi National Congress group in power, just as they want a puppet government in power in Afghanistan. Newspeak, Orwell's brilliant term: war is peace, death is freedom, occupation is liberation, we don't want your oil. Reverse everything, you get the truth. But of course he's a Christian man, George. He's a Christian man. He wouldn't do that. This is the man, when he was killing everything that moved in executions as governor of Texas, said, kill them all and let God sort them out. Hey, wanted for crimes against humanity and terrorism. That's what these people, and they haven't even started yet. We are seeing history repeat itself. And my God, let's repeat what happened in the past when people walked away in denial. It's not going on, I can ignore it. He actually said if this was a dictatorship, it would be a heck of a lot easier as long as I'm the dictator. Well, he's not the dictator, but those dictating to him are. What's what we're basically seeing as they head for the next place, because they want Iran, they're now preparing us for that, and Syria, and Lebanon, and Libya, and they want to go off. Why do they want to go off to North Korea? Because it's borders into China and can start that whole thing rolling. Iran, Syria, Saudi Arabia, Libya, Lebanon, North Korea, China, they've all been named by these neocons in the last few weeks as other countries that need to be democratized and taken away from terrorism. What it means is we want to replace one dictatorship with ours. And then you've got these people. We'll have an hour break for dinner in a second. But then we've got these people. Neo-Labour, because it's not new. Neo-Labour, that's what it is. I mean, what's going on here? Do you remember when Peter Hain used to protest against apartheid and injustice and used to take part in war protests? He's now in his dark suit justifying every war that Blair says he wants to wage. He's centralizing power massively in Europe, saying it's a tidying up exercise. We've got the firebrand from Sheffield who's joined the club, who is now taking freedoms away and introducing the agenda through identity cards. We've got Jeff Goon Hoon, the defense secretary, who just does whatever his master tells him. We've got Jack Strawman Straw, who again is just repeating what Blair says all the time and never going or questioning anything. Well, John Prescott, yeah, right. And then we've got John Prescott, two Jags, hey, man of the people. And then we've got Peter Mandelson, the Prince of Darkness, as they call him. And any party that has Peter Mandelson as an MP loses all right to call itself a party of the people. And now we're seeing the process of stopping questions being asked, of putting pressure on people to shut up and not question what's happening. As you see, they've succeeded with me massively. More, I promised never to question authority. I promised never to bring up my rights. Now, why are they doing this? I tell you what, let's go back to Nazi Germany in a second and get a quote on it. Those that are protesting, like these Americans in Auckland against the Iraqi war at the time, they were hit by rubber bullets by these people. So when you kill people, you get a medal. When you kill lots of people, you're a hero in the White House. When you protest against killing people, they shoot at you. Alice in Wonderland. But let's go back. to this. Why are they doing this? Suppressing dissent. Nazi propaganda minister Dr. Joseph Goebbels. The lie can be maintained only for such time as the state can shield the people from the political, economic, and/or military consequences of the lie. It thus becomes vitally important for the state to use all of its powers to repress dissent, for the truth is the mortal enemy of the lie, and thus, by extension, the truth becomes the greatest enemy of the state. But we're in a period now, which I'm going to talk about more when I get into some really bizarre stuff when we've had dinner, where the wake-up call is coming. 1 million people on the streets against the war, and vast numbers of them never done that in their lives before. It says something. But what we need to do is not stop dividing and ruling those that are against what is going on and fighting among ourselves. Because it doesn't matter if you are of the left, if you are of the right, if you are of the center, if you're black, white, or pink with blue spots. We are all the targets of this agenda. Thank you. Thank you. Last part of the marathon. Henry Kissinger, just very briefly, is a man who's been a front man for this Illuminati for a long, long time. Back into the 60s, he was a major manipulator. He was a neocon before they even termed the phrase neocons. And he also connects into people like Richard Pearl, James Woolsey, the former head of the CIA, who's on that defense policy board like Pearl and stuff. They all connect in together. But this is the ultimate neocon of the last 30, 40 years. That is, of course, a horrible picture, so let's change it. I don't know why I did that, but... yeah, it's horrible. There must be the nose pickers, because I found that as well. It's just kind of strange people, aren't they? They're ruling us, you know. Why seek the star when you are the star? What I want to do in this last section, I'm going to go into real bizarre areas now, and anyone that thinks that I'm mad is going to have it fully confirmed in their belief system, because it's kind of funny. Yeah, I mean, in this crazy world, if they don't consider you mad, then you have no confirmation of your own sanity, do you? Imagine if this crazy world thought you were sane. Oh my God, worst nightmare. And in this section, I want to talk about some of the aspects of this matrix, this mind prison that we actually live in, and how we create it, and how it's manipulated so that our reality becomes the reality the manipulators want us to have because it suits their agenda. And part of that is realizing that we are not physical bodies. Whether they're black, white, or sky blue, pink. That's not what we are. That's a vehicle to experience this reality. We are consciousness, infinite consciousness that never dies. The word does not exist in consciousness. And therefore, if we consider ourselves to be physical people, there is no David Icke. David Icke is just the name for an experience infinite consciousness is having in this reality. That's all it is. It's just an experience. And if we start identifying with David Icke and Joe Bloggs, we get pulled into seeing ourselves as little insignificant people. Oh, I'm just Joe Public, I am, what can I do? And that's why we're constantly pushed into that disconnected state where we identify who we are with what we're doing. People, it's kind of funny, isn't it? Where people identify who they are with their job. They say, like, what are you? Oh, I'm a coal miner. I sweep the streets. I'm an airline pilot. I actually am in the City of London. And then we kind of judge who they are, and they judge who they are by what they're doing. It's just an experience. That's all it is. I mean, how many people go up to someone and they say, hey, hello, nice to meet you. Who are you? And you say, I'm everything that exists. Nice to meet you. We don't do that. And in a sane and enlightened world, the other guy would say, hey, yes, so am I. Thought I recognized you. The divisions are there to divide us. So I want to go into all that and many other things, and many other bizarre things. Interesting thing, the question that I started to ask is, because I realized after a few years of this, that there was some other dimensional connection here. Not just talking to people on the inside, but many other different people. People who had been involved in the mind control projects and saw some of this stuff from the inside. So my question was, who controls the controllers? Because it's a real hierarchical thing, and eventually it goes out of this dimension. And the thing to remember is that we don't live in a world. This is the kind of information I'm talking about in this last section, which has been fundamental to the manipulation of the human race, the suppression of it, because it is the means by which we understand who we are, how we create the reality we like or don't like, and how we can change it to another one. Holds us in the matrix. When we look through our eyes, we don't see a world. We think we do. All we're seeing is a frequency range that our five senses can access. And it's a very, very narrow one. Outside of that frequency range that we can access is infinity, an infinity of possibility and experience and places of existence. And we're just seeing a fraction. Basically, it's like having a radio and you tune it to radio 1. And what you get then is radio 1. You don't get radio 2, 3, and 4. And yet all those radio stations, broadcast frequencies, are existing in the same space, just as all existence and all these other dimensions of existence exist in the same space that we're occupying. But the radio is tuned to radio 1, so that's what you get. You move it to radio 2, now you've got radio 2. Radio 1 hasn't stopped broadcasting because you've moved from it, it's just that you're not accessing it anymore. And it's the same with our experience in this illusion we call the physical world. When we take on physical form, we are locking ourselves into this reality. Therefore, that's what we experience, this frequency range. You get cats and other animals who have a greater visual frequency range, and what they do is they're reacting to empty space in the room, and you're going, what's wrong with the bloody cat? It's going like that. But to the cat, greater visual access of frequency range, that is not empty space, although it appears to be to us. People talk about the UFOs. I saw this UFO and it disappeared in front of my eyes. Like, what are you on? You're mad. No, it hasn't actually disappeared. It has left the frequency range of the five senses, therefore it appears to disappear. That is all. It's all about frequency and whether you're tuned to it. And I started to realize, in fact, as more and more is being identified, only 1% or less than 1% of identifiable mass matter in this universe we can actually see with our five senses. And yet we are so locked into the conditioning, this is reality, that when you're talking about anything that is beyond what is accepted to exist, you're mad, you're on something. And yet, hold on a minute, we can't see 99% of what is known to exist. What? We open our minds to all possibility. It's like Socrates, the Greek philosopher, said, wisdom is knowing how little we know. That holds your mind open. Not that you accept anything, any old crap, but it holds your mind open to possibility instead of dismissing things just because they're different. Bloody hell, I'm going to get into some different things in this section. Let's start. One of the things that's been kind of thrown at me, dismiss him, he says reptiles run the world, you're mad. Well, I have a simple philosophy. I follow information. If you try to uncover what's going on in the world with a belief system, whether it's a religious belief system or whether it's a rigid one, or whether it's a political belief system or whatever, anything like that, then you might as well just go and have a cup of tea. Because what's going on in the world is so different to what we think is going on that if you have a belief system to defend, and also if you have an ego to defend, hey, what will people think of me, then you're dead in the water, because you will not go into areas that this information takes you, because your belief system will edit them out. Not going there, my belief system's under pressure if I do. I just follow information. And I got to the point in about the mid-late 90s, when I'm working on how the five sense world, you might say, is manipulated and the structures and all this stuff. where I started running into a very strange theme. And that is of people who, of all walks of life, I mean, I've talked to hundreds and hundreds of these people all around the world now, who told me how they saw a person, often in positions of power, but not always, turn into a reptilian-type form in front of their eyes and then move back again. What's become known throughout history as shape-shifting and all that stuff. Morphing is the modern word for it, apparently, that people are using. And it's like when you first hear someone say that, you're going, what? And then another one tells you, and it's like, what, but not quite so pronounced. And when this theme comes, there was one period in America in about 1997 when I met 12 different people in different parts of America. I was traveling a lot in 15 days who told me the same basic story. And I talked then to people in some of the mind control projects, not looking for these stories, but I just walked into them. And this book, Transformation of America, is written by a mind-controlled slave of the CIA from when she was a kid in the 50s right the way through to the late 1980s, called Kathy O'Brien. And when I'm starting to get this reptilian thing, I'm thinking, I'm sure she talks about reptilians in her book. So I went back to the book, flicking through, feeling a right prat, looking under the index for reptilian, and I found about 3 or 4 references. And what she says was, and this is a book that names Cheney and Father George Bush and the stream of people in America as child abusers and what have you, and she sent copies to members of Congress, to all the media back in the early 90s when it came out. No reaction, nothing from any of the people. Just go away. Don't want to go there, because if we go to court, then the whole thing will come out. Don't want to go there. Shut up, ignore it. Anyway, I'm looking through this, and she was talking, and understandably, what she did when she had these experiences was she explained them away as part of the mind program. They're just trying to manipulate my mind and confuse me. But what she said was, she met one of the people that she was a slave to was Father George Bush during the Reagan administration. And she said that he told her they were a, quote, extraterrestrial race that from another plane of existence that had taken the world over, and no one noticed because they looked human. And she said that Bush turned in front of her eyes into a reptilian type form, just this part of him, and then went back again. And she thought it's just part of the confusion. And then she tells in the book as well as how she went to Mexico, where she was put under the authority for a while of Miguel de la Madrid, who was president of Mexico. And she says in the book how he told her the story of what he called the iguana race. And he said what happened is that they were a non-human reptilian race, humanoid race, that came to this planet and interbred with humans in the far ancient world to create hybrid bloodlines through which they could manipulate the world. And he said, quoting her, perfect for world leaders. And she said that he told her that these particular hybrid bloodlines could take either human or reptilian form and move between the two. He also, she said, changed into a reptilian form in front of her eyes. Now what she was saying that was just, it's not real, it's just a mind control project, is exactly what these people all over the world from all these different walks of life, I mean people in the banking system and power dressing business women and stuff like that, have had this experience. Talking of that, I had to bloody laugh really, but I met this lady in Canada who said to me, she ran a company in Vancouver, and she came to one of my talks and said, I've got to meet you because I know it's, people laugh at you, but I know it's what you're saying is true. And she told me the story of how she had this experience with this guy. She said he had a real dark side, which he said he was trying to work with and understood was there. She said, and they came back in the late 90s to a house, and they went into a bedroom to have sex, right? And just above her bed, she says, is the biggest secret, which is the first time that I started writing about this stuff. And she said, this guy took an immediate aversion to this book and started saying, that's some bloody nonsense. What are you having that for? Rubbish. Do you want to read that crap? That sort of stuff. She's thinking, hold on, it's just a book. So anyway, They start having sex, and she said he started getting really, really rough. And she said, I had my hand on his back, and I looked up at him. She said, and this guy started transforming into a reptilian form. Now, what made me bloody laugh, because it's so sodding bizarre, is she said, I then felt my hand going back. And she said, I looked round, and he was sprouting a sodding tail, right? She said, I threw him off and screamed, and he morphed back to human form. I threw him out the house, never seen him again. Now, bizarre as that may sound, and my God, it is from this reality that we have, I've heard these stories in other countries where people have talked about the same basic experience. And how amazing. We have a tremendous reptilian genetics anyway, because there are still people around the world with tails. I mean, you can feel here where the tail used to be, going way back. And in Western medicine, they call them caudal appendages. And they whip them off at birth, and that's it. But in other parts of the world where they don't have those facilities, there's still people with tails. They come to light from time to time in the press, because it's just that a DNA code that should be closed at this point opens for some reason in those people, and it manifests a physical trait. So more and more of these stories started coming, and I'm thinking, shit, what's going on here? And then I come back to England, and I meet a lady who tells me that she is a friend of a close associate of Princess Diana. And I haven't gone public by the time I've met her with this stuff, not written any books on it. I'm just trying to work out what the hell is happening. And I met her. This was a lady who was a close confidant of Princess Diana for 9 years and was acknowledged as such in the tabloid media. A lady called Christine Fitzgerald. And she came over to talk to me about what I thought the Windsors and the way they treated Diana, which was appalling. And we're in this conversation, and I'm listening, and she said, by the way, do you know what Diana used to call the Windsors? And I said, no. She says she used to call them the reptiles and the lizards, and she used to say that they weren't human. And I'm thinking, shit, not more frickin' reptiles. I mean, I'm thinking, shit, I'm going to have to talk about this if this goes on, and my God, hey, it's going to be a laugh, isn't it? And I said, what? I said, what do you mean, reptiles? I'm like playing the idiot, because she didn't know that this had come into my research. And she said, yeah, you know that the Windsors are a human-reptilian hybrid bloodline. And this is what the aristocracy and the royal families are. That's why they, right back into the ancient world, they said they had the right to rule because of their bloodline, because of their DNA, because of their genetic connection to what were perceived as the gods. So what I did, I started looking back in all these bloody ancient texts and stuff, and I started finding in the ancient accounts references, many of them, to shape-shifting reptilian human entities that could move between a reptilian and human form. Back in Asia, they had a group of people they called the Nagas that could do that. And then I went in to talk to my great friend Kreda Mutwa, the shaman down in South Africa, and he started telling me all about this whole thing from their perspective, what he's been initiated into. Not only have people reported in large numbers to me seeing this process of this morphing from a human to a reptilian form and then back again, they've also seen like ethereal reptilian forms following people around and locking into these lower chakra points, these vortex points that connect the different levels of us with the physical. So I go and see Kreda Mutwa. He's on the left, by the way. And this man is an absolute freaking genius. I mean, he is a library on legs, this man. What happened is, I went to talk in South Africa just after The Biggest Secret came out, and he contacted me through a third party and wanted to speak to me. So I went to see him, and I spent hours and hours, days in fact, with him. And what he said, he asked me first of all, is how do you know about the Chitahuri? I said, well, I just come into my life and people have told me these stories. He said, what's in your book, I was initiated into kind of 40, 50 years ago. The true history of Black Africa and the true history of the world. He said, we call your reptilians the Chitahuri, which translates as the children of the serpent or the children of the python. He said, they are the ones that run the world. But people don't realize it because they look human. And again, you find this recurring theme, bizarre as it is, on the face of it. What was this bloody paper? Some paper was trying to take the piss out of me, and put this on the front page, and that's quite good actually, because it gives me a nice little image. And of course, it's not like physical. It's this reptilian race appear to operate, from what I can gather, just outside the frequency range of the five senses. And sometimes people can extend their visual frequency range into that range of these entities and see them, sometimes briefly. And other times they move their frequency into ours and you can see them briefly and then they've gone. So the more that I've understood, interestingly, that's what they gave British troops to train with before they went out to Iraq. I thought that was quite bizarre, really. So the question I started to ask, and the question I started to ask, and what lots of people have asked, understandably, it's very, very relevant, is this: if this manipulation has been going on for thousands and thousands of years, why would people all that time ago give their lives to advancing this agenda if they weren't going to be around when it all transpired, where it was all heading, which is the centralized control of the planet? Well, how about if there are entities which don't always take a reptilian form, but it's a massively common theme, that actually operate on levels of frequency just outside this one, which have a different relationship to time that we have, and they come in and out of our timeline through this period of time, just occupying certain human physical bodies to manipulate this dimension from just outside of its frequency range. And what if certain bloodlines had a DNA resonance which made that easier than the general run of the population? And so if you could manipulate these particular bloodlines into positions of power, what you're actually doing is putting the vehicle for these entities into the positions of power. Talking to insiders of this, particularly in America, looking at some of the ancient accounts, talking to people like Credo Mutwa, talking to the people who have experienced this seems to be basically what's going on. And because when we look at these people, what do we look at them with? We look at them with the five senses. Therefore, what we see is their five-sense human level. Hey, they're human, don't be stupid. But what's just beyond that? Controlling and animating the emotional and mental processes of these particular people. One of the things that I've found studying this over the years is that this idea of the eyes are the window on the soul is very, very true. And one of the things that I've found is that those that are possessed, that's the word I guess would use, by these entities, they have an emotionless look in the eye, in the sense that no matter what their face is doing, it might be smiling widely and all this stuff, the eyes never change. There's always this cold stare no matter what this is doing. And again, this is repeated to me by people who've experienced them. So this was painted by Credo Mutwa from ancient and modern accounts of this Chittahuri, and there seems to be many kind of different species of them, but the eyes, the piercing eyes, the evil eye, maybe that came from, is a common theme. So what is actually behind some of these people? That's the question. Because you know, whatever, there is something that connects these people so fundamentally to this agenda, and they are all people who do not have the ability to empathize with the victims of their actions. See, we have an emotional fail-safe mechanism whereby we feel empathy with people. Therefore, the thought of cluster bombing a child, we simply could not go there. What? The empathy stops us. If you don't have that empathy, there is no fail-safe mechanism. Anything goes. And with the people running this show, anything goes. And what I'm told, I'm just a kind of journalist really passing this on. There's so many questions I've got to ask about this, is that there is it's described to me by insiders as a corruption of the DNA, but what it is, it's just a different trait. And it can be very, very subtle, because the difference in DNA between a house mouse and a human ain't that great compared with the amazing difference in physical traits and characteristics. There is something in the DNA, they say, that makes this possession easier, and that's why they want to hold the DNA corruption by constantly interbreeding with each other, because once you start breeding outside of it, it starts to dilute very quickly and become inoperative. Now, I didn't know till I started looking at this that actually the most ancient part of the human brain is known by scientists as the R complex, the reptilian brain. I never knew that. Because of our reptilian history. We have tremendous reptilian genetics going way back. And what scientists say, I'm talking mainstream ones here, is the characteristics we get from that reptilian part of the brain, which we all have, is a obsession with ritual. Not just sacrificial ritual, but ritualistic behavior, going to the same supermarket at the same time every week, circular repeating behavior over and over again. They say that we get a cold-bloodedness from the reptilian brain, where we do things without any care of the consequences for those that suffer from our actions. That we get a desire for hierarchical, top-down power over structures of control from the reptilian brain. And many other of these traits, which, whether people accept the reptilian thing, and it don't matter to me, are the traits of the Illuminati. Now, in other people, they are balanced out by other parts of the being. But if you are really into the control by the reptilian brain, you are far more likely to express these traits of the reptilian brain more than the general population. What happened as this research went along is that I came across this lady, Giuliana Conforto, who's trained as a physicist, and she contacted me. She's an Italian. She wrote this brilliant book, Man's Cosmic Game, which takes the so-called paranormal and explains it in very simple scientific terms. And she contacted me, and she said, do you know that between dimensions there is like a neutral zone, which she called the interspace plane. It doesn't have an energy source like a dimension. It's almost like a little crevice between it, a neutral zone between one and the other. She said, I think that's where your reptilians are, in that neutral zone, because it's a place, right the way through history, going way back, there is this folklore recurring of entities that manipulate human life from these other planes of existence. So I called Credo Mutwa and I said, look, this lady's been on telling me that there are these interspace planes between dimensions, and she says she thinks that that's where these entities could be. I said to him, does this exist in your culture? Oh yes, he said. In our culture, we call them the heaven between heavens. And he said that's where the reptilians are, in this little crevice between dimensions, and they manipulate this world by working through physical bodies in this so-called physical five-sense world. And this is just a thing I picked up off the internet, just to kind of symbolize, it's very well symbolized with the Freemasonic floor, this interspace plane between dimensions. And what she said was that, Giovanni Conforto, that they don't have an energy source like a dimension, so they need to create one. And so it's not only that behind the scenes that the world is manipulated by one force working through two. It's actually, even outside of this dimension of existence, this manipulation goes on. And there's a reason they're looking for. So, what seems to be the situation, and take it or leave it, it's just information, bizarre as it looks, is that in this interspace plane are these entities, not just reptilian, but other kind of entities that manipulate into this dimension through possession, which of course is a theme of history. And they possess certain bloodlines. Now, those Illuminati bloodlines that I've been talking about coming out of the Near and Middle East, they're not the only ones. They exist in China and all over the world. The ancient emperors of China claimed the right to be emperor because of their genetic connection to the serpent gods. Again, the same recurring theme going way back. And so what you have is people put into positions of power, these bloodlines with this DNA corruption, and they're actually possessed and their mental and emotional processes controlled, not much emotionally, by these interspace entities. And so what happens is, on top of these pyramids of power in these various countries, you have basically the same entities manipulating events. And these buggers don't go to war, do they? They play off the people against each other. And so often, these conflicts here are just for the movie. They're not in conflict at all. They are answering to the same agenda. And so you have the people played off against each other in war, and they're orchestrating it. I have a simple way of stopping all war. All you have to do is make it a law that anyone that declares war has to fight on the front line from day one. Finish. Over. I mean, if George W. Bush was on the front line in Iraq when the first bullet was fired, he'd be under a bed in Houston when the second bugger went off, wouldn't he? No, playing their game. And it's interesting, the Disney organization, a lot of this stuff is put out in really kind of different ways through the media and various things. And I watched this Disney film, Monsters, Inc., with my son, and I went along, just a kind of children's thing, and I sat there and watched it, and I started getting closer and closer to the edge of my seat. If you haven't seen Monsters, Inc., again with the Illuminati Disney Corporation, the story is this: there are these monsters in this monster world, but they don't have an energy source. So what they have to do is get the energy source from the human world. So in the power station in the monster world, all these doors are brought down and put in front of them, symbolic, I would suggest, of these interdimensional gateways, which you can move between dimensions if you know what you're doing. And these monsters then all line up and they walk through these doors. And as they walk through the door, they walk into a child's bedroom. And their job is to make the child terrified, and as the child screams, they catch the scream, the fear energy, in this tube, and they go back to the monster world and plug it into the power station, and it powers the monster world. Well, from what I understand, that's pretty much what goes on in this sense. Incidentally, who's the hero? The all-seeing eye. I love it. And in The Matrix, the first Matrix movie, and this is a theme that I've been picking up, why do they do this? Why do they manipulate humanity? What's it about? And in the movie, the first movie, The Matrix, of course, one of the themes major themes, was that the controlling force manipulating the Matrix was using the energy of human beings as its power source. Again, this recurring theme, which has come up in my research again and again. The Morpheus character says they have turned the human being into one of these. Now, what I understand is the power source in this interspace plane, this heaven between heavens, that empowers them is human fear. That's what it is. And so they manipulate through these bloodlines war, horror, famine, all the things that generate enormous amounts of fear. That's what the whole game is, turning the human race into a power station, generating fear energy, which can be absorbed and used to empower them. Otherwise, they can't operate where they are. So these guys manipulate the wars and the horrors and the suffering and therefore the fear and the stress and all the rest of it. And they turn the people basically into batteries or generators, generating the fear that empowers the manipulators just beyond the 5 sense level of human existence. And to hold us in this reality, this conditioned reality, to keep us from understanding the game, they have created what has become known as the Matrix. It is an illusory world that we are manipulated to believe is real, but is actually not. It's simply an illusion of our minds. And what more and more people are going through, and that's what happened to me in 1990, 91, when I was kind of all over the bloody Wogan show and stuff. Symbolically in the Matrix movie, there were 3 stages with the Neo character. And interestingly, if you play with the words Neo, it becomes one, the oneness. Once you become the oneness, you start to see things that you can't when you're in disconnected illusion. First is to explain that you're a slave. You're a slave, Neo. You were born into bondage. And that which controls you, the Matrix, is all around you. What you see, touch, and taste when you pay your taxes, when you do this, when you do that. It's all the Matrix. Then there is the decision to, hey, I want to be free of this. Something I decided back in the late 80s, early 90s, and then you go through the process of transformation. And I know from experience, it was more extreme with me, it can be amazingly painful and can blow your life apart. But once the debris settles, your life is far better than it was before. It's like the veil lifts. It's like sitting in a room with no windows all your life, and people are telling you this is what it is, this is life, this is reality, and then someone whips the roof off, and you look up. Whoa! And something like this goes on. Ah! They're lying to us. Oh my God! Because you can start to see things you couldn't see before. And when all that amazing stuff was happening to me in the early 90s, oh, Ike's mad, thinks he's Jesus, and all that stuff, what was happening was this veil was lifting. And in that period, if you'd have asked me what planet I was on, I'd have had to kind of check. Because I was moving from one state of being to another. And when everything settled down, it took about 3 months. I'm looking through the same eyes, hearing through the same ears, and I'm hearing and seeing a completely different world, seeing things I could never see before. And more and more people are going through this, not in public, but in private, all over the world, as the veil's lifting. And in different ways, it's lifting at different speeds, but people are beginning to see as the veil lifts. Now, the next the kind of stage, or the latest stage that's kind of hit me, was not just realizing intellectually that it's an illusion, but actually kind of understanding how the illusion's created, and therefore how we can create another one. And it all started for me in January of this year. And this I'm going to lead into how therefore we're manipulated, because if you have the knowledge I'm going to go into and the people don't, well, you can play them like a violin. I realized over the last year or so that if I was going to move this on and understand more than I had at that point, it wasn't that I just had to talk about other dimensions. I wanted to go in awareness and experience them. So in this period, I get this invitation to go to Brazil, to the Amazonian rainforest, and partake in this tea called ayahuasca. And it's been used by shamans in South America for centuries to take people into other states of awareness. Now, I got to 50 years of age, never touched any of this stuff, but I thought, I want to see what's beyond this veil. So I went down and I took it a couple of times. And I had the most amazing experience, particularly the second time, when I went into another state of consciousness where everything was still and I was everything that existed. I was still self-aware, but I was everything. There was no division between me and everything else. It was an unbelievable, blissful state of oneness with all. And it didn't vibrate, it was still. And as I went into this state, this voice started to talk to me. And it's just decoding thought forms. And it was as clear as I'm talking through this microphone, a female voice. And for about 4 or 5 hours in this altered state, it started giving me the deal of the matrix and what it was. And it was incredibly profound, and I'm putting this together in a book I'm just finishing now, and doing all of it. But in brief, it said that this matrix, this world we think is real, is merely an illusion generated by our own minds and doesn't actually exist. It is a holographic illusion. And by manipulating our sense of reality, conditioning our sense of reality, that belief in what is real, manifests itself as a three-dimensional holographic illusion. And that if we start to realize that we are creating that reality we don't like, we can take control of our consciousness back from the conditioning, disconnect, decondition from the reality we're conditioned to believe in, and create a completely different illusion. It'll still be an illusion, but it will be a nicer illusion. And what was pounding around my head several times, right at the start, and then it was repeated, and then later, were these words: remember this, infinite love is the only truth, everything else is illusion. In other words, the oneness... In other words, the oneness of everything is the only truth. Everything on top of that are the illusions that one consciousness creates for itself. Infinite love is the only truth, everything else is illusion. So, armed with this, and that's the other thing it talked about again and again, oneness. Associate with being one, not apart. You know, when you hold a droplet of water, seawater in your hand, it seems to be a droplet because it's disconnected from its ocean of infinity. But you drop that droplet back in the ocean, and where's the droplet and where's the ocean? The droplet is now the ocean. And what I was told in this experience is what the manipulators have done is give us the illusion of division from being oneness, identify with being Bill Jones or Mary Smith, and because we accept the reality of division, we create the illusion of division. We are still one, but we now have the illusion of not being, and so that becomes our experience. And there's another interesting thing, what it said was, that's basically the matrix. Divided in our minds from oneness, but not in reality, only in our minds. And what it said was, interesting, if it vibrates, it's illusion. And where I was did not vibrate, because it said this: the vibrational frequencies, dimensions and stuff, that we go to, most people, after we leave this dimension, we move off it, so-called death, not that it exists, we transform to another level of existence without this form. That is also the matrix, because it still vibrates. It might be a more enlightened level of the matrix, less dense than this one, but it's still the matrix. And reincarnation, it said, is merely consciousness in a disconnected state moving from different levels of the matrix and back into this one. Because it said the whole idea of the matrix is division and duality, dividing oneness into constituent parts, which it can then play off against each other, left and right, negative and positive. And oneness is oneness. There's not two, there's one. Therefore, it has nothing, because what is a vibration? It's 2 points, an oscillation between 2 points. So what it said was, oneness is oneness. There is no other point. How can it oscillate? It must be still. It just is. The matrix is frequency, is vibration, and if it vibrates, it's still illusion. And another thing it said was basically what this level of the matrix is, this five sense level, is a time loop. It's the illusion of passing from past to future when there is no time. And because oneness, and I experienced this when I was in that state, there was no time. Everything just was in that moment. And so to keep us disconnected from oneness, the matrix has created the illusion of time, moving from past through present to future. And if you are connected to the illusion and think it's real of time, you cannot be fully connected consciously to oneness where there is no time. So the physical form is programmed to go through a period of aging, which fundamentally confirms, yes, time exists. Night and day and all this stuff. And when you get people who go into these other states, no matter who they are and how they do it, the common theme is, I was everything. I was at one with everything, and there was no time. The time is an illusion, and they manipulate time. We are not this physical form. This is a vehicle to experience this world, and this actually doesn't exist, as I'll get to in a second. It's a holographic illusion also. And if it's a holographic illusion, how can it age? Because we believe it can, therefore we program it to do so. We are consciousness, connected to all other consciousness, which kind of, when you think about it, if we stood in front of a mirror and smacked ourselves with a baseball bat, we'd say, hey, call the guys in the white coat, what are you doing? Because we've lost the understanding that we are all one consciousness, we have Arab suicide bombers killing Jewish people, a Jewish army killing Arab people, and they're killing their freaking self, if you understand the level of oneness. It's the disconnection, the identification with division that allows these things to happen. The matrix to work has to give the illusion of division. And if we knew we were all one, would we do the things to each other we do? Of course we wouldn't. And so we have to be manipulated to believe that. So, we are actually consciousness, and we're not the physical body at all. We are energy, consciousness, infinite consciousness. We are not what we are told we are, which is a physical form. Identify with your body. It's too thin, it's too fat. You're the wrong sex, you're the wrong gula. Bloody nonsense. We get sold and we believe. There's not black oneness and Jewish oneness and white Aryan soddy oneness. There is oneness, that's all there is. We are each other. So, this is the reason they want to keep us, as I started off the day, in this disconnected state in the eggshell, because then once we stop connecting with that, and becoming vehicles of oneness to experience this world, we disconnect in our minds from that knowledge, wisdom, perception, intuitive knowing, and therefore, at that point, we have one point at which to get access on what's going on in the world and who we are, and that's this. So if you can manipulate reality to disconnect people because they don't think they're oneness, they think they're Fred Bloggs, you disconnect them from that level of their infinite knowing, and you also control what's coming in here, so you program the droplet with your reality. And that's why right the way through the ages, people who have talked about this have been ridiculed, called dangerous, burnt at the sodding stake. It's the most dangerous information to the whole existence of this manipulation. What is reality? Answer, whatever we think it is. What I did, by the way, that's a brain, George, okay? You know the one you didn't have? You know, that's a brain. What I did when I came back from Brazil, and there was a ton of stuff that I was told about this, I thought, okay, I'm going to check this bloody thing out. So I started looking at the experiments in quantum physics and all this stuff to see if this whole kind of illusion idea that I was told actually stood up in this reality. And I realized some amazing things. Do you know when we say, I saw it with my own eyes? No, you did not. We don't see with our eyes. I didn't know that. We see with the visual cortex in the brain. And experiments have shown with people that we edit up to and sometimes more than 50% of the detail that comes out in through the eyes as it passes through the different levels of the brain, like the temporal lobes and stuff. We put in and take out detail on the basis of what we believe we should be seeing. And funnily enough, right at the start of this reptilian thing, when I met Credo Mutual, I said, what if these people exist? Why don't we see more of them? And he said, because the brain, this is a kind of primitive shaman in Africa. Genius, the man is. He said, because the brain edits out what people don't expect to see or don't want to see. They edit out and they don't actually register it. And this is what these experiments are finding. So, again, even on this level, if you can program the belief of someone, what they believe to be real, they'll bloody edit and create what you condition them to believe. And that's why when we start to open up and disconnect from the programming, go into a process of unlearning what we've been told, we then start to see things we haven't seen before because we're no longer being dictated to by the programming on the basis of what we should see. This is the real bottom line of the manipulation. I mean, I saw this proverb, where there is love, there is pain. Bollocks. No pain, no gain. Illusion! We only feel pain in the brain when we bash our foot. We don't feel it in the toe, we feel it in the brain. That's where it registers. Everything comes up to here. We don't have to have pain. We just think we do. So we do. And now this is just a few shots of the world we live in. I mean, it looks pretty solid, doesn't it? I mean, you got to go to that wall and bang my head on it. It'll hurt because that's my reality still. Even though I know it's a nonsense, you can still get it's a real challenge to disconnect from it on that level, but people do. But actually, the world cannot be solid. It can't be. It seems to be. It can't be. Impossible. What do scientists say the physical world is made of? It's made of atoms, mate. Everyone knows that. Oh, have you seen the inside of an atom? It's friggin' empty. As one physicist said, I saw in a book, if you symbolize an atom to be the size of a cathedral, things like the particles within it will be about the size of a 10-cent piece. The rest of it is what, to our reality, though nothing is, empty space. How the bloody hell can a solid physical world be solid if it's made up of atoms that are as least solid as you could possibly imagine? Only because of the illusion we're creating in the holographic world we are manipulated to believe in. There's this book, and there's a number like it now, fascinating stuff. I started really reading this after I came back from Brazil, and the many books like it. Amazing what's out there that people don't mostly see. The Holographic Universe by Michael Tolbert. And he's detailing how, as I was told in Brazil, in great detail also, how this world is simply an illusional, holographic world of illusion. And he tells a story in there which he experienced himself, and this is very, very indicative of just what an illusion we live in. He said that there was a party his father called at his house, and he brought this hypnotist because a stage hypnotist even can manipulate the mind to believe it's seeing a bloody giraffe when there's no bloody giraffe there, but it sees it, he believes it. What do you mean there's no giraffe? I can see it. No, it's been programmed into you, and therefore you see it. And this is what the Illuminati are doing all the time, program us to see what they want us to see. So what happened was that as this guy was coming out in this party, but with this hypnotist out of an hypnotic state, the hypnotist said to him, when you come out of this hypnotic state, you are not going to be able to see your daughter. Okay. So he comes out, oh, hello. And what the hypnotist had done before he brought him out, he was sitting there looking this way. He'd put his daughter there. This guy's looking around, and people were saying, can you see your daughter? He couldn't see his daughter. More than that, what the hypnotist did was went behind his daughter and pushed something against her lower back and said to the guy on the other side of her, can you tell me what's in my hand? And the guy said, it's a watch. And he said, can you read the inscription of it, on it? And he could. His daughter's standing here. But his mind had been conditioned, hypnotized, and mass hypnotism is what we're talking about here in terms of this matrix and this insane world. They had been hypnotized to believe he wouldn't see his daughter. Therefore, he didn't register. This is happening all the time. And when you talk about the body being illusion, there was this story, he tells that in this book, but I've seen it in other books too, of this guy. His name was Wright, and he had this very, very fast-acting cancer. And he was in hospital, and he was given a very few days to live. And he'd found this drug which was having trials, which was supposed to be a wonder drug. You know, they bring them on every now and again. This is a wonder drug, pushes the share price up. That's all they do it for. And he had asked and begged the doctor to give him this wonder drug. So the doctor thought, well, it's a waste of bloody time, mate. And he resisted for a long time, but eventually he got this drug for him. And he gave it him on the Friday, and the doctor then went away for the weekend, expecting to come back on the Monday to find this guy out of it. Snuffed it. He comes back. This guy's got cancers the size of tennis balls all over him. He comes back. The guy's out of bed for the first time in weeks. They start doing tests on him. The cancer has reduced dramatically. Within a short time, there was no cancer. Wonder drug. He goes away. Fine for 2 months, this chap. He then reads that trials for this wonder drug are not going well. His cancer comes back. By this time, the doctor had started to suss what it was. His mind was doing it. Because his belief, that word keeps coming back, in the drug was making his body well. It's an illusion. Therefore, we can do anything we want with it if we know and access that power. So he comes in. The doctor started to suss this. So he says to him, look, no. He said, you know that where they said it wasn't going well, that was a faulty batch. What I'm giving you is the real deal, okay? And what he did then, and this works when you look at placebo experiments where they give people something that is not a drug and to see if the drug's working. Placebos tend to work better if you use a hypodermic needle as opposed to put them in the mouth, because it just changes the level of belief in the fact they're going to work. So he gives the guy the drug again. The cancer goes. He goes away now for months. Fine, no problem, this guy. And then he reads that the American Medical Association have ended the trials of this drug because it's turned out to be ineffective, and there's no way back now from his mind. The guy was dead in a short time of cancer. This is the power of the mind. Now, these guys understand that, and they're manipulating that to sell us an illusion. How does a hologram, this is what, when I came back from Brazil, I'm thinking, I want to look at holograms. They kept telling me the world's a hologram. I want to see what it means. A hologram, for people who haven't come across that, holographic images, three-dimensional holographic images. What they do is they fire a laser beam at a holographic photographic print. It goes basically directly onto the print. But part of the laser beam is deflected away and goes across whatever the object is that is being photographed. It could be a person, it could be an apple, it could be anything. And once it's passed across the beam, that half of the laser beam, they deflect it back so it hits the photographic print and collides with that part of the beam that's gone direct. Basically, not even basically, it is one of them set up in the way they do it. Basically, what's happening is the same as when you throw two pebbles in a pond. The waves go out, and at the point where they collide, they are creating an exact wave replica of the two stones, where they fell in the water, the speed they fell in, how far apart, everything is in there in a wave form. So that's basically what happens on a holographic print. The two halves of the laser come in, one containing the imprint of the subject. They hit each other, collide with each other. It's called an interference pattern. And when you look at a holographic print, that's basically what it looks like, something like that. And you're looking, what's that? It's just a series of wavy lines. But you then fire a laser onto that, and it becomes that. That's a hologram, a three-dimensional hologram. That becomes that. That's a hologram. It looks as if you could not put your hand through that, but you can. It's turning wave patterns into holographic images. These are all holograms. That's a hologram. So, let's go back one. I started reading about this stuff, and what they found is this. Television is possible because of something called Fourier transforms. It's some kind of mathematical sequence that was discovered by this guy Fourier. And so what these transforms allow is for a camera to take a picture of something that looks real, turn it into waveform, and broadcast it in waveform, and the television then decodes the waveform back into pictures. What they've discovered in experiments with the brain is that the brain works in exactly the same way on Fourier transforms. The brain is a frequency decoder. It is taking frequency waveforms and turning them into pictures. And I wonder if there is any out here, or whether it's all in here being projected as an illusion out here. These codes in the Matrix movie, the first Matrix movie, kind of symbolic of this. When those people are looking at the Matrix, what we're seeing is this, but they're seeing street scenes and cars and people, because they're decoding the Matrix codes into holographic illusions in the Matrix. This is not real. It's a hologram. And the fact that it's a hologram explains many things. Interestingly, one of the things that this voice in Brazil told me, which sounded bizarre at the time, is that these people manipulating the world, like the reptilians and what have you, they're actually not, this is the next level of kind of going on this, they're not actually consciousness in the sense that we perceive consciousness. They are, as in the Matrix, sentient programs. They're much more sophisticated than a computer program, but it's the same principle. And what this voice said to me is, why do you think they have no emotion and no empathy with the victims of their actions? Imagine this, it said. If you programmed a computer to kill a child, would the computer have any emotional consequences for doing it? No, it just does it because it's a program. And what it was saying is, if you think that this world is an illusion, then other illusions can be planted in there that we think and take to be real, but not even consciousness as we know it. They're just implanted, a bit like, I suppose, the woman in the red dress in the movie The Matrix. It looks real, but it's not real. Once you have an illusion, anything goes. Now, one of the amazing traits of a hologram is that every single part of the hologram contains a picture of the whole. If you take a holographic print, which if you fire the laser on it shows you the picture, if you take that print and you cut it into 4, you fire a laser onto any one of those 4 parts, it will give you a smaller version of the whole picture. Cut it into 8, smaller version of the whole picture again. So every part of a hologram contains the whole. Now a few mysteries start to unfold. reflexology, acupuncture, and all these alternative healing methods are able to find the body, whole body, in every part of the body. So they find places on the foot that relate to the heart and the liver and the kidneys and all this stuff. In acupuncture, they find little points on the ear that relate to every part of the body. Every part of everything that is necessary to grow a whole body is contained in every cell of the body. Why? Because it's a friggin' hologram and contains therefore the whole in every constituent part. The more I understand about this, the more I learn about this. This seems to be the game. Experiments have shown that about 1.5 seconds before the conscious mind decides to take an action, move its arm, speak, 1.5 seconds before the conscious mind says, I'm going to do that, the electrical signals have begun in the brain to make it happen. So where's the real engine room of behavior here? Certainly not in the conscious mind. It's an experiencer. It's an observer. The real power of the mind is in the subconscious mind. And before I got into any of this, it was very clear that the Illuminati target the conscious mind, the subconscious mind, more than anything else. They are powering in there with subliminals, creating a certain reality, and from that subconscious mind, we are creating the waveform patterns that we then, at the conscious mind level, decode into holographic illusions. If you can program the reality and the beliefs of the subconscious mind, you create the reality that decodes into what it thinks is real. The subconscious mind is the target for that reason. So, that is a hologram we think is real, when really it's just wave patterns. And it's not just the wave patterns that we create. It's not that we all look at the same place and say, oh, I think that's a tower and I think that's a building. Yes, all right. It goes beyond that. The matrix is, at this level anyway, what I call consensus reality. And it works like this. Hello, that shocked you, eh? It's all right, I've not shape-shifted. At this point in the talk in Brixton, all the video equipment went pear-shaped that was recording. So instead of splicing the two bits together and losing all the information in between, I thought I'd just add in here from my home the bits that are missing, and then we'll go back to the talk for the last period to the end. And what I was actually talking about when the tape Brixton ended was consensus reality. I was talking about this picture here, about how when information comes in through the eyes, it's actually waveform, not actually three-dimensional cars and rooms and walls. Our brains do that. And it's interesting that when information comes into the eye, it's upside down, it's backwards, and it's two-dimensional. How many people realize that? That when information comes in the eyes, it's two-dimensional. What happens is the brain then takes the two sources of information coming through the eyes. You know, like those video viewer things where you see those three-dimensional pictures when you look in. They work because each eye is given the same picture and it puts the two together to create a three-dimensional image. Well, that's what the brain's doing every time we look around. So, consensus reality is what I was mentioning in Brixton, that it's not just us, if you like, individual minds that are creating our reality, although we're giving our unique spin on it by the nature of our beliefs and what have you that create the reality that we think we experience. But there's a collective level, consensus reality I call it, which allows us to look at the world and basically agree on what we're seeing. For instance, if I looked out of that window the cameraman here and everything, we would agree that there was a house over there. That's consensus reality. We might then, in our uniqueness, say, oh, I like that house, I don't like that house, I don't like the color, I do like that color. We would put our spin on it, but we would agree basically there's a house there. And this level of collective reality is what the psychiatrist Carl Jung called the collective unconscious. And this is where, in so many ways, the matrix lies, this matrix of illusion that we live in and think is real. There's a phenomenon that lots of people maybe know about now, which has been termed the 100th monkey syndrome. What they found was that once you showed a certain number, and it's only a few, of a species like monkeys, something new, suddenly, inexplicably, but it's not, all or many more of that species can suddenly do spontaneously, without being shown, what the few have had to be, if you like, taught to do. And the reason that phenomena is possible is that there is a level of each species, because we're all one anyway, the human race, the monkeys, whatever, where those minds are connected. And I can only kind of symbolize it, I suppose, as if your individual mind is a computer and the collective mind is like the internet, the World Wide Web. And when you symbolically learn something new, you might type it up and put it on the web. There it becomes available to anyone that wants to log into the web. The 100th monkey syndrome works like this, in the sense that once those monkeys or anyone has learned something new, that knowledge automatically gets transferred to the collective mind, the collective level of that species. And there, like the web and logging in, other members of that species can access that. And suddenly they can do something, they know something, without actually being shown. Like most so-called mysteries and inexplicable things, it's actually very simple what's happening. Because animals don't read the newspapers and watch the television, because they don't go through this ludicrous indoctrination system we call education, they are not desensitized. They are much more sensitive to these collective levels and these other levels of consciousness. So they access information very, very sensitively, very effectively in this way. But humans do it too. And so every time we learn something new, we are adding that into the collective mind. But in terms of collective reality, that collective mind is also influencing us in the other way, in the circle. And so once you have a human collective mind, human subconscious, collective subconscious, programmed with a reality, then unless as individuals we consciously disconnect from that reality, we are going to live that reality. So this is where this whole idea comes from, that we look outside and we all agree that there are certain things there. And this is a major level of the manipulation, because the Illuminati wish to program and indoctrinate the human collective unconscious mind with a manufactured reality which will then be real to the whole population. And that in so many ways is what the Matrix is. So if we look at this picture, again, what is happening is once the subconscious, this is the key level of the manipulation and indoctrination. Once the subconscious, whether it's the collective subconscious or the individual subconscious, takes on a reality, through those thought forms that sense of reality creates, the conscious mind then takes that information, observes those subconscious thought fields and turns them, in the way I talked about earlier, into three-dimensional holographic illusions that we take to be real. And therefore, if you can program subconscious reality, you can create and manipulate what the human conscious mind believes is real. And that's what the Illuminati are doing all the time. Now, in terms of miracles, what are miracles? Where people do things that are inexplicable. In a book I've just put together called Tales from the Time Loop, I give a lot of examples of these miraculous feats. Like people who, in laboratory conditions, have put swords all the way into their body and out the other side, pulled it out, no problem. We, of course, see people who walk through fire. And there are those, again, documented examples of people who've walked across molten volcanic lava that is only cold enough to hold their weight. No burning of the feet, nothing. What is happening here? It's a withdrawal from consensus reality, the reality that people accept to be real at the level of the subconscious human collective mind. Because if you accept as your reality that this foot or this leg is real, and you accept that fire is real and not an illusion of the mind, then your mind will create the reality of your belief, i.e., you walk through fire, you'll get bloody burned. But if you can disconnect your sense of reality from the consensus belief that fire burns and legs get burned, you can walk through fire and walk across molten lava and put swords in your body with no ill effect, because it's not your reality. It's just a miracle version of that story I told earlier in the talk at Brixton, where the hypnotist put the guy's daughter in front of him and told him when he came out of the hypnotic state he would not be able to see his daughter, so he didn't, and he could see things the other side of his daughter. Basically, it's like a movie, and you've just said, that part's not in my movie. Well, if walking across molten lava and getting burned is not in your movie, then you can't get burned, because it's all illusion. There was a lady I came across some years ago who used to give over a room in her house for people that wanted to meditate for long, periods. And she was telling me that one day, one time, she had this guy who went in and meditated for a long period, and she got worried about him. And eventually, she took him a cup of tea, see what was going on. And she said, I opened the door. She said, I walked in, looked across. She said, and I dropped the cup, because she could see half of his body, the lower half, had disappeared. Only the top half existed. Below that, nothing. Why? Because he had gone so deep into a meditative state, a state of going into another reality, that his body was starting to follow his mind into that reality. This is what it's about. So there are no limitations. The only limitations are those that we put on ourselves. And as Einstein said, reality is an illusion, albeit a persistent one. And what makes it persistent is this collective level, and the fact that we are constantly having our sense of reality reinforced externally. This is what's real, education, media, and all this stuff. And therefore we take it on and we create the three-dimensional holographic illusion of that reality. This is what the whole basis of the conspiracy about. It's hypnotizing, literally hypnotizing the population with a certain reality. So, what is reality? Quite simply, whatever we think it is. And the idea is to more and more push and pressure people into a smaller and smaller sense of reality with the destruction and suppression of diversity. The Illuminati's worst nightmare are visionaries, or those that offer another sense of reality, because that will then give people the opportunity to see that there are other possible realities, not just the one that they're constantly conditioned to have, and therefore they can see that this is not the only possibility. The Illuminati don't want that. And of course, in the classic scene in the first Matrix movie, where the little child bends the spoon and hands it to the Neo character and says, do not try to bend the spoon. That is impossible. Only try to realize the truth. What truth? There is no spoon. It is not the spoon that bends. It is only yourself. Exactly. And all the time, symbolically, we are bending the spoon and all that stuff all the time in our head. There is no out here as a three-dimensional reality. It's all going on in here. This is just consciousness, waveforms of thought that we decode. Things like gravity. Another scene in the Matrix movie where the bricks are floating around the room. What is gravity? Gravity is a sense of reality. And if we believe it, and it's consensus reality, we will be limited by it. But if you disconnect from it, you can disconnect from that reality, you disconnect from the limitations and laws of that reality. And you step out of the prison. And it's kind of interesting that, if you remember in that first Matrix movie, when the Neo character went through that realization that death was an illusion, when he was shot in the corridor and died and then came back to life. When he came back to life, he kind of symbolically overcome the limitations of the reality that he'd had all his life in the Matrix. And what happened at that point? With that realization, he was no longer seeing people and walls and what have you. He was seeing vibrational codes, in effect, the green codes that the Matrix used to symbolize this. And it's getting beyond the point where you take this to be real. That takes us beyond the limitations of the Matrix, because the Matrix will not control us once we realize that this is an illusion and we're creating it, and therefore we can create any illusion we like. We can create a paradise illusion, or we can go on creating a prison illusion, but they're still illusions, creations of our mind, and we are in control of that if we take it back. That voice in the Amazon, when I was in that altered state with the ayahuasca, was pointing all this out in great detail. And there was a point during that night when I opened my eyes and I saw the moon coming up. And as I looked at the moon, this voice said, the moon, the moon. Poets wax lyrical about the moon. Illusion. It's just a holographic illusion, like everything else. And then another point in the night, it said to me, do you think that's Earth you're lying on now? Illusion. You're only lying on it because your reality is that the Earth is real and the ground is real and you are real, and therefore you create that that reality in your mind and you experience it. It's like, it's very clear that what we're living here is as much a dream as anything we have in sleep. The difference is we take the sleep dream, it was just a dream. This dream we take to be real, and therefore the dream controls us, because illusions can't control you when you know they're illusions. They can only control you when you think the illusion is real. And it said to me, this voice also, when you go out into the sunshine and you feel the sun and all that stuff, where does that come from? Do you think the infinite has to go and sunbathe, or? No. Again, it's part of the Matrix. The sun is as much illusion. It's a program.
as much as everything else. And this is an artist's kind of symbolic impression by a friend of mine, Neil Haig. It's from the front of a new book, Tales from the Time Loop. What this voice was telling me is that this consensus reality in this five-sense world is basically like a time loop. He called it a time loop, where the illusion of time, I mean, you go into subatomic quantum physics and they'll show you that there is no time. Time is an illusion of this reality. And I mean, I think Einstein said words to the effect of, time is relative, and we know that. He was pointing out that if you're in the company of as he put it, a lovely lady, time goes past very quickly. But if your hand is in a saucepan of boiling water, time passes very slowly. It's still the same time, but our relative experience of it is very, very different because time doesn't exist. And what it was saying, this voice in Brazil, is that the illusion of passing from past to future is part of controlling us, because oneness is no time, and I experience that. And people who have out-of-body experiences, near-death experiences, they come back again and again and say, there was no time where I was. There was no past, there was no future. Exactly. It's an illusion of this reality. And so the future eventually just goes round to the past, and we go round and round and round from reality, like caught in a trap, when it's an illusion of our minds, which consensus reality continues to manifest. And what this matrix is and what this time loop is symbolized by that droplet of water there. It's disconnected from the whole. Not really disconnected, because you can't be disconnected from oneness because you're always oneness, but we have the illusion of disconnection. And that illusion is what stops us manifesting the true infinite magnificence that we are, and gets us caught into this idea that we're little and ordinary and caught in a world in which life is living us instead of we living life. That's the difference between being in the illusion and thinking it's real, life lives you, or realizing it's an illusion and you're creating it. Then you can live life. So the more and more that I've gone along this path, it's clear that it's not a case of learning anything, because we're oneness, we are infinity, we have access to all, we know all. It's not about learning anything, it's about unlearning. It's about freeing our minds from the programmed reality that holds us in the trap. And because, as I've talked a lot about, it's the subconscious level that is really the engine room of human behavior and human reaction and human reality. That's why, you find that, as I've mentioned, about 1.5 seconds before I decide to do that, conscious mind decides to do that, the electrical signals are started in my brain to do it. I mean, why is that? Because the subconscious level is really the governor of human behavior. And so the Illuminati target the subconscious all the time. When they're talking about Bin Laden did it, Bin Laden did it, Bin Laden did it, weapons of mass destruction, war on terrorism. These mantras, this constant repetition of the same thing, it's done for a simple reason, to program the subconscious mind to accept that reality. And the subliminals that you find in advertising and in political broadcasts and all this stuff are staggering in their number. And subliminal, it means below threshold. In other words, your subconscious mind sees all and absorbs all. My subconscious mind, as it looks around this room, observes this room, is taking it all in. My conscious mind is aware of a fraction of what is actually there to see in this room. And so subliminals are there to talk to the subconscious while the conscious mind is completely unaware of it. I mean, a simple example, years ago now, they used to put a flash frame of Coke bottle of Coke in the movies just before the interval. Now, the flash was so small and so fast, the conscious mind didn't pick it up. The subconscious mind picks everything up, and it was putting the thought into the subconscious, Coke, Coke, Coke. And the sales of Coke went up as a result of that. They would put other little subliminals in, like, I'm thirsty, I'm thirsty, I'm thirsty, to do the same. And when you look at the advertisements that you see all around you in newspapers and television, the subliminals manipulating the subconscious are enormous. Here's an example. About 5% apparently of people pick this up. So have a look. There is a subliminal message which, when it's pointed out, is crystal clear in the picture you're seeing. And like I say, according to the research, about 5% of people see this, and the others don't. If you haven't seen it, look at the two plants on the left. Go down to the bottom half and you'll see that they make an S in the background. A lot of these subliminals are put in the background of advertisements because people tend to concentrate on the subject. But in the background, it kind of passes us by. That's good because it goes into the subconscious mind. If you look, it's an S, and then you look at the same level between the two middle plants, you'll see an E, and then there's the X on the other side. And sexual subliminals are used a great deal. Here's an advertisement which I looked at, and it said, yeah, just an advertisement, yeah, it's a guy, yeah, so what's in there? See if you can see the subliminal in that, because although it's kind of quite overtly sexual, the advert in general, it's actually a lot more blatant than that when you see the subliminal. What you do, if you haven't seen it, most people don't, I understand, go along the top of the jeans at on the waist, just to the left of the center of the chest, and then follow up the shading. And it's very clearly a willy. Now, you'll see these, until I started researching this, I didn't realize how blatant it was. You'll see things like that in the most innocuous of advertisements, like for chocolate cake and soft drinks and all this stuff. And again, this is one that actually was very blatant. This is for chicken McNuggets at McDonald's. I mean, have you ever seen anything on a chicken that looked like that? And when it was pointed out, they said, oh no, we're a family company. Yeah, all right. Now the reason that there's so many sexual subliminals put in advertisements is this. This is the basis on which they do it. We are led to believe we live in a sexually open society. We don't. We live in a sexually suppressed society. And we're in denial of so many things, not just sexual things, we're in denial of many things that we don't want to face. What they do is, with subliminals, is manipulate that. They use the sexual subliminals to attract you on a subconscious level to the advertisement, although the conscious mind has no idea why it's attracted. And the conscious mind, which is in denial of sexuality, in denial of many other emotions that we feel, it shuts out what it's looking at. And so they have the wonderful benefit and bonus of attracting people to the advertisement on a subconscious level, while the conscious mind is not seeing what is attracting them to it. So this is what they use it all the time. And our subconscious mind is being programmed with messages and instructions and hypnotic implants all day, every day. From what I've read about like print advertising in newspapers and magazines, particularly in newspapers, they're designed to be seen, looked at for about 1 second. So what are they doing? Are they going to sell me anything in words in the advert in a second? Not the idea. The idea is to implant in that second the subliminal message, and it literally is a hypnotic key, which then is designed to be triggered when you're walking down the supermarket and you see that product, and then the trigger comes and you buy the product. That's how it's based, what it's based on. And this, of course, doesn't just happen when they're trying to sell you a chocolate cake or a bottle of gin. It happens in political advertising, in political statements, and in the media in general, in terms of manipulating our subconscious reality of 9/11, the war on terrorism, invading Iraq. It's going on all the time. You might remember a few years ago when Georgie Bush, Boy George, was going against Al Gore. An anti-Gore advertisement by the Bush camp was found to have this subliminal in it, where rats came up when they were making a very anti-statement about Al Gore. Unfortunately, it was very crassly done compared with how it normally is, and you only had to slow down the tape very slightly to see the rats. It's much more subtle most of the time, but this is just an example of how it's done. I remember even further back, there was a time when Francois Mitterrand, the president of France, was going for a re-election, and people saw a subliminal involving him in the opening titles of the national news on one of their channels. Again, it's all about subconscious implantation. Here's an example of that. There's a very good book called The Age of Manipulation. It's one of many good books written by a man called Wilson Bryan Key, who's pretty much one of the world's best researchers and most knowledgeable writers on subliminal manipulation of the subconscious. And he points this out in his book about Colonel Gaddafi. Years ago, when they were in America trying to demonize Gaddafi, they had his front page cover picture on Time magazine, Time Warner, AOL Time Warner, massive Illuminati company. And in the face, they had planted subliminally sex on the forehead, attract into the picture, and then kill on the side of the face to plant a very negative subconscious thought about Gaddafi. And they do this with other people as well. And these, let me add, are the very people who have told us what happened on 9/11, who did it, why it was done, and what should happen as a result. Interestingly, during the Iraq War, they introduced this massive manipulative con of having reporters travel with the troops during the Iraqi war. And what did they call them? And this word came out of the Pentagon. They decided on it. They called them embedded reporters, or embeds. Guess what they call these subliminal messages and implants in advertisements like the ones I've been showing you? They call them in the trade embeds. How appropriate. And there's no way that the Pentagon came up with that term for the reporters by accident. What were those embedded reporters? They were subliminal embeds, because they were traveling with the troops, they were dependent on the troops, they got all their information from the troops basically, and yet they were standing there apparently reporting the war as a journalist, but they were in fact front people for the official version of what was happening in that war. And this is, I would strongly suggest, one of the reasons that life got very unpleasant and very dangerous for so many reporters trying to report the war that weren't embedded, to make sure that there were fewer and fewer who would put their lives at risk in the wars of conquest that are still to come. So again, subliminals are used to manipulate us and give us a subconscious image of reality all the time. I mean, here's Tony Blair. This man, along with Bush, and more importantly, those that control them and dictate to them in terms of policy and action. He has just brought about a war. Well, it's not really a war, you need two sides in a war. Brought about an invasion that cost the lives of 7,000, at least, independent count, 7,000 Iraqi civilians, many, if not most of them, children. Children who were, if not killed, even more were grotesquely maimed. And yet, when he comes to Iraq for the first time, what does he do? He goes to a school of children who are all arranged to treat him like some kind of conquering hero. He picks one of the children up out of the crowd, and there's the photo opportunity of the kiss on the cheek and all that stuff. It's all subliminal. And have you noticed that when people like Blair talk to the troops, now what do? Well, you're going to talk to troops. So you put the troops there. I mean, it's not, kind of rocket science, and you stand in front of him and you talk to them. But notice that doesn't happen now. They put always, when they're talking to troops, a group of them behind the Prime Minister or behind Bush, and therefore in the picture on the news you have the troops in the picture around Blair or whoever when they're speaking. And that is giving a subliminal message, which is very simple. It is the subliminal message that's describing the scene precisely. It is saying the troops are behind Blair. And one other thing on subliminals and all this stuff, incidentally, is George Bush. He does it as well, but I mean, he's not quite got it right there, Georgie. But when I was in America during the Iraq War, I was watching CNN and Fox News or Fix News, the Murdoch channel, and others. And of course the military, the Pentagon, had decided to call the invasion of Iraq and the slaughter of civilians Operation Iraqi Freedom in true Orwellian fashion. Of course, why do they choose the names for their battles and their wars? They do it to implant a message to the public that they want the public to accept is the reason for the war. So they call it Operation Iraqi Freedom. It's about freeing Iraqis. Now, if you're a journalist, like a proper one, you know that. So what you do is you might mention once that they're calling it Operation Iraqi Freedom, and then that's the end of it, because it's a manipulation. Instead, there was CNN and Fox News and all these people on the bottom of the screen through the war. It had Operation Iraqi Freedom. Now, what's happening there is as the conscious mind is watching the pictures of the war and the news coverage, or what passes for it, the bottom is telling the subconscious all the time they're watching Operation Iraqi Freedom, Operation Iraqi Freedom, Operation Iraqi Freedom. Now, this is planting these subliminal messages that are affecting the sense of reality of the subconscious mind, which the conscious mind then turns into three-dimensional holographic representations of that reality. But you look at that now, if you couldn't see it earlier, you will see it crystal clear. In fact, you probably can't see anything else but the word sex. This is very important because once the conscious mind is aware of the manipulation, it's aware of the subliminal, it sees it crystal clear and is no longer subject to that manipulation. So when these various subliminals are pointed out to the conscious mind, there's no way that the conscious mind will be deluded and not see them again. And also what the researchers found is that even if you can't see the subliminal, because when the thing's going on the telly and all that stuff, you can't be searching every one. But even when you can't see them, if you are consciously aware that they are there, that when you're watching the television there's subliminals, and when you're reading newspapers there's subliminals, the research has shown that the effect of the subliminal on the person's sense of reality is dramatically reduced. So it's very good to be aware that these subliminals are there all the time, because they affect us far less. So this is the whole basis of the whole Illuminati game of human control. It is manipulating and implanting humanity's imagination of itself, subconscious imagination of itself, and that then becomes our conscious reality, the matrix. So if we are going to bring an end to the matrix control, and we need to change our reality and our sense of reality, because then our manifestation of it must change, because one is a mirror of the other, which brings me to this. When you look at this process of the subconscious reality being observed into three-dimensional reality by the conscious mind, it very clearly reveals a simple fact about the human plight. We are combing the mirror, trying to change it. And if you stand in front of a mirror and you don't like your hair, I mean, mine's a bloody mess today, then you don't comb the mirror because you don't like your hair. You comb your hair and then the mirror reflects it. Common sense. But because of the way that we have been deluded in terms of the world around us, we constantly comb the frickin' mirror. So we think, and we are led to believe, that this world here is real when it's actually happening in our minds. So we don't like what's going on out here. We want to change it. We don't like what's happening in our lives personally. We don't like what's happening collectively in the world. We want to change it. So because we think this is real, where do we go to change it? We go out here. We want to change the world. We've got to do something out here. We've got to go to war with this person, some people might think, or we've got to have new legislation and change out here. What that does is comb the mirror. And as a result, nothing changes. Because you can comb the mirror all you like, your hair will never change. And the Illuminati are constantly trying to kid us that if we want to bring about change, it has to be out here that change takes place. This is a mirror, it is a reflection. This can only change when what is reflecting it, what is creating it, our inner sense of reality, collective and individual, changes. So if we want to change our lives, we have to change ourselves. If we change our sense of reality, then our holographic representation of that, our daily experience, will change, but only if we change that sense of reality. And we have got caught in this trap whereby we create our reality without knowing it. We experience the reality thinking we are not creating it. And if we don't like it, we try to change the reflection of the reality instead of what is actually creating it. So we're going round and round and round and getting absolutely bloody nowhere. And this is what the trap is. It's like running round in a cage on one of those kind of wheel things that mice run on. The way to break the circle is to realize this is an illusion. We're creating it. We can change it by taking control of our minds back. So everything in this world, or what we think is a world, is a reflection. It's a reflection of our inner sense of reality. And this knowledge is how the Illuminati control. We can talk about Bilderberg groups and secret societies and manipulating networks and banking scams, and we should. We need to be aware of those things. But the bottom line of all of it that makes it all possible is the Illuminati's manipulation of humanity's imagination of itself. Once they got control of that, they know that we will manifest through this process of creating these holographic illusions, we will manifest the world that suits them. So, combing the mirrors is Neil Haig again, with a symbolic example of the way we are going round and round in circles, trying to change a reflection instead of that which is being reflected. So this is why when we have certain fears, we tend to draw them to us. Of course we do, because when we have all these the fears about this or fears about that, that is our sense of reality on a conscious and particularly subconscious level. So what's that going to do? It's going to manifest the thought fields representing that fear, and then we are going to observe those thought fields into holographic reality. We are going to experience through this method and process the fear that we have. You know, how many people say, you know how I'm frightened of so and so? You know, you'll never guess. You've experienced it. Oh yeah, of course you have. So we are drawing to us all the things that are in our subconscious reality, including what we fear, manifestly what we fear, because it's so powerful. And the more that we take on these mind manipulating statements about, oh, is it an orange alert today for terrorists, and oh, there might be a dirty bomb, oh my goodness me, what's happening with the economy, oh my goodness me, am I going to have a job next week, all this stuff. If we take it on, it's going to become our reality, because we create the illusion of what we think and what we are in our inner selves. But in the same way, if we put out a different sense of reality, if instead of being fearful about things, we let the fear go, because there is no fear, it's an illusion, it's a creation of our minds. If we put out love, if we put out lack of fear, if we put out oneness, the balance of all things, if we put out optimism, I know it's going to be fine, not I think, oh I hope it's going to be all right, I know, we will create that reality. Money and all these things that, you know, people like in their lives and what have you, or whatever their desires are, whatever that form they may take, they are illusions. They're as much an illusion as not fulfilling that desire, not fulfilling that ambition. That's another illusion. So we are in control of whether we manifest the illusion of manifesting what we want, or whether we manifest an illusion of manifesting failing to get what we want. They're both illusions. We're in control of which one we have. And I think that's pretty much covers what was in the gap when the tapes went wrong at Brixton. And so let's go back there now. And we're going to pick up this very point, because when I was in that altered state in Brazil, this voice was telling me about the illusory nature of the emotions that we feel and the pain that we manifest. And once we realize they're illusions, we can maybe do something about them. Anyway, let's go back, pick that up at Brixton, and hope you're enjoying it. Thanks for watching. When I was in that oneness state in Brazil, this voice said to me, do you feel any pain here? You know, do you feel any worries here? Do you feel any emotional trauma here? No, no, no. No, because they're all illusions created by the mind and the manipulation of the mind. We live in bloody paradise. We've just freaking forgotten. So when you put out love, in its true sense, not I love you, darling, saw you down the disco, but a love that can say, hey, despite all that I've talked about today, you can say, hey, I love you, George Bush. I love you, Tony Blair. Hey, if I don't love you and I don't love all these other expressions of oneness, I can't love myself. How can I? Because I am you and you are me. This is not about shooting Tony Blair. This is not about stockpiling weapons for the big shootout. It's just another polarity that suits the matrix perfectly. We need to change reality, and then all the stuff we don't like will demanifest from our reality when we cease to create it. This is why you don't fight for peace, you peace for peace. If we want a peaceful world, let's be peaceful.
I heard Tony Blair talking about Afghanistan or something. He says, sometimes you have to fight for peace. Prat. What? Coming to an end now, I'm so bloody hungry, it must be. What kind of happens is this, it seems to me, eh? Hey, is that right? Is that a Birmingham accent out there? I love the Birmingham accent. They are, mate. Anyway, what kind of happens is we come into this reality, and when we hold a connection with oneness, we have everything we need to express that in this world, this level dimension of experience. We have eyes and ears information that gives us a fix on the world around us, and we have the connection with a multidimensional infinite self that gives us a level through which we can see and experience this world and judge its reality and our behavior and everything. However, that is the last thing the Matrix wants. Therefore, what happens is, because of this process that I've been talking about, particularly right at the start of creating the norms and suppressing differences, when we come into this dimension to experience this reality, once we kind of wake up and say, hey, I'm here then, what happens is we start to get programmed. Once you program one generation of parents, and that happened a long time ago, to accept the reality you want them to accept, with no malevolence most of the time anyway, with no malevolence at all, they will pass on that programming to their children as they grow up, and they'll start to program them with the same reality. And children soon learn that going with the consensus is actually a lot less hassle than challenging the consensus. And so they start to they start to realize that it's much better to go with the general belief than to challenge it. So what happens is this fear starts to disconnect us, because fear generation is what we're supposed to be with this Illuminati. It starts to disconnect us from oneness, and we start to have the illusion of division. And we actually forget the hell who we are. And so once we're there, we are in the Matrix. The Matrix has us. And, you know, I was in the old city of Jerusalem in 1993, I think it was. And I was near that big mosque with in Temple Mount, and I'm watching these Muslim kids playing soccer, lovely little kids playing soccer, and they all seem to be called Mohammed. It's, if you have 11 Mohammeds at Arsenal, it'd be interesting, wouldn't it? Come here, Mohammed. Which Mohammed? What are you talking about? They're lovely kids, and I was watching them, and it occurred to me, because I whether you've been to the old city of Jerusalem, it's a very small area within this big wall. But even so, they've cut it into quarters, because we don't want to bloody live together, do we? I mean, crikey, they'll all want to do it. There's a Jewish quarter and a Christian quarter, an Armenian quarter and an Arab quarter. And I'm watching these kids play football, and it just occurred to me that by that age, about 5, 6, 7, 8, they already have a view of themselves, life, God, and Jewish people. If that consciousness had become incarnate, literally in the old city of Jerusalem's case, 5 minutes walk down the road in the Jewish quarter or the Christian quarter, they would at that very same age have a completely different view of themselves, God, life, and Arab people. And the only difference between the two is the programming that consciousness had gone through in the early formative lives of its earthly experience. And so this is how we're programmed into beliefs and division, and forgetting that we're all one consciousness. We are disconnected from oneness in our minds by the belief that we are just a disconnected individual with no power. Know thyself. When we know who we really are, we become completely different entities. We look at the world in a completely different way. Not small me, I can't do anything, I'm just Joe Public. It's, hey, I'm all that exists, I can do anything. Don't think you are, know you are. I've more and more understood the difference. It's like, oh, I think I'm going to do it. I know I'm going to do it. It is my reality. There can be no other outcome. It's my reality. It's my universe. I control my universe. It will happen. I know it. I know it. Not I think it. Completely different state of being. And don't remember the Matrix? Stop trying to hit me and just hit me. Again, in this process, I'm trying to hit you. In the process of trying to hit you, that's what you're doing. You're trying to hit him. It's a completely different state just to hit. Not in that, and in every other case. Don't try to do something, just do it. One of the things also that this voice said to me, very interestingly, is don't ask the question, know the answer. You are all that exists, therefore you know all things. The illusion is that you don't, and so you ask the question, and in asking the question you are accepting the illusion that you do not know the answer. So, if we can break out of these eggshells and start to be who we are and not fear what other people think of us, because it doesn't matter, because they're illusions and so are we can start to change reality, transformation into a completely different state, from disconnection to oneness and therefore infinite possibility. Martin Luther King said, the ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in moments of comfort and convenience, but where he stands at times of challenge and controversy. Love has got this reputation as being weak. Always into love, he'll be doing the washing up next. Love is the ultimate power because it is without that which takes our power away, fear. And love is not just love. Love is not just infinite love. It is infinite wisdom. It is infinite knowledge. It is infinite knowing, because infinite love is all things in balance as one. And so, we'll do what is necessary without fear once we get into that state of no fear, which is oneness and the understanding of the power we have. We are all infinite genius. We've just forgotten. That's the problem. One of the things, as I come to an end, that Martin Luther King said, cowardice asked the question, is it safe? Expediency asked the question, is it politic? Vanity asked the question, is it popular? But conscience asked the question, is it right? And there comes a time when one must take a position that is neither safe nor politic nor popular, but one we must take because it is right. We are now at that point, at a fork in the road, where we do that or we walk slavishly to the global fascist state. And what's happening, and I've been a barometer of this in the last 13 years. I mean, Joachim, a man who spoke in Chicago to 8 people, you know what I mean? No one wanted to know. But there, people are waking up. Why? One reason is this, the 100th monkey syndrome. Every single person who wakes up and starts to question and starts to put a different reality and starts to see through the illusion, they are putting that knowledge into the collective unconscious. The 100th monkey syndrome. And it takes nothing like half the people to do it, to swing people into another state of possible reality. And what is happening is, as more and more people wake up, when people say, well, what can I do? I'm just Joe Public. Change your reality. You'll add that reality to the collective consciousness. And then other people that haven't been to an event like this or haven't read any books will start spontaneously accessing that knowledge and spontaneously seeing things they have not read books about but can just see. And with this is happening now. All over the world, the 100th monkey syndrome is starting to manifest as more and more people wake up exponentially, more and more with every passing week, as they start to see through the illusion. There is an awakening going on, which is going to change this world from a prison to a paradise, and it's going to happen in our lifetimes. Because we are connected, we can put this knowledge into the collective and make it access to everybody without having to do anything other than transform ourselves. And the cards, the house of cards, are coming down. They're coming down in our lifetime, and what we see now, and it's horrendous as this thing seems to be motoring, it's in its death throes. desperate to hold on to the power over the human mind that it's had. Its days are over. We are going to transform this world from what it has been for so long, a prison of the mind, to a paradise by taking our minds back and manifesting a different illusion. That's all it is. And all I can finish off in saying, there's a great comedian years ago, he died in 1994, very, very sad, called Bill Hicks. Great guy. And he said that very profound man, Bill Hicks, who could see a lot of this and went for it through with humor, which can be very powerful. And he used to say about, because he took the substances and went into way out there into other dimensions, which gave him a lot of insight. And he said about the nature of reality in this world, matter is merely energy condensed to a slow vibration. We are all one consciousness experiencing itself subjectively. There's no such thing as death. Life is just a dream, and we are the imagination of ourselves. That is the key. What this whole manipulation is about is the manipulation of humanity's imagination of itself. Ordinary, no power will create it. That's what they want us to believe. We can take our imagination back and know that we can manifest a reality to express who we really are. Infinite power, infinite love, infinite knowledge, infinite understanding, infinite knowing. That's our destiny, and all we have to do is remember it. Infinite love is the only truth. Everything else is illusion. Hope you got something out of it. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.